Hey, what's up? It's Cute What If? This side. Today we will be seeing what if Quirkless Deku was Omega. Now before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. This is really quite unacceptable. It was like school. All FING over again. It always was with Ida. And just like with school, Katsuki didn't pay that much attention to what the pack alpha was saying, focused instead on Izuku and Kazu. While the pup had calmed significantly since their little incident, Izuku looked completely ragged. It was late, the Omega had had a long, exhausting day, and now they got to end the night on this magnificent note. He kept staring at nothing, as if the nothing was the most wonderful thing he could stare at in this moment. And he knew full well that Ida wasn't talking to him anyway. The pack alpha seemed to be enjoying himself, if that was at all possible, pacing robotically in front of Katsuki. Uraraka lingered behind him, her presence mostly just to keep her make in check. They sat in the dining room, able to see into the wreckage that was the kitchen. Most of the cabinets were splinters. There was a blackened carcass of a stove. The sink had shattered, one of the shards the culprit of Izuku's injury. The tiles were broken. And wet. Everything was still wet. The smell of wet was only slightly covering up some lasting sense from Kazue's presentation. That small taste of the pup's distress did nothing for the pack's mood, on top of everything else. Which meant Uraraka's presence was absolutely necessary for this. While she said very little, she was a calming presence that kept the alphas from boiling over, taking the pressure off Izuku to be that presence. Though Katsuki was aware of him still keeping an eye on everything going on. He paid attention to what Izuku was doing, mostly to block out Ida's annoying voice. No matter the circumstance, you cannot just attach a member of the press. I didn't attack him, Katsuki growled. I made sure he knew he wasn't welcome. You were in a public parking lot. You're giving that a-hole an excuse? Katsuki wanted to leap up and snap at the pack alpha, but caught a look from Izuku that stayed him. He put Izuku and Kazu all over the news. Ida paused briefly to slide his chin. It's not ideal. But we knew it was probably going to happen sooner or later. It's honestly better to have this happen now that Yokoyama is no longer a threat. Without having that worry to deal with, we're going to have to take it head-on as we would anything else. He glared at Katsuki. You know what that means? Katsuki absolutely did, but he glared forward, refusing to acknowledge the obvious. Ida, however, was not so content to just let it go. Suzuki called me first. She's actually how I found out about this little fiasco, so she's fully aware of the situation. I filled her in on some of the details, though no doubt she'll want more when she arrives. This had Katsuki sitting up, feet planted firmly into the ground. Arrive? Yes, of course, Ida rounded sharply on the alpha. She'll be here first thing in the morning. You're the one who did this, you're going to have to clean it up. Just play nice and do whatever Suzuki says. Oh, and you're off the patrol schedule until this is resolved. Ida talked briskly, as if hoping Katsuki wouldn't notice his last remark. But those words were the final straw that nearly had him leaping up. What the hell? I'm going to work, no matter what you say. I've got villains to grind into the pavement. And Yokoyama's partner to deal with. Even as he spoke, Ida shook his head. Whatever time you spend out in public now is only going to cause more media attention, which makes it more likely you'll get cornered by the press, which will inevitably upset you, and the chances of you making this worse is extremely high. So, no, you won't be going out in public until Suzuki has had her say. Katsuki glowered, muttered under his breath, but the pack alpha wisely ignored him. Midoriya, I'm afraid you and Kazu should remain in the pack house as well until we've cleared this up. Oh, all right, Izuku rubbed his arm. Who is Suzuki? She is the public relations representative for both my family's hero agency and the packs. She's particularly good at rather problematic situations, so I'm sure she will have a good idea of what to do with this. Ah? Izuku shifted again. Do you think she can get the media to back off and stop talking about us? Unlikely. Ida paused to push his glasses up his nose. The fact is, people are going to be interested in this story. Katsuki's never shown romantic interest in anyone before, so a secret courting is going to capture their attention. The best we can do is curtail what they are saying. Suzuki is the best person on figuring out how to do that. Izuku chewed at his lip, sat back. Those in the room watched him, picking up on his discomfort even as he said nothing more. Uraraka shifted as well, taking a step forward to join her mate. Are you scared? I don't think scared is the right word. I just don't like them talking about Kazu. Ida and Uraraka exchanged glances that Katsuki couldn't quite interpret. We'll mention that to Suzuki in the morning. I'm sure she can think of something to help that. In the meantime, rest up. Shinso is due to come by the pack house tomorrow night, after all. So you'll have to be on your best behavior. He said the last part to Katsuki, who glowered a bit more. I don't know if you'll get a chance to speak with him before he and Kaminari retreat for his heat, but I think you'll like Shinso, Midoriya. I'll make sure you have proper introductions when possible. Izuku hummed, clearly distracted. That would be nice. Whether Ida picked up on this or not was unclear, as the pack alpha set his feet apart and said, right. I'm afraid dinner is going to be somewhat lackluster with the kitchen out of commission, but I'll have contractors out as soon as Shinso's heat is over and it's safe to have others in the pack house. This won't be for long. Tisich, Katsuki stood, turned to Izuku. What do you want? Didn't Ida just say you can't leave the pack house? Izuku smirked and the alpha growled. Shoji and Kaminari are out picking something up, Ida said. They'll be back soon. Oh goody, Katsuki slunk away, but before he could get far, Uraraka called to get his attention. There was some mail for you. Looked important. It's on your bed. Katsuki paused, wondered what it could be, couldn't think of any mail he was expecting. He was not expecting when Izuku suddenly leaped up, hurried to his side, Kazue racing to be right behind his Omega. There was a spark in the Omega's eye. Do you think it's from the lab? Right. The sweat sample. Katsuki shrugged, nodded for him to follow. Izuku actually chirped and bounced a little, his exhaustion gone, enthusiasm dripping off of him. Kazue bounced as well, copying his Omega's motions with a practiced glee. Maybe it was a little ridiculous, but their giddiness did settle Katsuki's nerves after a long, trying day. He offered Kazue his hand and the pup leaped up to grab it, tugging happily at him. They all went upstairs, Izuku taking the last few steps a little quicker and going straight into Katsuki's room without waiting for the alpha and pup. By the time they got into the room, he had already ripped open the letter and was glaring intently at the contents. Katsuki peeked over his shoulder, saw a lot of information typed into neat boxes, most of which meant very little to him, though he picked out some of the details. Izuku, however, soon began murmuring under his breath, turning through the information quickly. Well? He asked. The Omegas. Wrinkled. It's interesting. I'll need some time to look over everything. All right, take your time. Katsuki paused as Kazue tugged at his hand again, lifting his arms and whining. Kaken. What, Kaz? Kaken. Oh, Izuku muttered, I know that tone. What? Katsuki glanced down at Kazue, the pup pouting spectacularly at him. It's the pick-me-up and hold-me tone. He usually only does that with me. Even Sono didn't even really get that very often. Even as distracted as he was, Katsuki could tell Izuku meant it. The realization that Kazue was looking to him as he might Izuku had little knots twisting in his stomach. However, when he went to scoop the pup up, the Omega quickly said, that wasn't an invitation. He needs to learn. He lifted his gaze to glare briefly at Katsuki before returning to scouring the letter. After a moment's pause, and another tug on his arm from Kazue, Katsuki picked the pup up and set him on the bed so he was more level with the Alpha and Omega. Kazue pulled Izuku's arm so he could peer at the paper, though he quickly lost interest and stomped over the bed, mumbling to himself as he did so. He seemed to wait for either of them to pay attention to him, then took Katsuki's hand and began nibbling on it. Izuku paused in his reading to watch him, then shifted some of the papers. You probably want to stop him now unless you want him teething on you until all his adult teeth come in. And that could be another 2 years. Why? Well, according to these readings, your sweat probably tastes really sweet, so he'll get addicted pretty quickly unless you nip that in the bud. While it seemed inconceivable to Katsuki that his sweat could be at all sweet, he also didn't think Izuku would just lie to him. Still, he let the pup continue to chew at his fingers. There are alpha teething things we can get him until his bite instincts are more under control. Izuku grunted, nodded toward his room. I have a couple. Katsuki waited, but he didn't say anything more. Why? I figured he was going to be an alpha. He pushed the papers together, pet an eyebrow at Katsuki. Omegas can typically tell what pups are going to be. Just a feeling we get? Oh, Katsuki ruffled the pup's hair as he growled and bit a little harder on his hand. Well, you nailed it. It wasn't that strong to figure out. Izuku held up the papers. He's too much like you to be anything else. Hey now, it's not like he's a carbon copy of me. No, but it's pretty close. He's got your freckles though. And your hair. Your cheeks. Your eyes. Your nose. And your smile. Your sensibility. And thank the gods for that. Katsuki couldn't help but to laugh, to wrap an arm around the Omega and draw him close. For a moment, they found peace, watching Kazuo, in the pup's insistent attack on Katsuki's hand, his focus on his task, little eyebrows pulled together in concentration. It was a very Izuku expression. Katsuki could almost see him mumbling under his breath if he wasn't so set on chewing at the alpha's fingers. He said, Izuku tilting his head toward him, we did make one hell of a cute kid. He'll be a menace in a couple years, just you wait. Do you see this? He already is. Katsuki carefully shook his hand free of Kazuo, much to the pup's annoyance. That's enough for now. Shoji and Kaminari should be home soon. Should get ready for dinner. The pup twisted his feet into the sheets, essing his cheeks in, and suddenly leaped off the bed, causing Izuku to jump about a foot into the air. Then he raced out into the hallway, giggling and calling out, Kiri, Kiri. Where's Kiri? Someone, it sounded like Siro maybe, called back to the pup that Kirishima wasn't home, Kazuo growling and beginning to stomp down the staircase in response. Izuku, meanwhile, was still very clearly recovering from the near heart attack. He eventually shook his head, let out a beleaguered sort of noise, halfway to a sigh but with a grunt of exasperation somewhere in it. Katsuki just chuckled, having already settled from his own momentary panic. So, what's your verdict? He fingered the papers in Izuku's hand. Izuku pulled them away. I told you, I need to take some time. Plus, there's not much I can do without some equipment. All I can really do is give you some hypotheses. Can't test anything out. Yeah, about that. I've got a solution for that, but I need a bit of time to talk to someone. Still waiting on her to get my order done, then I'll have a chance to pin her down. Izuku raised an eyebrow, which Katsuki waved away. Don't worry about it. Just do your thing for now and I'll update you when I know more. He paused as the front door opened and Kazuo shrieked loud enough for both Omega and Alpha to hear, though the clear joy in his voice meant neither reacted much beyond pausing to confirm it was a happy noise. Sounds like dinner, Izuku sighed. Let's go join the others. I'll worry about this later. Sounds like tomorrow's going to be a long anyway, so we should relax a little while we can. Yeah, Katsuki shifted, saw the bandages on the Omega's shoulder under his shirt. How are you feeling? Tired. Ready for a slow, easy, quiet day. That would be great. He paused, seemed to look at him critically. And you? How's your back? Fine. Just a little sore. Probably good you're off patrols for a while then. Katsuki growled, moved the conversation on by taking the first steps toward the stairs, the Omega following. Been through worse. I'm fine. But I wouldn't mind a relaxing day either, to be honest. Izuku hooked himself around his arm at the top of the staircase. Leaned against him. Smiled, but only a little. Maybe someday. Then, Kazuo shrieked again, calling out, Mommy? Kaken. Dinner. It's dinner. Look. And his excited laughter drew the two to join him. Dinner was takeout from someplace Shoji liked. In the grand scheme of things, it was fine. It was better when Kazuo plopped into Katsuki's lap and Izuku pulled his chair next to him at the table. The Omega had still not joined them at the dinner table much, so it was a nice change of pace to have them both join the pack for a meal. While Katsuki would have thought the day's events would have affected the pack's overall mood, they carried on as if everything was normal, as if nothing strange had happened at all, as if there still wasn't a lingering smell of wet from the ruined kitchen, nor the sound of a fan trying in vain to dry everything off. Maybe it was in an attempt to just ignore everything. Maybe it was to help keep Izuku and Kazu from feeling too self-conscious. But Katsuki suspected it was just because the pack had simply moved on. That, as Ida had said, they all knew this day had been coming, and although none of them could have guessed that this would be the exact situation, they still were not surprised to see the end result. So they carried on, the betas causing havoc, despite it only being Shiro and Kaminari being rambunctious while Shoji tried to keep them from causing too much destruction, Ida trying to keep the peace, Uraraka and Jiro caring for Takahiro and Fumiko. It was a normal dinnertime experience. And normal was so desperately needed in that moment. After dinner, Katsuki went upstairs to do a quick workout, needing to unwind from everything. However, after about 10 minutes, Ida came storming upstairs, practically kicking the door in and informing him, in his typical, annoying way, that he was in no condition to be working out as he was. He suggested, to in bed or maybe do some light yoga instead, which had Katsuki storming out of the room, his palms sparking. He searched the house, following a trail of scent, eventually found Izuku and Kazu outside. Besides the fireplace, there was one other spot that the Omega had taken a liking to. A bench swing was tucked into some of Tsu's most prized flowers and plants. With autumn quickly descending, the blooms were long gone, but there remained a canopy of greenery, of thick vines and bushels of leaves, of quiet and peace and nature. Tsu was often the one who could be found in this place, not even on the swing, but just standing amongst the quiet the little grove afforded. That night, with the stars beginning to come out, with a little nip in the air, Katsuki found Izuku, one foot on the ground to push the swing back and forth, his jacket pulled up around the pup laying on his dinner, and everything else that had happened that day seemed to have finally tired Kazu, laying placidly on his Omega, chewing absently on something that looked suspiciously like a large teething ring. Izuku had pulled the jacket up and over his body, had zipped them up together, so they were molded to each other, content and happy and whole. Seeing them, Katsuki again felt a prickle in his stomach, a sinking feeling of not belonging. There was only room for the Omega and pup in that jacket, in that space, in that moment. They were perfect just as they were, peaceful and content and happy and safe. And that was all he had wanted for them. So he should have been happy as well. But he couldn't help the tingling in his toes, the knowledge that his heart had sunk that low at the realization of his place, of his unbelonging. Then, perhaps getting a whiff of his scent, or sensing someone nearby, or by sheer, lucky chance, Izuku tilted his chin up, saw Katsuki standing there. Stopped SWNG. A little wider than he had at the top of the stairs. Well, he did nothing else to invite Katsuki over. But there was an invitation in the tilt of his chin, the curious look, the waiting. It was only then, as the Omega sat patiently, that Katsuki saw he was sitting to one side of the bench, the other side empty, reserved, expecting. There weren't words to describe the moment. He thought about how very few words could describe anything that he felt when he was with the Omega and pup. Thought that it was a travesty he couldn't put into meaning what he felt as he crossed the garden, as he sat slowly down, as Izuku picked his foot off the ground and leaned against the alpha, shifting himself and Kazu slightly to be more comfortable with the alpha, as Katsuki pushed the swing back, as the gentle rocking encouraged Izuku to close his eyes, as the Omega sunk into Katsuki when he put his arm around him. When he realized yes, there was a place for him. And it was here. In this moment. This sweet, wonderful, wordless moment. And maybe there would never be words for this feeling. But Katsuki sat and he relished it, and he knew there was nothing that could be better in the world than the bubbling in his Later, with the stars fully blazing above them and the night chill beginning to rattle into his bones, he had to shake the Omega awake, to tell him it was time to put Kazu down. Izuku grumbled, but uncurled himself, peeled his body away from Katsuki's in one, smooth, languid motion. He wrinkled his nose, stood, told Katsuki good night when the alpha said it first, and went into the pack house. Katsuki stayed where he was, his head swimming in the wonderful moment he had shared with the two for a while longer, before he also got up and went to bed. It was only about an hour after laying down that he heard something shuffling in the hallway. He thought it was a bit strange, even more so when his door creaked open. When he turned to see who it was, he caught a glimpse of a familiar form in the doorway just as it closed behind them, smelled a familiar scent that had him a little apprehensive, more than a little happy, had him drawing the body that slipped next to him in bed close. Izuku was holding Kazuo, the pup still sleeping, but Katsuki found that they had a nice place for him between them, in a nestled space between their sethis, leaving the alpha to curl into the omega's scent gland at his neck, to feel the purring that vibrated in his throat, to growl in content and feel just a bit more complete. Suzuki was a severe woman, in perhaps all the ways a person could be severe. Katsuki was not one to label people as such very often. He preferred the more shallow assessments of people, the things he could pick out at a glance to help him remember who was who. Shitty hair for Kirishima, for eyes for Ida, cheeks for Uraraka. All the things he could pull at a moment's notice. Severe was the only thing Katsuki had ever thought when he looked at Suzuki. It was in the way she strode into the room, the way her glasses seemed to flash with intent, the way she let a rather intimidating stack of papers and folders smack against the table. Even Izuku was taken aback for a second and Kazuo gave her an untrusting look. She wore a white button-down shirt with a frilled neckpiece and a black pencil skirt. A pair of simple white gloves were her constant companion, though today Katsuki could tell she was in quite a mood, as they were adorned with little black buttons on the back. Her glasses were attached to a plain silver chain that clicked against the plastic every now and then when she moved, though only seemed to make noise when it best suited her, to punctuate her movements or her words. How she had developed that skill still astounded Katsuki. But mostly, it was the way she stared down at the alpha, omega, and pup before her that made her seem so severe. It was the critical, cold, calculating gaze that made Katsuki bristle, especially when it was turned to Izuku and Kazuo. Suzuki noticed, clearly, but his discomfort only seemed to drive her interest in the omega and pup more. Izuku was the one who felt the need to speak first. "How are you?" "Tomoko Suzuki. Izuku Midoriya, I assume?" "Pleasure, wonderful to meet you, all that." "Now," she rounded on Katsuki, "you really can't help yourself, can you? Do you just enjoy giving me challenges to solve? You enjoy making everyone's life problematic?" Katsuki snapped his jaws. "Not interested in your bullshit. I want Izuku and Kazuo out of the news. No. And I want to have a 6-figure salary for a job that doesn't make me have to sweat every goddamn time someone decides to leave their brain at home for the day. But let's be real. If life was a fantasy, it'd be a hell of a lot less interesting." She snapped the hem of her gloves against her wrist. "So, here's what we can do instead." If I can," though the words were timid, Izuku spoke with a need to be heard, a conviction that had even Suzuki pausing to listen. "Whatever we do, I want to try to keep Kazuo out of the news as much as possible. He's just a pup." And he swallowed, his words disappearing down his throat. Still, Suzuki didn't speak, waited for him to continue, eventually said, "Yes?" The omega rubbed the back of his neck. He shifted Kazuo in his lap, carefully set him on the ground. "Why don't you go play with the other pups, Firecracker?" Kazuo stared up at his omega, then at Suzuki. He raised his arms. "Mommy, go play. Mommy, I said go play." The pup whined, but paused when someone called out, "Here, I'll get him." Distracted as he had been by the pup's whining, Katsuki missed Ida and Uraraka entering the room. The other omega swiftly crossed to where Kazuo was, picking him up, despite him wiggling in protest. "Let's go see what Fumiko and Takahiro are up to?" "No." Kazuo reached for Izuku and Katsuki, so much so that Uraraka had to readjust her grip on the pup to keep him from tumbling out of her arms. "Kaken." There was a desperation in his plea that made Katsuki's skin crawl, made his palms itch. He closed his eyes, focused on breathing. "We'll play later, kiss. Be nice to the other pups." Uraraka took him from the room before he could protest anymore, though he kept on whining, his voice a pull, a force of itself, trying to call Katsuki to him. He managed to keep where he was until Uraraka closed the playroom door and he couldn't hear the pup calling him anymore. Then, he opened his eyes, realized Ida had joined them at the table, just as severe a look about him as Suzuki. "Now, you were saying?" She gestured for Izuku to continue. Well, it's just, he paused again to run a hand over his cast, fiddled with the straps a little. I just don't like what people are saying about Kazuo. There's already so much speculation. And I don't like that. What don't you like about it? Suzuki had pulled a pen, seemingly out of nowhere, clicked it open, and had a notebook flipped to a clean page before Katsuki could blink. Izuku shifted, yanked at the straps a little harder. Katsuki watched him for a moment, then carefully placed a hand on his knee. The Omega tensed at first, but when the Alpha didn't move beyond his knee, he did finally relax a little. I'm sure you've seen the theories about Kazuo and I, but the general consensus on Kazuo is he's a pup from another Alpha, that I just have a type that happens to be blonde-haired Alphas. And I don't like that. What don't you like about that? Somehow, Suzuki had written an entire page of notes already. I don't know. It's just weird. People are saying things. Like, the Omega began pulling at the straps again, his eyebrows drawn together in concentration, maybe frustration. Look, it doesn't matter. I don't like my pup being in the news like that. He's too young to be dealing with that. Suzuki actually laughed, lifting her pen off the page to savor the moment. Sorry, but that's just going to be part of your life now. People are going to talk about you and your pup because of who's courting you. Somehow, you're going to have to get over that. Now, she continued briskly, blustering over Izuku opening his mouth as if to argue, we can change the narrative somewhat. If you want them to stop talking about your pup being from another Alpha, then we tell them the truth. I don't want to talk about my pup at all. Izuku growled. Fine. Then we give them something else to talk about. Suzuki clicked her pen again, set it on her page filled with notes. Ida and I have discussed this and we think it would be a good idea to do a courting announcement photo shoot. At first, neither Izuku nor Katsuki reacted. That is, until Izuku glanced at the Alpha, no doubt saw his teeth grinding in his mouth, and turned to Ida. What? A courting announcement. Ida gestured to Suzuki. We've done courting announcements for every member of the pack so far. Even Kirishima and Mina have done one. It's just part of the hero life, part of being in the spotlight. Plus, if we give the wolves some high-quality meat to feed on, they'll be less likely to keep circulating those horrible shots from the parking lot. Which, I assume since they include your little bundle of joy, you would rather not have all over the news stations. Suzuki flipped to a new page, clicked her pen. I suggest a hero-friendly network. One that's a big fan of yours, Ground Zero. They'll be less likely to try to pull something negative from the shoot. Wait. Izuku finally held up his hands, glancing between all three of them, searching for something, maybe a way out, a photo shoot? A courting announcement? What would this actually entail? It would entail you and Ground Zero to go to a studio, get all prettied up for the camera, do a couple poses, and we'll release a statement on your behalf to go with the shoot. People would get to swoon over how cute of a couple you are, about how the infamous Ground Zero himself is settling down with a handsome Omega, and that's that. Suzuki kept writing for a few more minutes, then clicked her pen, tilted her chin down to glare over the top of her glasses. Any other questions? Yeah, Katsuki snapped his jaws. Do we have to do this? You don't have to do anything, Ground Zero. I'm perfectly aware that it's fairly impossible to force you to do anything. But, you want the media to control the narrative on this courting? You want those wild speculations to continue? As much as Katsuki wanted to growl and tell her to just let them do what they wanted, he felt Izuku's hand press over his, caught an uncertain look from him. He knew, hell how much he knew, that Izuku would do anything for Kazuo. If this meant keeping Kazuo out of the spotlight, even for a little bit, then that is what he would want to do. And Katsuki knew that. But it wasn't just the shoot Katsuki was worried about. He worried over Yokoyama's partner. He worried over the added attention put on the Omega. He worried this was going to blow up in their faces. However, what other choice did that have? If they wanted to continue this courting, he should have expected this to happen. That he couldn't keep Izuku away from the world forever. The police had helped him keep a low profile so far, but that was only ever going to go for so long. Their pack was too well known and beloved to keep Izuku out of the media's attention. So maybe he should just be thankful that Yokoyama himself was gone, that they didn't have to worry about the Alpha learning about Izuku from the shoot. Not that it mattered much. He had figured out where he was living beforehand. His partner probably knew as well. Maybe he was kidding himself into thinking Izuku was sheltered in the pack house. Maybe he was just lying to himself. 45 minutes to an hour, Suzuki was still severe, but her voice was lowered, imploring, not quite begging. That's all this will take? Katsuki lifted the corner of his lip in a silent growl. Fine. But no interview afterward. You really think I'd set you up for that train wreck? Suzuki scribbled something more. And you, Midoriya? Izuku shifted, ran a hand over his arm. I don't have anything to wear. The studio will provide the clothing. Ground Zero will have to bring his hero costume, but they'll put you in whatever they want you in. And yes, you do have a say on what you wear. They'll work with you. And I'll be there to make sure they work with you nicely. There was a bit of a threat in her pen clicking again. Anything else? My hair's a mess. I'd need to. They'll handle that as well. They're professionals, Midoriya. They make people look good for a living. Seriously, all you have to do is show up, stand where they tell you to stand, and smile when they tell you to smile. Everything else will be handled. Oh, she glanced to Katsuki, and if you can, keep that one's temper in check. That would be nice. Katsuki snapped his jaws at her, but she didn't even blink at him. Any other concerns? Still, Izuku didn't say anything, shifting uncomfortably, even when Katsuki squeezed his knee reassuringly. Ida, no doubt sensing his unease, said, "We will watch Kazue here at the pack house. Don't go anywhere near any of the press. And, if you'd feel more comfortable, we can have some of the pack attend the photo shoot with you and Bakugo." No. That's fine. Just, please keep Kazue here. Very well. That can certainly be arranged. The Omega chewed at his lip, glanced to Katsuki. Katsuki didn't know what to do, whether to nod to tell him it was okay, or just to be there. So he just looked back at Izuku, waited for him to finally let out a breath. All right, fine. When do we do this? Suzuki flicked out her phone, tapped it twice, then stood. 2 hours. Get a shower, throw some real clothes on. Ingenium, I require a computer to type up this statement, and we'll be ready to go. The color drained immediately from Izuku's face, but Katsuki stood, didn't give him time to think about it. Come on. Let's get this over with. For a moment, Izuku just sat there, pale and shivery. But he closed his eyes, took in a deep breath, held it. So, all right, he let that breath out in a bit of a raspy gasp. Let's do this. A grin, conspiratorial, victorious, spread over Suzuki's face. Good. She put the phone to her ear. Hey, it's Suzuki. You want the latest scoop on those photos of Ground Zero? I've got a proposition for you. Suzuki drove in her car, so Katsuki sat in the back with Izuku. If he was being honest, he was on edge. At the very, very edge. He felt a bit like he was delivering Izuku to the wolves. A bit like he was doing exactly what he should not be doing. A bit like he wanted to smash the car door open, grab Izuku, and make his escape while he still could. But he also knew just how ridiculous that sounded. So he sat back, bit down on the growls that kept rising up his throat. Izuku, meanwhile, was concentrating very intently on his hands, on folding them over one another. He'd also taken to reading the statement Suzuki had written up during their little chat over and over again. Katsuki had read it once, making sure she hadn't given any information away that he wouldn't have wanted the media to know. However, it was somewhat bland, a simple confirmation of his and Izuku's current courting, an acknowledgement that they had known each other since their childhood. No mention of Kazue. Nothing about where the Omega was living. Nothing about how long they'd been courting. Nothing about Izuku's history or profession. No doubt those questions would come up, but he liked how, for now, it was a simple explanation of the situation. It was short, sweet, to the point, and that's all Katsuki wanted explained. The closer they got to the studio, the more he felt his jaw tightening, the more he was aware of Izuku fidgeting. When Suzuki pulled into the parking lot, the Omega sunk down in his seat, as if to hide from what was happening. Katsuki noticed a woman with a clipboard standing at the entrance, waiting for them. It felt like a normal photo shoot. Or it would have, if he hadn't been acutely aware of Izuku slumped into the seat next to him. All right, Suzuki pulled the car up to the entrance. Pull yourself together. Deep breath. And let's do this. She got out of the car first to greet the assistant. Katsuki got out too, grabbing the case with his hero costume, and went around to get the door for Izuku when he didn't move. The Omega sat up, took his seat belt off, still hesitated on leaving the safety of the car until Katsuki offered his hand. Then he scoffed, got out without taking the Alpha's help. Immediately, the assistant had leaped into his way. Hello. It's so wonderful too. She paused as Katsuki shoved his way between her and Izuku, teeth set in a silent warning. Oh, sorry. She took a step back and smiled. Welcome, welcome. Please, come in. Mr. Hirano is waiting and excited to meet you too. Yeah, Izuku laughed, shifted from one foot to the other. He waited for the assistant to lead them into the building, for Katsuki to press a hand to his back, before taking a careful step forward. Katsuki hefted his case over his shoulder, glaring around the studio as they passed through the doors. It wasn't one he had been to before, nor was the photographer's name familiar, but that didn't necessarily mean anything. Almost immediately upon entering the building, the three were swarmed by people, makeup, hair, and wardrobe-type people. People who buzzed and spoke in light, brief clips of words, who focused in on their own specific interest rather than the whole picture. People Katsuki had known and grown used to, the type he'd seen at almost every shoot he'd been a part of, the type of people his parents had hung around. While he knew exactly what to expect, exactly what was happening, he saw how instantly overwhelmed Izuku looked with just how much was going on around them. Mr. Hirano wanted to do 2 sets, one with you both in suits and another with Midoriya in something causal and ground zero in his hero costume. The assistant was flipping through her clipboard, somehow separate from the swarm that had overtaken them. Will that be all right? Perfectly all right, Suzuki said before Katsuki could complain. Midoriya has never been to one these shoots before, so for the sake of your people, I suggest you be extra gentle with him. Oh, of course, understood. She snapped her fingers and, as if by magic, several people moved off from the two, leaving only a couple of essential staff. Right this way. We'll take good care of you. Despite having significantly less of a crowd around him, Izuku still stepped uncertainly, even when Katsuki kept a hand at his back. The assistant kept talking, mostly to Suzuki, while she led them into a dressing room. 2 of the women who had been following them went immediately to make up stations prepared for them, gesturing them over. This time, Izuku did wait for Katsuki to take the lead before slowly lowering himself into a chair in front of one of the mirrors. Makeup, hair, and wardrobe was about the most annoying part of this process. Sitting in a chair having someone pick at him was not Katsuki's favorite by far, though he found he often didn't need a lot of attention. So he told the makeup artist to wait, sat to watch over Izuku as he stared hollow-eyed into the mirror with the second stylist running her fingers through his hair. It only took a few moments for the Omega to realize Katsuki was watching. He gave him a withering look. I've got this. Just let's get this over with, okay? You sure? I'm fine, Katsuki. Katsuki still watched him for a moment longer, then gestured for them to begin on him. The stylists finished up with Katsuki first and took him out to wardrobe, but only after Izuku told him he was okay. And he really seemed okay. After an initial few awkward minutes, he'd opened up a little to the 2 helping to tame his unruly hair. He'd even allowed a small smile, a little laugh at one of their jokes. So yeah, he seemed okay. But it still twisted a knot in Katsuki's stomach to leave him alone, even after Suzuki promised to stay with him. He met with wardrobe in a foul mood, but they very quickly and efficiently shoved him into a suit they had to put a couple of pins in to make sure they pulled at all the right parts of him. In no time, his face had been cleaned up for the lights, his hair had been properly styled, and he found himself wearing a wine-colored button-up shirt with smart black breathes and a light sports jacket that fell only slightly above his wrists. His sleeves were rolled, pressed, a black tie tossed loosely around his neck, a few details fixed, like the watch cleaned, his shoes, some horrible dress shoes he'd had to bring for the shoot, were polished, and just like that he was ready. When he looked in the mirror, he had to admit he looked good, the dark colors contrasting nicely with his pale skin and blonde hair, but he did think it was all a little too dark. His mother would have had a fit. This father would have just frowned slightly to show his disapproval. Katsuki rubbed his fingers along his palm, found it a little sticky with sweat. There he is. He knew when a voice called out to him. He knew the pitch of someone trying to get his attention while also trying to not set him off. And it just kinda set him off anyway. So he turned with a glower to find a man with a camera slung around his neck holding a hand out to him. "Ground Zero in my studio. Welcome, sir, welcome. You look fantastic as always." "Yeah," Katsuki fought against the urge to snap his jaw, clicked his tongue instead. "We appreciate the chance to help you give the big announcement to the world. And don't worry. We'll make sure you two look fabulous together." The photographer, what the hell was his name again, picked up his camera and began fiddling with it. He had a weird set of eyebrows that almost touched, but didn't quite, keeping a very distinct space between the two, despite them only being a couple of hairs apart. "Any requests for the shoot?" "Yeah. Don't waste my time and don't make Izuku uncomfortable." "Easy enough," Unibrow said without looking up from the camera. "You're Omega's male, right?" "He's not my Omega," Katsuki growled, which had Unibrow shooting him a look he didn't care for at all, "and yes, he's male." "Got a problem with that?" "None at all. Just means we'll do different poses." "Unless he's into more feminine things?" Katsuki felt his teeth hurting. "No." Unibrow shrugged. "Some male Omegas are. Just have to check." Yeah. Amajiki had mentioned that. Or had it been Shinso? He couldn't keep those conversations apart. They had just kind of run together into a mess of information he was still having trouble processing. "Oh, how lovely." Unibrow's comment didn't immediately draw Katsuki's attention, until his mind snapped on and he suddenly realized there was only one person he could be talking about. Izuku looked shy, but that wasn't all that surprising. Katsuki didn't really know why that was the first thing he noticed. But it was. He saw the slight reddening around his face, the way he avoided most people's eyes, the fidgeting in his hands, his shoulders hunched around his neck. Katsuki didn't like that look. He looked uncomfortable, unconfident, and that wasn't the Izuku he'd come to know in the past few weeks. Just as he was about to take a step forward, a step to reassure the Omega, Unibrow chuckled. "Lucky Alpha, aren't you?" He looked stunning. At his words, Katsuki took in the entire picture, suddenly realized why he'd been dressed in such dark colors. Izuku's hair had been pulled back at the sides, nearly flattened, with a run of slightly less than usual messy curls left to run a little wild atop his head. His face had been cleaned up, his freckles a little more pronounced, his eyes bright even without all the lights on him. They'd put him in a white button-up shirt with black button and a light gray suit. The sports jacket fitted just right on his shoulders. His tie was done up correctly, an emerald shade so close in color to his hair that Katsuki was a little suspicious of how they'd known to have that color on hand. The red shoes were gone, thankfully, replaced with black dress shoes almost identical to what Katsuki was wearing. And Unibrow was right. He looked stunning. It was the first time Katsuki had seen him wearing something that nice. He hoped it wasn't the last. For however wonderful he did look, for however handsome he was still clearly uncomfortable, so Katsuki crossed the room quickly to him. As he approached, Izuku's eyes snapped toward him, drawn by motion, scent, something, and he took all of Katsuki in. It was a lot like what he'd done before, piecing him apart, looking farther than just his outward appearance. Except this time, Izuku took him apart only by his outward appearance, giving him a lingering gaze that made Katsuki's alpha brain start to howl. "You all right?" he asked. Yeah." Izuku went to run his hand through his hair, froze when someone cleared their throat pointedly. "It's just, I'm not used to wearing things like this." Katsuki dragged his gaze up and down the Omega, purposefully pulling out the motion, noticed Izuku's cheeks flushing even more. "Could have fooled me." Just as Katsuki had drawn out his reaction, Izuku chewed at his tongue, chewed on his words, his mouth popping open with a little sound before he was jolted by another voice. "Look at you too." Katsuki could have killed Unibrow. He came over with a swagger of long-grown arrogance, bowed slightly to the Omega. "Hirano. It's wonderful to meet you. You look absolutely wonderful." Midoriya?" Izuku took great interest in his hands. "And, thank you." "Of course." Unibrow gestured them toward a plain white backdrop haloed by lights so bright they made Katsuki's explosions look tame. "Let's get started, shall we?" Without giving them a chance to speak, he grabbed both the Alpha and Omega by the arm and dragged them over. As soon as they were under the lights, it was all business. A flip suched and Unibrow's two brows finally connected, drawn together for his craft as he stood Katsuki at the center of the backdrop and began positioning Izuku in front of him, very quickly finding out that the Omega wasn't that much shorter than the Alpha, pulling him off to the side a little. There we go, okay. As with some photographers, Unibrow quickly devolved into quick directions and fluid motions, moving the two a little closer, directing the two to place a hand here, a tilt of the chin here, then he moved on to lights, flicking through a couple different settings before finally settling in his spot in front of the two. Alright. Now, hold that pose, give me a bit of a growl there, yes, that's good. Midoriya, don't look so scared, relax your face, there you go. It quickly became clear that Unibrow had a certain vision of the two, perhaps because of Katsuki's behavior out in the world, but it was serious to say the least. He didn't even try to tell Katsuki to smile once. He did try to get Izuku to smile, but the smile he asked for, which he described as CC and confident, didn't quite happen, so he returned to telling the Omega to just relax. And relax is about the last thing Izuku did. Katsuki could feel an energy jittering around him, a nervousness that made him want to growl at something. This shoot was going about as well as he had expected it to go. But at least he got to see Izuku in a suit and Unibrow did put them in some very close positions, which was admittedly nice. Alright, he finally rose from where he'd been shooting. He'd put the two in a strange pose, Katsuki still standing about where he had been for most of the shoot, with Izuku turned into the Alpha, his back to the camera, looking over his shoulder. One last pose, then we'll change outfits, he announced, fiddling with his camera again. Katsuki growled, maybe from relief, maybe in annoyance, at his words, felt Izuku press against him a little more, felt a small vibration run through his ear. A little purr meant just for him. Okay, so now, ground zero, go ahead and take Midoriya's. Yes, just like that. Hold it up, higher, a little higher, yes, perfect. An arm around the waist. And, go ahead and tilt him back a little. Izuku startled. What? He yelped a little as Katsuki leaned him back, abandoning the pose to grab at the Alpha's jacket in panic. I've got you, Katsuki growled, low and quiet, just for Izuku. Trust me. I've got you. Katsuki, now is not the time. Izuku hissed. Oh come on, Katsuki grinned. You said you liked the dancing we did? Izuku was not impressed, but quickly realized that everyone was staring at them, half of them hiding smiles. Alright fine. If you drop me I'll be said. Oh big mouth on you. Katsuki. Alright. Take my hand, I've got you. It took a moment to reposition themselves, for Izuku to halfway relax into his arm. Unibrow let them get a little settled, then came in, along with a stylist, readjusting to flatten anything that had gotten ruffled when Izuku had grabbed Katsuki. Everything put back into place. As if it was completely normal. As they did, Katsuki met Izuku's gaze, rolled his eyes a little. The Omega's lips twitched toward a smile and he copied the motion. Katsuki laughed and when he did, Izuku smiled fully, falling easily into his arm, relaxing. The click of the camera startled them both. No. Go smile. Have a little fun. Unibrow really did know how to kill the mood. But they tried to smile, tried to make the best of it, tried to ignore those around them, to just live in the moment between them. Alright. Unibrow clapped his hands. Ground zero hero costume, if you don't mind. And Midoriya, we'll get you into something a little more comfortable, yes? Katsuki pulled Izuku back up, caught a smirking look from Suzuki across the room, didn't have a chance to respond before he was being whisked away by a wave of people. The Alpha and Omega found themselves dragged in opposite directions. Katsuki pulled directly to wardrobe where he was instructed to put his costume on and that they'd do adjustments once he was dressed. He did so easily, having had more than a little practice throwing off his clothes and getting into costume. The stylist spent a little time with his face before he put on his mask, then it was hair and makeup all over again and he was directed back out to the stage. This time, he was met with a blue background, just about the color of the sky. Unibrow was busy talking to Suzuki, showing her some of the raw photos off his camera. She seemed content and the photographer seemed ecstatic, so at least they wouldn't be asked to do this again. He'd had more than one last-minute photo shoots to desperately find a suitable photo to fill one tiny spot in a magazine or whatnot, and he was not about to go through that with Izuku. His quick change meant he was once again waiting for Izuku to show up, though thankfully nobody bothered him this time, Suzuki keeping Unibrow's attention and no one else brave enough to approach him without purpose. So he was waiting for when the Omega rounded the corner, got to take him in before anyone noticed. After seeing him looking so nice in the suit, it was admittedly a little strange to see him dressed casually. They'd messed his hair up a little, back to more of a normal look for him, though it was still styled back. It only took him a glance to recognize the style as very close to what the Omega had had when he'd been attacked by Yokoyama. He'd seen that look during his memory, very clearly saw the same air about him, of nervous confidence, reluctant comfort. And he hated that. Izuku was dressed in close-fit jeans, a white shirt, an L-teacher jacket with a popped collar pulled over it. And those DMN red shoes. It was a good look. But Katsuki couldn't get the image of Izuku holding Kazuo with that BS-30 alpha standing over him out of his head. Hey, this time, it was Izuku who hurried over to him. What's wrong? Nothing. You look good. For a moment, the Omega glared at him. Then he gestured to his arms. No gauntlets? They're a little cumbersome. They're iconic. Take it up with Unibrow over there. Izuku blinked. Unibrow? They didn't get to say anything else before Unibrow himself let out a yell and clapped excitedly, coming over to tell them how fabulous they looked. He did adjust collar of Izuku's jacket though, pulling it down and close to the Omega's neck. Covering the bandages, Katsuki realized. In fact, both his suit jacket and the L-teacher jacket had long sleeves to help hide his cast as well. Excellent. Shall we get started? He gestured them over quickly, with a giddiness carried over from his excitement at showing Suzuki the photos. Katsuki didn't miss that the PR rep was on the photo, chatting with that same smirk on her face. All right. Unibrow stood with them in the center of the lights, the two waiting for his instruction, though he glanced between the two, lips pulled tight over his teeth. I've got a question for you. What? Katsuki growled. Do you think you can hold Midoriya? For a moment, Katsuki glared at Unibrow. Hold him? Hold him up. Bridal style? Izuku said quickly, you shouldn't. You're back. It's fine. Here's some. Katsuki, I'm serious. Just don't wiggle too much and I'll be fine. When the Omega stood stubbornly still, Katsuki put a hand on his hip. Don't insult me, it's part of my job. I can hold you. Just don't fight me. The Omega developed a pout that almost made him laugh. And people thought Kazuo got his pout from the alpha. Fine. But be careful. I won't drop you. You know what I mean. Katsuki planted his feet a little farther apart, put a hand around Izuku's shoulders and had him sit into his other arm, hoisting the Omega easily up. At first, Izuku was about as loose as a board in his arms, but as he stood there and he readjusted to stand a little taller, the Omega relaxed a little, uncurled his fingers from where they'd been dug into his shirt. All right. Unibrow called their attention. Look here. He took a few shots, directing their expressions, making little adjustments, changing the lights, taking a couple more photos. Then he stood, hand on his chin. I don't like the background. Let's try gray? Maybe red? No, gray first. Let's just see how this looks. Ground zero, you can put him down. I'm fine, Katsuki growled, earning a bit of a growl from Izuku in return. He smirked at the Omega, who just glared at him, but huffed and said nothing. While someone came to change their background, Katsuki glared forward, that image still haunting his mind. He didn't even really want to look down at Izuku, knowing he'd just make it all the worse. He didn't even really know why it was still bothering him either. Yokoyama was dead. Izuku was safe. Kazuo was safe. Why was this weighing on him so heavily? Why did a hairstyle bother him so much? What did it matter, anyway? Hey! Izuku's voice was low and quiet. Just for him. A hand trailed on his jaw, drew his chin down. This close, he couldn't really see Izuku's hair. Just his face. Just the concern written so plainly in his eyes. What's wrong? Tell me. Katsuki didn't want to say. He didn't want to admit that Yokoyama was haunting him. He didn't want to bring that a-hole up, not now. Not when Izuku was still struggling with it himself. Not when it shouldn't be this strong. So he shook his head, tried to look away, but Izuku's hand held him in place. Hey, there was something smooth and caring and knowing in his voice. It's all right. Even if it didn't really know what was bothering Katsuki, even if Katsuki couldn't put words to it, Izuku's reassurance did settle him. The words gave him permission to dismiss the thoughts taking up space in his head. They told him that in this moment, it was okay not to remember. It was okay to just be there. Izuku leaned forward a little, Katsuki meeting him halfway, his mouth pressed to the Omega's forehead. He embraced that little part of him, nipped at his skin, growled when the Omega trailed his hand over his jaw. It was only a moment. But it was a moment that made all the difference. When he pulled away, he noticed Unibrow watching them, a little sparkle in his eye. Just that background. Perfect. All right, you two. Look right here. Smile a little, Midoriya. And a bit of scowl for you, ground zero. Yes, perfect. In the corner, Katsuki hadn't failed to notice Suzuki's grin had teeth now. By the time they got home, Katsuki was exhausted and Izuku had a bit of energy boiling under his skin that was only settled when they opened the front door and Kazu came shrieking over to them, the Omega picking him immediately up to scent him. Katsuki took the pup away, glaring at the cast on Izuku's arm, before scenting the pup himself. Kazu hummed happily, wrapped his arms around Katsuki's neck, forgiving them immediately for leaving him at the pack house. Hey, there they are. Kirishima lifted a hand from the couch, the television on, though silenced. How'd it go? Fine. Izuku said while at the same time, Katsuki growled, boring his sheet. Yeah, well, that's how those things go. I'm sure you guys looked great. Mina, who was leaned in the head beta's lap, perked up suddenly, a great big smile over her face. Where's this going to be published? When do we get to see them? How am I supposed to know? Ask Suzuki if you really want to know. On it? Mina whipped her phone out and immediately began texting. Within 5 minutes, she gasped. She said we should turn the news on at 6. 6 came around eventually and Katsuki was begrudgingly dragged into the front of the television by Kirishima and Mina. The entire pack, or at least those who weren't out on patrol, were gathered in front of the television, waiting with an impatient buzz shared between them. Izuku sat on the couch with Kazu playing in his lap, so Katsuki came to stand over him, putting his hands on the Omega's shoulders. He didn't really care one way or the other how the photos came out. He was just looking forward to all this being over with. Eventually, the media would move on. That was honestly the only thing he was looking forward to. So he was only half paying attention when the current story ended and the news anchor excitedly announced, an update on Japan's once most eligible bachelor, Ground Zero's agency announcing his courtship this afternoon with an exclusive photo shoot. But the cameras caught something a little more NTMT than expecting. Tension rolled up Izuku's shoulders under Katsuki's fingers. What is she talking about? Katsuki didn't miss that the Omega quickly turned Kazu away, though Katsuki couldn't think about what the hell she could be saying. He didn't remember getting too steamy during the photo shoot. Hell, the steamiest it had gotten between them had been their interrupted scenting a few days prior. So what the hell was going on? His question was answered when the screen transitioned, showing a photo of the two. It was clearly a candid shot, workers behind them fixing the background, clearly in the way. But at the center of it, Katsuki was holding Izuku leaned in close, the Omega's hand on his jaw, secret smiles on their lips. And honestly, he didn't really know what to think of it all. He knew what Izuku thought. The Omega immediately groaned and curled up around Kazu, hiding his face as best he could. Somewhere in the room, someone let out a quiet, sustained squeal. This candid shot captures the couple during their recent photo shoot. You can actually see technicians working to set up the background behind them. But here, in this moment, it's just the two of them. The Omega was identified as. The news broadcast went on, reading off the statement Suzuki had given them, offering very little other information, though they did also bring up that the two had also been caught together in the parking lot of a nearby hospital recently. Not that anyone really cared about that. Because they were all staring at the two, Izuku hiding his face, Katsuki still in disbelief that even when they'd scheduled an entire shoot that the one photo the news had picked up had been one that hadn't even been part of the actual FNG shoot. He did get a chance to growl a little when Mina sighed dreamily, "Oh my god, Bakugo, how are you, of all people, so romantic?" For a moment, Katsuki only knew what had happened previously. He was only aware of the events that had transpired. Of Kazu walking into the kitchen. Of the pup's absolute horror. Of the sparks that lit up on his palms. The present didn't catch up to him until he felt Izuku grab him and try to hold him up as his knees gave way under him. "Katsuki, are you okay?" Katsuki growled, tried to get back on his feet, tried to move his arm, only for searing pain to race up his side. What? Were you hurt? Let me see." A hand brushed over his shoulder, Katsuki nearly howling at the second wave of pain that overcame him. He caught Izuku's face paling. "Katsuki, you have to go to the hospital." "No. What happened? What was that?" The shout came from the other room, maybe from the other floor. "Call for help. Katsuki's hurt. The kitchen's on fire." "Fire? What happened to Bakugo?" "Hit the sprinklers." The shouting overcame the house just as an alarm started blaring. Ida had installed sprinklers a couple years previously after a spat between Katsuki and Todoroki. They'd remained unused until that moment, as a torrent of water crashed onto his back. This time, he couldn't hold back a howl, arching away from the pain in his body. Over his own pain, he heard another voice, a small one, shriek and start to sob. "Kazu." Despite the pain, despite the fact that his vision was tunneling, Katsuki tried to look for the pup, saw only Izuku, saw blood streaming down his arm, running from a jagged wound near his shoulder. The Omega was hurt too. He hadn't been able to protect him. And now Kazu was crying too. Was he hurt as well? Had Katsuki failed him just as badly? "Kaz," he called, "it's all right?" "Why yeah, firecracker. It'll be okay. We're going to." Izuku froze as if struck by lightning. And Katsuki knew why. A new, powerful scent was flooding the room, over the rushing water and the smell of ash and burning wood and dust. A new alpha scent. It was distinct, a campfire set in a pine forest. Burning wood. Charcoal. Embers nestled in fresh kindling. And an inferno. A roaring, consuming, burning fire. The scent rushed over all of them, holding them in place. Although Katsuki had never smelled it before, he knew that scent. And he knew Izuku did as well. They both looked at Kazu, saw his little form shaking, staring at blistered hands, the scent rolling off of him in palpable waves. Instinct drew Katsuki and Izuku both toward the strong scent of their pup's distress. Without the dampening, sweet pup scent, the real force of his terror hit them, had even Katsuki as injured as he was, reaching for him. Izuku got there first, grabbed onto him, wrapped him up, tried to quash his new alpha scent with his more calming Omega scent. "Shoo, shoo, shoo, firecracker. Fish. It's okay. And mommy? Shoo." Katsuki had nearly reached the two, but the pain found its way through the pull to comfort them, had Katsuki stumbling, caught by strong arms that held him up. He glimpsed a flash of red, saw as someone else wrapped around Izuku and Kazu, added their scent to the Omegas. Kirishima and Uraraka. The hell happened? The beta sounded shaky. No doubt he was under the effect of Kazue's new scent as well. Katsuki could hear the tears in Izuku's voice. He didn't mean to. It was an accident. The Omega and Beta paused, caught in the realization of what that meant. Kirishima shifted first, watching the pup. "Firecracker. Right?" Katsuki snapped his jaws. "Easy there, man. You're not looking too good. You just take a load off. We'll take care of things now." "You need help too, Deku," Uraraka said. "No," Izuku sniffed. Kazu and Katsuki first. The other Omega sighed. "How about you all go together? That a good compromise?" Tsu and Kaminari suddenly barreled into the room, Kaminari holding a fire extinguisher like he was 100% sure he had known this day would come, like he had practiced holding that fire extinguisher with the expectation of having to use it. Tsu, on the other hand, simply had a phone pressed to her ear, watching as the beta spun around, looking for a fire to put out. Unfortunately for him, the sprinklers had taken care of everything except for the smoking remains. "Fire department is coming," Tsu said. "Tell them we're going to need at least one ambulance." "Maybe two," Uraraka said, Tsu nodding sharply. "Oh," Kirishima perked up slightly, "and maybe call Ida and let him know?" The beta smiled, very clearly nervous. Tsu just stared at him. "You're the head beta. Besides, I'm on the phone with emergency services." "But Kirishima tried to gesture toward Katsuki, but he quickly deflated. "Oh, all right, fine." The paramedics took one look at both Katsuki and Izuku and one sniff of Kazue and loaded all three of them into ambulances. Katsuki quickly realized Izuku and his pup were to be transported in a different ambulance, and no matter how much he hissed and growled, that wasn't going to change. On the way, it also became quickly clear that his injuries and status as a hero meant he was put on the fast track to the burn unit. He didn't have an option. He didn't get a chance to see Izuku or Kazue once they arrived at the hospital. He didn't have a chance to say anything before N4 was put into his arm, and he was promptly knocked out to be wheeled straight into treatment. The next time he woke, it was to annoyingly sterile ceiling tiles and terribly bright lights. But it was also to a familiar, calming scent. It was perhaps only the presence of that scent that kept him from immediately trying to leap up. Izuku sat next to him, leaned over his knees, typing something out on his phone. He looks at, which meant he was only keeping up his calm scent for Katsuki's sake. There were new bandages on the Omega's arm. The sight of them roused Katsuki, had him trying to sit up. As soon as he did, Izuku was there, pushing him back down. Hey, lay down. Rest, relax. Where's Kazu?" As unhappy as he was about Izuku being hurt, he was there and he was fine, which meant all Katsuki needed to know was where the pup was. He needed to know what had happened to him, needed all the information so he could decide what he had to do next. "Doctors are looking after him." Izuku ran a hand through his hair, green curls still unruly. He presented as an alpha. "Yeah, I noticed." "So yeah, they have to give him a presentation treatment." Katsuki growled, shifted uncomfortable in his bed. His side was starting to hurt a little, but he ignored it. "Yeah, I remember that bullshit." A quiet fell between them. Katsuki tilted his head slightly, saw the Omega playing with his fingers, water welling in his eyes. "Hey," he reached out, placed a hand over Izuku's. "He'll be okay. It's normal. Every alpha has to go through an initial presentation treatment." "I know. It'll just help calm him down a little." "I know." Katsuki paused. Felt Izuku still trying to play with his fingers, even as his hand laid over them. "What's wrong?" He shook his head. "Tell me." "It's fine." "It's obviously not." "You're freaking out." I said it's fine. "Are you worried about him?" "No." "Well, I mean yes, but that's not it." "Then what is it?" Izuku tore his hands away from Katsuki, clasped them together, pressed them to his forehead, tried to take a deep breath, air rattling through clenched teeth. When he squeezed his eyes shut, the first tears slipped out. "The doctors said I can't be in the room with him." "Yeah. Something to do with sense?" "I know why, Katsuki. But I'm not there. He needs me and I'm not there for him." It suddenly made a lot of sense, and it wasn't just what Izuku said that fit everything together. It was also what he hadn't said. That yes, Kazue needed him. But he also needed Kazue. He'd never been away from the pup at such a critical time. Not unless it was against his will. There was a lot of anxiety and trauma in their separation, for both Kazue and Izuku. For as awful as Izuku was feeling, Kazue had to be feeling worse, alone, knowing his parents were hurt, going through presenting as an alpha. All the uncomfortableness of that event itself added onto the fact of Kazue's distrust of alphas to begin with. And Izuku knew all of that. He was thinking about all of that, on top of his own growing hurt and anxieties. Katsuki could see it building under his skin, a sort of pressure that was going to make the Omega explode if he didn't get to comfort his pup soon. Just as Izuku knew all of this, Katsuki recognized it as well. Slowly, despite Izuku's immediate protestation and the pain that flared along his body, Katsuki sat up, let out a hissed breath with a steady stream of curses. How bad am I? He asked between growls. Izuku startled a bit, drew away, but Katsuki pressed forward. Just tell me. The Omega still paused, long enough that Katsuki felt his lip twitching. Then he reached forward, pushing the Alpha back down. You had burns all along your right side. Mostly severely on your shoulder. But you also twisted some muscles in your back. Your doctors healed you up as best they could, but they are worried about your old injuries acting up. You need to rest. I can rest on my feet. Past Izuku's attempts to keep him in bed, Katsuki sat up. His back twinged a little as he twisted to put his feet on the ground and his side throbbed unpleasantly. Nothing he couldn't handle. What about you? Your arm? Izuku, still trying to shove him back into bed, paused, blinked. When he didn't immediately react otherwise, Katsuki brushed a hand over the new bandages, drawing the Omega's attention to them. Doctors fixed me up a little. What about you? Just a couple stitches. I'm still too close to my hospitalization for them to use any quirks to help me. Katsuki growled, used Izuku's distraction to stand. As long as you're okay, I guess. Stay here. I'll go check on Kazu. Again, the Omega was left blinking in shock. But Katsuki, I'm an Alpha. When I presented, my mom was allowed to stay with me since she was also an Alpha. I'll make sure Kazu isn't alone. But, this time, Izuku bit down on his tongue. He chewed on it for a moment, lowered his hands. Please be careful, Katsuki. You won't be doing many favors by hurting yourself more. Yeah, Katsuki took a first experimental step, found he didn't collapse as soon as his weight shifted, hissed out a breath. Then he took another step forward. It wasn't a particularly comfortable process. But he could walk. And he could rest once he got to Kazu. As he passed Izuku, he brushed a lock of hair from his face, though the Omega was distracted. No doubt thinking of Kazu. He did acknowledge the gesture with a little tilt of his head toward Katsuki, but otherwise remained where he was. He still smelled a little like the Alpha. They'd been interrupted from a proper scenting, but there was still a lingering feel of their combined scents. And that was comforting. Somehow, it was very comforting. Katsuki let that scent soak into him as he passed the Omega, as he stumbled into the hallway, drawing the immediate attention of some of the nurses. Obviously, this wasn't a hospital he'd been to very often, because none of them grimaced as they came over to stop him. I need to see Katsuki Midoriya, he said before any of them could speak. The nurses just blinked at him, one still valiantly trying to help him return to his room. He refused her assistance, shrugging off her hand. Kazu is my pup. He just presented as an Alpha. I need to be with him. Now, it still took a little, or maybe quite a bit, of convincing, but the nurses eventually realized he was not going to be swayed. So they agreed to take him to the pup's room, but only if he agreed to lay down and relax. And they threatened to put him in a wheelchair, though quickly abandoned the idea and simply support him down the hallway. In a different wing of the hospital, Katsuki was eventually confronted by a door with a red label placed on it. That little flag irked him, itched at his Alpha brain. It was as if that flag was signaling something wrong with what was beyond it, something dangerous or hazardous. And he didn't like it one little bit. The nurses backed away before allowing him to open the door, neither of them being Alphas. He knocked first, but didn't wait for someone to say something, opening the door and stepping inside. He was almost instantly struck frozen by the scent that flooded over him. Kazue's new Alpha scent was still both strangely familiar and completely new. Mixed with that scent was a very familiar sour note of distress and a muddled, muted, drugged scent, a side effect of the treatment. The scent drew Katsuki's eyes to a huge, starkly empty bed with a tiny, curled-up figure at its center. The little pup had balled himself up, and four in his arm, his eyes distant and almost unseeing, his thumb in his mouth, sking absently. Those eyes cleared as they settled on Katsuki, as recognition and realization overcame him. Kaken! The pup reached for him, started sobbing as the Alpha crossed the room to scoop him up, to hold him, to comfort him. He was stopped by a hand, held in place by a new scent he didn't recognize, the realization that they weren't alone in that room. Hey, a nurse, smelling strongly of Alpha, kept hold of Katsuki. You can't be in here. This is a private. Katsuki snapped his jaw, the nurse letting him go but stepping closer to Kazuo, the pup drawing away from him. It took every ounce of Katsuki's self-control not to growl at the other alpha. "He's my pup. Ask the nurses outside. You can go. I'll stay with him." The nurse was not convinced and he remained unconvinced until another nurse confirmed that Katsuki was, in fact, Kazuo's alpha. Only then did he allow the alpha to go to his pup, to wrap him up, to settle him at his neck, letting out a relaxed scent to soothe the pup. Unfortunately, he still had scent blockers on from his patrol earlier, so his scent wasn't as strong as it could be and Kazuo kept crying, arms wrapped around his neck, tears smearing against his skin. It was strong to hear his pup cry like that. It was strong to hold him and smell just how conflicted he was. To be trying to help him only for it to not be working. At the least, it felt good to hold him, to look at him and see that although he was upset, he was unhurt. Katsuki could fix the tears. He could make them dry up. As long as Kazuo wasn't hurt, he could fix everything else. The nurse helped to lay him down in the bed, told him what to keep an eye out for, and finally left them alone. Once alone, Katsuki was able to wrap the pup in a blanket, to hush him, to rock him as he'd seen Uraraka and Yayarosa do with their pups. Kazuo whimpered and whined, but slowly, eventually he settled, his scent calming. He rested against Katsuki's iti, half buried in his neck, and began drifting, dozing off and on. And when he finally stopped crying, Katsuki felt the tightened muscles in his shoulders unwind, felt the tension fading away, until he, too, could take a deep breath and lay more comfortably in the bed. Time passed, or maybe not all that much time, before a doctor came to check on them, surprised initially by Katsuki's presence, though he very quickly got over his shock and checked over the sleepy pup. Kazuo was reacting well to the treatment, he announced, and would soon be given his first dose of regulators, which he would be on until he hit PBRTY. The regulators would help to keep him able to control his more instinct-driven emotions and scent until the added hormones kicked in and he was old enough to regulate his scent and behavior more easily himself. Katsuki vaguely remembered being on regulators, having to take the medicine every day, though he didn't remember much else. In the end, getting Kazuo on the regulators quickly was for the better. Once he was stable enough, they could go home. And that would be best. To just get home to relax and be together without the strange sense around them, with Izuku able to join them, to help comfort the pup as he always did. That's what Kazuo really needed. So it was good news. When the doctor left, Kazuo snuggled deeper into Katsuki's scent gland and mumbled something into his neck. What did you say?" The pup growled, "Alpha." "The doctor won't hurt you, Kaz." "No," the pup hiccuped, rubbed against Katsuki. "Alpha. Me." Katsuki ran a hand over his back. Yeah, you're an alpha, firecracker?" Immediately, Kazuo pushed at his face. "No. It's all right. You don't have to." "No." Kazuo squirmed, but Katsuki held on to him. "No alpha. No firecracker. No." He swung his hands, Katsuki trying not to flinch as he struck his face. Kazuo, stop." "No." Sparks started dancing along the pup's hands, the air in the room warming alarmingly. Knowing he didn't have time to think, Katsuki pressed the pup back to his neck as Kazuo burst into tears again, resisting for a few moments before his palms stopped sparking, before he stilled, before taking in his alpha's relaxed scent. He wrapped his little arms around Katsuki's neck, sniffled, shivered. Settled. Slowly. Eventually. And Katsuki just held him. Just kept holding him close. Once Kazuo was quiet, save for the occasional sniffle or whine, Katsuki rubbed against him, ran a hand over his cheeks to clear his tears away. "Kazuo, listen to me." The pup hummed, dug himself a little more into the alpha's shirt. "Listen, Kaz, it's okay. It's okay to be an alpha." The pup tensed, but he kept talking. "Being an alpha isn't a bad thing." Kazuo growled, the sound ringing through his "Alpha hurt mommy?" "No." Katsuki shifted the pup to be a little more comfortable. "No, Kazuo, a bad person hurt your mom. He was a bad person." If he'd heard nothing, the pup growled once again, "Alpha." His stubbornness wasn't really a shock. But it was a problem to overcome. So Katsuki sat back. Tried to think. shuffled through useless word after useless word, until he remembered words that were not his own. Words said to him a long time ago. Words he'd never really considered very much, even in the moments he maybe should have. But laying there, his own body still aching, his pup pressed near his heart, they trickled back to him, one at a time, words spoken from the one person he maybe would have wanted to reach out to in that moment, to ask what he could do for his pup. Even if he couldn't reach out, her words still came to him, spoken confidentially, with red eyes blazing and a familiar grin ringing out in each one. "Listen, Kazu," he said, hoping the pup actually was hearing him, "alphas aren't just big, mean people. We have very important duties to those around us. They look to us to help keep them safe, to guide them, to always be our best." He paused, couldn't tell if Kazu was paying attention. "So you have to be your very best. Do you hear me?" Kazu curled up on his izimami. "What about your mom?" The pup nibbled discontentedly at his neck. "Mommy, your mom's in another room. You can see him in a little bit." The pup squirmed, growled, nibbled again at his ear. He offered the pup his fingers, Kazu gnawing at them. With the presentation of his first alpha hormones, his biting instinct would probably get worse until he settled on his regulators. Katsuki knew that, so he didn't mind the pup chewing on his hand. Kazu nibbled absently for a moment longer, then growled, "Mommy? You can see your mom soon." "No," Kazu whined, squirmed. "Just be patient." "No. No, Mommy." Surprise made Katsuki pause. Kazu began chewing on his hand again, biting down a little harder than before, strong enough that Katsuki growled back and drew his hand away. "Why don't you want to see your mom?" Kazu leaned against Katsuki, curled up just as he had so many times before. Then he ran a hand over Katsuki's shoulder, the alpha hiding a wince. "Kaken hurt. I'm fine. Don't worry about me." Kazu pushed at the alpha's face again. "You lie. Kaken hurt. Mommy hurt. I saw it." Well, he did have a point. He had seen both his alpha and omega hurt by the explosion. "The doctors helped us. It's fine, see? I don't have bandages or anything." Despite Katsuki's reassurance, the pup growled, buried himself into Katsuki's iti. It was more than a little frustrating to try to do this alone. Izuku wasn't there to lend him support. He didn't have Kirishima or Uraraka or anyone else from the pack. It was just him, and the few words he remembered from his parents. Unfortunately, the pack hadn't had to deal with either Takahiro or Fumiko presenting yet, so there wasn't a past experience to pull from. He had to do this all on his own, while also dealing with all the complications of his quirk having presented as well. And a dangerous quirk at that. Through all the worry about his secondary gender revelation, Katsuki really hadn't had a chance to think about his quirk. His first thought was that Kazue's quirk was not exactly like his own. Katsuki's explosions came from his palms. Kazu hadn't seemed to. The pup had been across the room. His hands had sparked up, then the air had shifted around him and Izuku, and an explosion had hit him at point-blank range. A powerful explosion. So no, it didn't seem to be quite the same. And even if it was still way more powerful than Katsuki would have expected. Even when he himself had presented, his quirk hadn't been that powerful. Katsuki had heard tale of a quirk singularity building, the fact that pups were being born with incredibly powerful quirks, but he hadn't been faced with it quite like this. His pup had a powerful, dangerous quirk. It was something they were going to have to deal with. And that first step of dealing with it was this moment, with him and Kazu, alone, in that hospital bed. And he was absolutely lost on where to even begin. But he had to start somewhere. So Katsuki pulled Kazu up, the pup growling, trying to get back to Nestle into his scent gland, but Katsuki kept him up with one hand and showed his other palm. He let a few sparks dance along his fingers and the pup drew back immediately, his little fists clenched tightly. "It's all right. See? They're not hurting anyone." Katsuki let the sparks continue, not quite enough to cause any smoke, just enough for a bit of a light show. At first, Kazu cowered away from his hand, but the more time went on with nothing happening, he drew a little closer, a slow fascination changing his fear to curiosity. Once the pup had settled and was caught in the wonder of watching the sparks, Katsuki let them fade away. Kazuo tilted his head, reached to touch his palm, drawing away with an excited gasp. Kaken, your hand is hot. Sure's. Didn't hurt you though, right? The pup showed him his hands, healed from his earlier wounds and unburned by Katsuki's palm. No. But you've watched the news with Izuku, right? When I stop villains? Yeah. Kazuo bounced excitedly. You fly around and go boom boom boom. And then you yell bad words and the villains stop being mean. I use my quirk to stop villains. See? He showed his palm again, the sparks lighting up. My quirk's dangerous. It can hurt people. I use it to stop villains all the time. But if I control it, it's not dangerous at all. Kazuo gazed up at him, maybe piecing together what he was saying, maybe not. He could only hope the pup had some sort of inkling as to what he was trying to say. Kazu, you have a quirk now too? The change was immediate. While he had been smiles and excitement before, Kazuo slumped down, clenched his hands, shivered. He whimpered, fell onto Katsuki's esteem, trying to hide. Katsuki pulled him back up, despite his continued whining. Listen, you have a very special quirk, like I do. I use my quirk to stop villains. And you can use your quirk to do good things too. I'll help you learn to control it, all right? The pup whined, perhaps not quite understanding what he was saying, but Katsuki wasn't really sure how else to describe it. So he let the pup burrow into his neck, rubbed his back. It'll be okay, he said. I promise it'll be okay. Maybe it was too much to ask for the little pup to understand everything the first time. Maybe he was expecting too much. Maybe this hadn't been enough. Or maybe it had. It was strong to tell. But he tried. And maybe that was all that mattered. It'll be okay, he promised. I'll help you. You'll be a better alpha than I ever was. Even as he thought it, he knew it wasn't fair to push such a responsibility onto the pup. But he felt it too deeply to just ignore. He wanted Kazuo to be so much better than he ever could hope to be. And he'd help the pup to reach that goal. He'd be there to push him to be better. That was all he could do. He didn't say anything else after that, nor did Kazuo open the conversation back up. In fact, he snuggled against Katsuki's scent gland and started drifting off to sleep again, the alpha content to hold him and let him rest. The doctor came in soon after and gave him his first dose of regulators. After about 15 minutes, there was a knock at the door and Izuku strolled in. Although still dozing, once his Omega entered the room, the space filling with his scent, Kazuo stirred, whimpered, reached blindly, knowing the Omega was nearby. Izuku sat next to the bed, stroked Kazuo's head, purred softly, let the pup nibble at his fingers as well. Seeing pup and Omega reunited, Katsuki sat back, closed his eyes, sighed at the pain still aching at his back. The doctor had also given him a check over and suggested for him to just rest for a couple of days, that he should be fine but to come back if the pain persisted. A fairly simple plan. Even if it did mean he was going to be sore for the rest of the day. A second knock surprised Katsuki, had him sitting quickly up as the door opened and a familiar white helmet stuck its way in. May I come in? Ida asked. Katsuki growled. You look ridiculous walking around here in that. I was in the middle of patrol and I must go back to the agency after this. No time to change. Ida put a fist to presumably where his mouth would be if he wasn't wearing a helmet and coughed. I wanted to address the obvious with everyone first. Izuku immediately tensed, watching Ida closely, while Katsuki leaned back in bed. Yayarozu's always hated that kitchen. Guess she's ecstatic? Yes. Well, while not ideal, we have been wanting to expand the house on that side and it does present a good opportunity nonetheless. As Ida and Katsuki spoke, the Alpha could feel the Omega's confusion without having to look at him. When the Pack Alpha spoke next, it was directly to Izuku. Worry not. We've been expecting some sort of mishap one way or the other to occur. You can't put all of the pack in one house and not have something happen. I'm actually surprised it's taken this long for a room to be completely demolished. Although you and Todoroki certainly tried, Bakugo. Katsuki snapped his jaw. That a-hole needed a good butt kicking. Well anyway, Ida nodded to Izuku, I'm just glad to see you both were not hurt too severely. I've contacted a good quirk evaluator connected to my family's agency. She'll be able to assess Kazue's quirk and help him learn some initial control. Then I'm sure we can take over in teaching him how to use it properly. As long as that's all right with you, Midoriya. Izuku was quiet for a moment, though he startled when Katsuki flicked his arm. Oh, yes, that's fine. Thank you. You didn't have to do that. Nonsense. It's our job as current heroes and packmates of Bakugo's to make sure his pup is given the proper attention. Especially since we know his alpha's proclivity toward violence. Don't assume anything of my kid. It's not an assumption, it's an assertion. After all, pups take after their parents in all the bad ways as well as the good. It's just a part of life. Yeah, when are you going to curb that attitude on your pup? Katsuki enjoyed getting to snip a little at Ida, but the pack alpha laughed. Ochako and I are working strong every day. But Fumiko is our pup. In the end, she has to choose to calm down a little. All we can do is lead her in the right direction. Katsuki scoffed, ruffled Kazue's hair when the pup looked at him curiously. While the two alphas had been talking, Izuku had looked between them, a bewildered expression barely concealed on his face. Wait, you're not mad? Of course not. Why would I be? If it wasn't Kazue, then it was probably going to be Bakugo, or Todoroki, or Kaminari. Kirishima, Mina, Siro might join in if it's chaotic enough. My mate if she's pushed far enough. And that's not including any of our honorary pack members. Ida made some strange gesture that included waving his arms in the air. We've been preparing for this day long enough. I'm just glad those sprinklers worked. They were a good investment after all. Well, Izuku ran a hand through his hair. I thought this was going to be a very different conversation. So I see, Ida shook his head. Don't worry about the kitchen. We'll take care of it. Once Shinso's heat is over, we'll have contractors in to start looking at the damage. It'll probably have to all be torn out, but it does give way to that expansion we desperately need. With pups between the three pairs and Kirishima and Mina well on their way to a mating, plus whatever relationship Jiro is having with her secret partner, we're likely to need the extra space. Izuku blinked. Wait, Jiro. She's quite private about it, but she's been courting someone for several months now. Wait, she's courting someone? But she's an Omega. Indeed. Though from what I understand, it's a reciprocated relationship. Ida shrugged. She asked the pack to not get involved, so we've tried to stay out of it. Unless it gets any more serious, we have no reason to interfere. Right? Izuku glanced to Katsuki, as if he would have anything to say about anything. He just turned to Kazue, who was chewing on his own fingers. The alpha pulled his hand out of his mouth and offered his hand, which the pup bit at, favoring the still warm parts near his palm. Well, I guess thank you. Sorry for any trouble it's caused. The Omega bowed, which was the first time Katsuki had seen him do such a thing to the pack alpha. Ida, too, seemed to recognize the gesture, his demeanor changing, nodded back as the Omega rose. As I said, don't worry about this, Midoriya. We will take care of it. And rest up. We all want to see you back on your feet sooner rather than later. Right, I will. Thank you. The pack alpha nodded one more time, raising his hand. I'll see you both at the pack house later. All right. Goodbye. Get out already, loser. Katsuki. Kazue stopped chewing for a moment to stare at him before resuming once the pack alpha had left. Once he had, Izuku sighed. You're going to teach Kazue bad manners? Tisich, Katsuki poked the pup's nose, eliciting a shriek of joyful indignation. Do as I say, not as I do. That's an awful parenting technique. It's what we're going with in this moment. The Omega wilted a little in defeat. Only about an hour later, the doctors came to check on all three of them one last time before discharging them, telling Katsuki to rest for the remainder of the day. Katsuki made no promises, though Izuku did, saying he'd make sure the alpha didn't strain himself. While they did offer him a wheelchair, he refused and nobody seemed keen to try to fight him on it, not even Izuku. Despite his weight limit, Izuku did take Kazue from Katsuki, obviously needing the contact. As much as Katsuki didn't like to just let him take the pup, he recognized as much as the Omega needed to hold him, the pup needed to be held by his Omega. The regulators had helped to calm him, but there was simply nothing better than the comfort that Izuku could offer. So he allowed it, but he kept a close eye on them and made sure Izuku kept most of the pup's weight on his unbroken arm. Kirishima had texted to say Ida had dropped the car off for Katsuki to drive the three back, so they left the hospital in search of where the pack alpha had parked it. Even with Yokoyama gone, the sense of an unknown threat out in the world had Katsuki lingering close to the Omega, had him slinging an arm around his shoulder, drawing him and Kazue close as they distractedly wandered the parking lot, looking for the car. It was like this that the three turned and realized a photographer was standing there by chance, purpose, or sheer dumb luck. The four stared at each other. Not really knowing what to do, Katsuki supposed. That is, until the camera flashed, capturing the three of them standing there, and Katsuki's alpha brain roared too. Life had him stomping and snarling and shouting toward the photographer, Izuku trying to stop him while Kazue laughed and the photographer began grinning from ear to ear. The second and third photos all captured those moments as well. By the time they got back to the pack house, news had already dropped. It had taken less than an hour for the photos to be posted on social media with the realization that the Ground Zero, the number 4 hero himself, Japan's most eligible alpha, was, in fact, courting someone. Someone with a pup even. Katsuki took one glance at his phone, at just how many messages he had, and turned it immediately off. He noticed Izuku had not looked at his yet, that he was staring pointedly forward, his face still flushed red. Kazue just kicked happily in his car seat, oblivious to anything wrong in the world at all. Just inside the pack house, nearly everyone was gathered in the living room, specifically around the television, with a breaking news bulletin flashing the photo of the three of them, plastering them all across the screen. As if in a comedy, everyone turned to the three as they walked in. And nobody said anything. Until, that is, Kaminari quite intelligently said, "Ooh, busted. This is really quite unacceptable." It was like school. All FING over again. It always was with Ida. And just like with school, Katsuki didn't pay that much attention to what the pack alpha was saying, focused instead on Izuku and Kazue. While the pup had calmed significantly since their little incident, Izuku looked completely ragged. It was late. The Omega had had a long, exhausting day, and now they got to end the night on this magnificent note. He kept staring at nothing, as if the nothing was the most wonderful thing he could stare at in this moment. And he knew full well that Ida wasn't talking to him anyway. The pack alpha seemed to be enjoying himself, if that was at all possible, pacing robotically in front of Katsuki. Uraraka lingered behind him, her presence mostly just to keep her make in check. They sat in the dining room, able to see into the wreckage that was the kitchen. Most of the cabinets were splinters. There was a blackened carcass of a stove. The sink had shattered, one of the shards the culprit of Izuku's injury. The tiles were broken. And wet. Everything was still wet. The smell of wet was only slightly covering up some lasting sense from Kazue's presentation. That small taste of the pup's distress did nothing for the pack's mood, on top of everything else. Which meant Uraraka's presence was absolutely necessary for this. While she said very little, she was a calming presence that kept the alphas from boiling over, taking the pressure off Izuku to be that presence. Though Katsuki was aware of him still keeping an eye on everything going on. He paid attention to what Izuku was doing, mostly to block out Ida's annoying voice. No matter the circumstance, you cannot just attach a member of the press. I didn't attack him, Katsuki growled. I made sure he knew he wasn't welcome. You were in a public parking lot. You're giving that a-hole an excuse? Katsuki wanted to leap up and snap at the pack alpha, but caught a look from Izuku that stayed him. He put Izuku and Kazue all over the news. Ida paused briefly to slide his chin. It's not ideal. But we knew it was probably going to happen sooner or later. It's honestly better to have this happen now that Yokoyama is no longer a threat. Without having that worry to deal with, we're going to have to take it head-on as we would anything else. He glared at Katsuki. You know what that means? Katsuki absolutely did, but he glared forward, refusing to acknowledge the obvious. Ida, however, was not so content to just let it go. Suzuki called me first. She's actually how I found out about this little fiasco, so she's fully aware of the situation. I filled her in on some of the details, though no doubt she'll want more when she arrives. This had Katsuki sitting up, feet planted firmly into the ground. Arrive? Yes, of course, Ida rounded sharply on the alpha. She'll be here first thing in the morning. You're the one who did this, you're going to have to clean it up. Just play nice and do whatever Suzuki says. Oh, and you're off the patrol schedule until this is resolved. Ida talked briskly, as if hoping Katsuki wouldn't notice his last remark. But those words were the final straw that nearly had him leaping up. What the hell? I'm going to work, no matter what you say. I've got villains to grind into the pavement. And Yokoyama's partner to deal with. Even as he spoke, Ida shook his head. Whatever time you spend out in public now is only going to cause more media attention, which makes it more likely you'll get cornered by the press, which will inevitably upset you, and the chances of you making this worse is extremely high. So, no, you won't be going out in public until Suzuki has had her say. Katsuki glowered, muttered under his breath, but the pack alpha wisely ignored him. Midoriya, I'm afraid you and Kazue should remain in the pack house as well until we've cleared this up. Oh, all right, Izuku rubbed his arm. Who is Suzuki? She is the public relations representative for both my family's hero agency and the packs. She's particularly good at rather problematic situations, so I'm sure she will have a good idea of what to do with this. Ah? Izuku shifted again. Do you think she can get the media to back off and stop talking about us? Unlikely. Ida paused to push his glasses up his nose. The fact is, people are going to be interested in this story. Katsuki's never shown romantic interest in anyone before, so a secret courting is going to capture their attention. The best we can do is curtail what they are saying. Suzuki is the best person on figuring out how to do that. Izuku chewed at his lip, sat back. Those in the room watched him, picking up on his discomfort even as he said nothing more. Uraraka shifted as well, taking a step forward to join her mate. Are you scared? I don't think scared is the right word. I just don't like them talking about Kazue. Ida and Uraraka exchanged glances that Katsuki couldn't quite interpret. We'll mention that to Suzuki in the morning. I'm sure she can think of something to help that. In the meantime, rest up. Shinso is due to come by the pack house tomorrow night, after all. So you'll have to be on your best behavior. He said the last part to Katsuki, who glowered a bit more. I don't know if you'll get a chance to speak with him before he and Kaminari retreat for his heat, but I think you'll like Shinso, Midoriya. I'll make sure you have proper introductions when possible. Izuku hummed, clearly distracted. That would be nice. Whether Ida picked up on this or not was unclear, as the pack alpha set his feet apart and said, right. I'm afraid dinner is going to be somewhat lackluster with the kitchen out of commission, but I'll have contractors out as soon as Shinso's heat is over and it's safe to have others in the pack house. This won't be for long. Tisich, Katsuki stood, turned to Izuku. What do you want? Didn't Ida just say you can't leave the pack house? Izuku smirked and the alpha growled. Shoji and Kaminari are out picking something up, Ida said. They'll be back soon. Oh goody, Katsuki slunk away, but before he could get far, Uraraka called to get his attention. There was some mail for you. Looked important. It's on your bed. Katsuki paused, wondered what it couldn't think of any mail he was expecting. He was not expecting when Izuku suddenly leaped up, hurried to his side, Kazue racing to be right behind his Omega. There was a spark in the Omega's eye. Do you think it's from the lab? Right. The sweat sample. Katsuki shrugged, nodded for him to follow. Izuku actually chirped and bounced a little, his exhaustion gone, enthusiasm dripping off of him. Kazue bounced as well, copying his Omega's motions with a practiced glee. Maybe it was a little ridiculous, but their giddiness did settle Katsuki's nerves after a long, trying day. He offered Kazue his hand and the pup leaped up to grab it, tugging happily at him. They all went upstairs, Izuku taking the last few steps a little quicker and going straight into Katsuki's room without waiting for the alpha and pup. By the time they got into the room, he had already ripped open the letter and was glaring intently at the contents. Katsuki peeked over his shoulder, saw a lot of information typed into neat boxes, most of which meant very little to him, though he picked out some of the details. Izuku, however, soon began murmuring under his breath, turning through the information quickly. Well? He asked. The Omega's nose wrinkled. It's interesting. I'll need some time to look over everything. All right, take your time. Katsuki paused as Kazuo tugged at his hand again, lifting his arms and whining. Kaken? What, Kaz? Kaken? Oh, Izuku muttered, I know that tone. What? Katsuki glanced down at Kazuo, the pup pouting spectacularly at him. It's the pick-me-up and hold-me tone. He usually only does that with me. Even Sono didn't even really get that very often. Even as distracted as he was, Katsuki could tell Izuku meant it. The realization that Kazuo was looking to him as he might Izuku had little knots twisting in his stomach. However, when he went to scoop the pup up, the Omega quickly said, that wasn't an invitation. He needs to learn. He lifted his gaze to glare briefly at Katsuki before returning to scouring the letter. After a moment's pause, and another tug on his arm from Kazuo, Katsuki picked the pup up and set him on the bed so he was more level with the Alpha and Omega. Kazuo pulled Izuku's arm so he could peer at the paper, though he quickly lost interest and stomped over the bed, mumbling to himself as he did so. He seemed to wait for either of them to pay attention to him, then took Katsuki's hand and began nibbling on it. Izuku paused in his reading to watch him, then shifted some of the papers. You probably want to stop him now unless you want him teething on you until all his adult teeth come in. And that could be another 2 years. Why? Well, according to these readings, your sweat probably tastes really sweet, so he'll get addicted pretty quickly unless you nip that in the bud. While it seemed inconceivable to Katsuki that his sweat could be at all sweet, he also didn't think Izuku would just lie to him. Still, he let the pup continue to chew at his fingers. There are alpha teething things we can get him until his bite instincts are more under control. Izuku grunted, nodded toward his room. I have a couple. Katsuki waited, but he didn't say anything more. Why? I figured he was going to be an alpha. He pushed the papers together, pet an eyebrow at Katsuki. Omegas can typically tell what pups are going to be. Just a feeling we get? Oh, Katsuki ruffled the pup's hair as he growled and bit a little harder on his hand. Well, you nailed it. It wasn't that strong to figure out. Izuku held up the papers. He's too much like you to be anything else. Hey now, it's not like he's a carbon copy of me. No, but it's pretty close. He's got your freckles though. And your hair. Your cheeks. Your eyes. Your nose. And your smile. Your sensibility. And thank the gods for that. Katsuki couldn't help but to laugh, to wrap an arm around the Omega and draw him close. For a moment, they found peace, watching Kazuo, in the pup's insistent attack on Katsuki's hand, his focus on his task, little eyebrows pulled together in concentration. It was a very Izuku expression. Katsuki could almost see him mumbling under his breath if he wasn't so set on chewing at the alpha's fingers. Then, he said, Izuku tilting his head toward him, we did make one hell of a cute kid. He'll be a menace in a couple years, just you wait. Do you see this? He already is. Katsuki carefully shook his hand free of Kazuo, much to the pup's annoyance. That's enough for now. Shoji and Kaminari should be home soon. Should get ready for dinner. The pup twisted his feet into the sheets, essing his cheeks in, and suddenly leaped off the bed, causing Izuku to jump about a foot into the air. Then he raced out into the hallway, giggling and calling out, Kiri, Kiri. Where's Kiri? Someone, it sounded like Siro maybe, called back to the pup that Kirishima wasn't home, Kazuo growling and beginning to stomp down the staircase in response. Izuku, meanwhile, was still very clearly recovering from the near heart attack. He eventually shook his head, let out a beleaguered sort of noise, halfway to a sigh but with a grunt of exasperation somewhere in it. Katsuki just chuckled, having already settled from his own momentary panic. So, what's your verdict? He fingered the papers in Izuku's hand. Izuku pulled them away. I told you I need to take some time. Plus, there's not much I can do without some equipment. All I can really do is give you some hypotheses. Can't test anything out. Yeah, about that. I've got a solution for that, but I need a bit of time to talk to someone. Still waiting on her to get my order done, then I'll have a chance to pin her down. Izuku raised an eyebrow, which Katsuki waved away. Don't worry about it. Just do your thing for now and I'll update you when I know more. He paused as the front door opened and Kazuo shrieked loud enough for both Omega and Alpha to hear, though the clear joy in his voice meant neither reacted much beyond pausing to confirm it was a happy noise. Sounds like dinner, Izuku sighed. Let's go join the others. I'll worry about this later. Sounds like tomorrow's going to be long anyway, so we should relax a little while we can. Yeah, Katsuki shifted, saw the bandages on the Omega's shoulder under his shirt. How are you feeling? Tired. Ready for a slow, easy, quiet day. That would be great. He paused, seemed to look at him critically. And you? How's your back? Fine. Just a little sore. Probably good you're off patrols for a while then. Katsuki growled, moved the conversation on by taking the first steps toward the stairs, the Omega following. Been through worse. I'm fine. But I wouldn't mind a relaxing day either, to be honest. Izuku hooked himself around his arm at the top of the staircase. Leaned against him. Smiled, but only a little. Maybe someday. Then, Kazu shrieked again, calling out, Mommy? Kaken. Dinner. It's dinner. And his excited laughter drew the two to join him. Dinner was takeout from some place Shoji liked. In the grand scheme of things, it was fine. It was better when Kazu plopped into Katsuki's lap and Izuku pulled his chair next to him at the table. The Omega had still not joined them at the dinner table much, so it was a nice change of pace to have them both join the pack for a meal. While Katsuki would have thought the day's events would have affected the pack's overall mood, they carried on as if everything was normal. As if nothing strange had happened at all, as if there still wasn't a lingering smell of wet from the ruined kitchen, nor the sound of a fan trying in vain to dry everything off. Maybe it was in an attempt to just ignore everything. Maybe it was to help keep Izuku and Kazu from feeling too self-conscious. But Katsuki suspected it was just because the pack had simply moved on. That, as Ida had said, they all knew this day had been coming, and although none of them could have guessed that this would be the exact situation, they still were not surprised to see the end result. So they carried on, the betas causing havoc, despite it only being Shiro and Kaminari being rambunctious while Shoji tried to keep them from causing too much destruction, Ida trying to keep the peace, Uraraka and Jiro caring for Takahiro and Fumiko. It was a normal dinnertime experience. And normal was so desperately needed in that moment. After dinner, Katsuki went upstairs to do a quick workout, needing to unwind from everything. However, after about 10 minutes, Ida came storming upstairs, practically kicking the door in and informing him, in his typical, annoying way, that he was in no condition to be working out as he was. He suggested he lay in bed or maybe do some light yoga instead, which had Katsuki storming out of the room, his palms sparking. He searched the house, following a trail of scent, eventually found Izuku and Kazu outside. Besides the fireplace, there was one other spot that the Omega had taken a liking to. A bench swing was tucked into some of Tsu's most prized flowers and plants. With autumn quickly descending, the blooms were long gone, but there remained a canopy of greenery, of thick vines and bushels of leaves, of quiet and peace and nature. Tsu was often the one who could be found in this place, not even on the swing, but just standing amongst the quiet the little grove afforded. That night, with the stars beginning to come out, with a little nip in the air, Katsuki found Izuku, 1 foot on the ground to push the swing back and forth, his jacket pulled up around the pup laying on his dinner, and everything else that had happened that day seemed to have finally tired Kazu, laying placidly on his Omega, chewing absently on something that looked suspiciously like a large teething ring. Izuku had pulled the jacket up and over his body, had zipped them up together, so they were molded to each other, content and happy and whole. Seeing them, Katsuki again felt a prickle in his stomach, a sinking feeling of not belonging. There was only room for the Omega and pup in that jacket, in that space, in that moment. They were perfect just as they were, peaceful and content and happy and safe. And that was all he had wanted for them. So he should have been happy as well. But he couldn't help the tingling in his toes, the knowledge that his heart had sunk that low at the realization of his place, of his unbelonging. Then, perhaps getting a whiff of his scent, or sensing someone nearby, or by sheer, lucky chance, Izuku tilted his chin up, saw Katsuki standing there. Stopped SWNG. A little wider than he had at the top of the stairs. Well, he did nothing else to invite Katsuki over. But there was an invitation in the tilt of his chin, the curious look, the waiting. It was only then, as the Omega sat patiently, that Katsuki saw he was sitting to one side of the bench, the other side empty, reserved, expecting. There weren't words to describe the moment. He thought about how very few words could describe anything that he felt when he was with the Omega and pup. Thought that it was a travesty he couldn't put into meaning what he felt as he crossed the garden, as he sat slowly down, as Izuku picked his foot off the ground and leaned against the alpha, shifting himself and Kazuo slightly to be more comfortable with the alpha, as Katsuki pushed the swing back, as the gentle rocking encouraged Izuku to close his eyes, as the Omega sunk into Katsuki when he put his arm around him. When he realized yes, there was a place for him. And it was here. In this moment. This sweet, wonderful, wordless moment. And maybe there would never be words for this feeling. But Katsuki sat and he relished it, and he knew there was nothing that could be better in the world than the bubbling in his eye. Later, with the stars fully blazing above them and the night chill beginning to rattle into his bones, he had to shake the Omega awake, to tell him it was time to put Kazuo down. Izuku grumbled, but uncurled himself, peeled his body away from Katsuki's in one, smooth, languid motion. He wrinkled his nose, stood, told Katsuki good night when the alpha said it first, and went into the packhouse. Katsuki stayed where he was, his head swimming in the wonderful moment he had shared with the two for a while longer, before he also got up and went to bed. It was only about an hour after laying down that he heard something shuffling in the hallway. He thought it was a bit strange, even more so when his door creaked open. When he turned to see who it was, he caught a glimpse of a familiar form in the doorway just as it closed behind them, smelled a familiar scent that had him a little apprehensive, more than a little happy, had him drawing the body that slipped next to him in bed close. Izuku was holding Kazuo, the pup still sleeping, but Katsuki found that they had a nice place for him between them, in a nestled space between their safes, leaving the alpha to curl into the Omega's scent gland at his neck, to feel the purring that vibrated in his throat, to growl in content and feel just a bit more complete. Suzuki was a severe woman, in perhaps all the ways a person could be severe. Katsuki was not one to label people as such very often. He preferred the more shallow assessments of people, the things he could pick out at a glance to help him remember who was who. Shitty hair for Kirishima, for eyes for Ida, cheeks for Uraraka. All the things he could pull at a moment's notice. Severe was the only thing Katsuki had ever thought when he looked at Suzuki. It was in the way she strode into the room, the way her glasses seemed to flash with intent, the way she let a rather intimidating stack of papers and folders smack against the table. Even Izuku was taken aback for a second and Kazuo gave her an untrusting look. She wore a white button-down shirt with a frilled neckpiece and a black pencil skirt. A pair of simple white gloves were her constant companion, though today Katsuki could tell she was in quite a mood, as they were adorned with little black buttons on the back. Her glasses were attached to a plain silver chain that clicked against the plastic every now and then when she moved, though only seemed to make noise when it best suited her, to punctuate her movements or her words. How she had developed that skill still astounded Katsuki. But mostly, it was the way she stared down at the alpha, Omega, and pup before her that made her seem so severe. It was the critical, cold, calculating gaze that made Katsuki bristle, especially when it was turned to Izuku and Kazuo. Suzuki noticed, clearly, but his discomfort only seemed to drive her interest in the Omega and pup more. Izuku was the one who felt the need to speak first. "How are you?" "Tomoko Suzuki. Izuku Midoriya, I assume?" "Pleasure, wonderful to meet you, all that." "Now," she rounded on Katsuki, "you really can't help yourself, can you? Do you just enjoy giving me challenges to solve? You enjoy making everyone's problematic?" Katsuki snapped his jaws. "Not interested in your bullshit. I want Izuku and Kazuo out of the news. No. And I want to have a 6-figure salary for a job that doesn't make me have to sweat every goddamn time someone decides to leave their brain at home for the day. But let's be real. If life was a fantasy, it'd be a hell of a lot less interesting." She snapped the hem of her gloves against her wrist. "So, here's what we can do instead." If I can," though the words were timid, Izuku spoke with a need to be heard, a conviction that had even Suzuki pausing to listen. "Whatever we do, I want to try to keep Kazuo out of the news as much as possible. He's just a pup. And he swallowed, his words disappearing down his throat. Still, Suzuki didn't speak, waited for him to continue, eventually said, yes. The Omega rubbed the back of his neck. He shifted Kazuo in his lap, carefully set him on the ground. Why don't you go play with the other pups, Firecracker? Kazuo stared up at his Omega, then at Suzuki. He raised his arms. Mommy, go play. Mommy, I said go play. The pup whined, but paused when someone called out, here, I'll get him. Distracted as he had been by the pup's whining, Katsuki had missed Ida and Uraraka entering the room. The other Omega swiftly crossed to where Kazuo was, picking him up, despite him wiggling in protest. Let's go see what Fumiko and Takahiro are up to? No. Kazuo reached for Izuku and Katsuki, so much so that Uraraka had to readjust her grip on the pup to keep him from tumbling out of her arms. Kaken. There was a desperation in his plea that made Katsuki's skin crawl, made his palms itch. He closed his eyes, focused on breathing. We'll play later, kiss. Be nice to the other pups. Uraraka took him from the room before he could protest anymore, though he kept on whining, his voice a pull, a force of itself, trying to call Katsuki to him. He managed to keep where he was until Uraraka closed the playroom door and he couldn't hear the pup calling him anymore. Then, he opened his eyes, realized Ida had joined them at the table, just as severe a look about him as Suzuki. Now, you were saying? She gestured for Izuku to continue. Well, it's just, he paused again to run a hand over his cast, fiddled with the straps a little. I just don't like what people are saying about Kazuo. There's already so much speculation. And I don't like that. What don't you like about it? Suzuki had pulled a pen, seemingly out of nowhere, clicked it open, and had a notebook flipped to a clean page before Katsuki could blink. Izuku shifted, yanked at the straps a little harder. Katsuki watched him for a moment, then carefully placed a hand on his knee. The Omega tensed at first, but when the Alpha didn't move beyond his knee, he did finally relax a little. I'm sure you've seen the theories about Kazuo and I, but the general consensus on Kazuo is he's a pup from another Alpha, that I just have a type that happens to be blonde-haired Alphas. And I don't like that. What don't you like about that? Somehow, Suzuki had written an entire page of notes already. I don't know. It's just weird. People are saying things. Like. The Omega began pulling at the straps again, his eyebrows drawn together in concentration, maybe frustration. Look, it doesn't matter. I don't like my pup being in the news like that. He's too young to be dealing with that. Suzuki actually laughed, lifting her pen off the page to savor the moment. Sorry, but that's just going to be part of your life now. People are going to talk about you and your pup because of who's courting you. Somehow, you're going to have to get over that. Now, she continued briskly, blustering over Izuku opening his mouth as if to argue, we can change the narrative somewhat. If you want them to stop talking about your pup being from another Alpha, then we tell them the truth. I don't want to talk about my pup at all. Izuku growled. Fine. Then we give them something else to talk about. Suzuki clicked her pen again, set it on her page filled with notes. Ida and I have discussed this and we think it would be a good idea to do a courting announcement photo shoot. At first, neither Izuku nor Katsuki reacted. That is, until Izuku glanced at the Alpha, no doubt saw his teeth grinding in his mouth, and turned to Ida. What? A courting announcement. Ida gestured to Suzuki. We've done courting announcements for every member of the pack so far. Even Kirishima and Mina have done one. It's just part of the hero life, part of being in the spotlight. Plus, if we give the wolves some high-quality meat to feed on, they'll be less likely to keep circulating those horrible shots from the parking lot. Which, I assume since they include your little bundle of joy, you would rather not have all over the news stations. Suzuki flipped to a new page, clicked her pen. I suggest a hero-friendly network. One that's a big fan of yours, Ground Zero. They'll be less likely to try to pull something negative from the shoot. Wait. Izuku finally held up his hands, glancing between all three of them, searching for something, maybe a way out, a photo shoot? A courting announcement? What would this actually entail? It would entail you and Ground Zero to go to a studio, get all prettied up for the camera, do a couple poses, and we'll release a statement on your behalf to go with the shoot. People would get to swoon over how cute of a couple you are, about how the infamous Ground Zero himself is settling down with a handsome Omega, and that's that. Suzuki kept writing for a few more minutes, then clicked her pen, tilted her chin down to glare over the top of her glasses. Any other questions? Yeah, Katsuki snapped his jaws. Do we have to do this? You don't have to do anything, Ground Zero. I'm perfectly aware that it's fairly impossible to force you to do anything. But, you want the media to control the narrative on this courting? You want those wild speculations to continue? As much as Katsuki wanted to growl and tell her to just let them do what they wanted, he felt Izuku's hand press over his, caught an uncertain look from him. He knew, hell how much he knew, that Izuku would do anything for Kazue. If this meant keeping Kazue out of the spotlight, even for a little bit, then that is what he would want to do. And Katsuki knew that. But it wasn't just the shoot Katsuki was worried about. He worried over Yokoyama's partner. He worried over the added attention put on the Omega. He worried this was going to blow up in their faces. However, what other choice did that have? If they wanted to continue this courting, he should have expected this to happen. That he couldn't keep Izuku away from the world forever. The police had helped him keep a low profile so far, but that was only ever going to go for so long. Their pack was too well known and beloved to keep Izuku out of the media's attention. So maybe he should just be thankful that Yokoyama himself was gone, that they didn't have to worry about the alpha learning about Izuku from the shoot. Not that it mattered much. He had figured out where he was living beforehand. His partner probably knew as well. Maybe he was kidding himself into thinking Izuku was sheltered in the pack house. Maybe he was just lying to himself. 45 minutes to an hour, Suzuki was still severe, but her voice was lowered, imploring, not quite begging. That's all this will take? Katsuki lifted the corner of his lip in a silent. Fine. But no interview afterward. You really think I'd set you up for that train wreck? Suzuki scribbled something more. And you, Midoriya? Izuku shifted, ran a hand over his arm. I don't have anything to wear. The studio will provide the clothing. Ground Zero will have to bring his hero costume, but they'll put you in whatever they want you in. And yes, you do have a say on what you wear. They'll work with you. And I'll be there to make sure they work with you nicely. There was a bit of a threat in her pen clicking again. Anything else? My hair's a mess. I'd need to. They'll handle that as well. They're professionals, Midoriya. They make people look good for a living. Seriously, all you have to do is show up, stand where they tell you to stand, and smile when they tell you to smile. Everything else will be handled. Oh, she glanced to Katsuki, and if you can, keep that one's temper in check. That would be nice. Katsuki snapped his jaws at her, but she didn't even blink at him. Any other concerns? Still, Izuku didn't say anything, shifting uncomfortably, even when Katsuki squeezed his knee reassuringly. Ida, no doubt sensing his unease, said, "We will watch Kazue here at the pack house. He won't go anywhere near any of the press. And, if you'd feel more comfortable, we can have some of the pack attend the photo shoot with you and Bakugo." No. That's fine. Just, please keep Kazue here. Very well. That can certainly be arranged. The Omega chewed at his lip, glanced to Katsuki. Katsuki didn't know what to do, whether to nod to tell him it was okay, or just to be there. So he just looked back at Izuku, waited for him to finally let out a breath. All right, fine. When do we do this? Suzuki flicked out her phone, tapped it twice, then stood. 2 hours. Get a shower, throw some real clothes on. Ingenium, I require a computer to type up this statement, and we'll be ready to go. The color drained immediately from Izuku's face, but Katsuki stood, didn't give him time to think about it. Come on. Let's get this over with. For a moment, Izuku just sat there, pale and shivery. But he closed his eyes, took in a deep breath, held it. All right, he let that breath out in a bit of a raspy gasp. Let's do this. A grin, conspiratorial, victorious, spread over Suzuki's face. Good. She put the phone to her ear. Hey, it's Suzuki. You want the latest scoop on those photos of Ground Zero? I've got a proposition for you. Suzuki drove in her car, so Katsuki sat in the back with Izuku. If he was being honest, he was on edge. At the very, very edge. He felt a bit like he was delivering Izuku to the wolves. A bit like he was doing exactly what he should not be doing. A bit like he wanted to smash the car door open, grab Izuku, and make his escape while he still could. But he also knew just how ridiculous that sounded. So he sat back, bit down on the growls that kept rising up his throat. Izuku, meanwhile, was concentrating very intently on his hands, on folding them over one another. He'd also taken to reading the statement Suzuki had written up during their little chat over and over again. Katsuki had read it once, making sure she hadn't given any information away that he wouldn't have wanted the media to know. However, it was somewhat bland, a simple confirmation of his and Izuku's current courting, an acknowledgement that they had known each other since their childhood. No mention of Kazu. Nothing about where the Omega was living. Nothing about how long they'd been courting. Nothing about Izuku's history or profession. No doubt those questions would come up, but he liked how, for now, it was a simple explanation of the situation. It was short, sweet, to the point, and that's all Katsuki wanted explained. The closer they got to the studio, the more he felt his jaw tightening, the more he was aware of Izuku fidgeting. When Suzuki pulled into the parking lot, the Omega sunk down in his seat, as if to hide from what was happening. Katsuki noticed a woman with a clipboard standing at the entrance, waiting for them. It felt like a normal photo shoot. Or it would have, if he hadn't been acutely aware of Izuku slumped into the seat next to him. All right, Suzuki pulled the car up to the entrance. Pull yourself together. Deep breath. And let's do this. She got out of the car first to greet the assistant. Katsuki got out too, grabbing the case with his hero costume, and went around to get the door for Izuku when he didn't move. The Omega sat up, took his seat belt off, still hesitated on leaving the safety of the car until Katsuki offered his hand. Then he scoffed, got out without taking the Alpha's help. Immediately, the assistant had leaped into his way. Hello. It's so wonderful to. She paused as Katsuki shoved his way between her and Izuku, teeth set in a silent warning. Oh, sorry. She took a step back and smiled. Welcome, welcome. Please, come in. Mr. Hirano is waiting and excited to meet you too. Yeah, Izuku laughed, shifted from one foot to the other. He waited for the assistant to lead them into the building, for Katsuki to press a hand to his back, before taking a careful step forward. Katsuki hefted his case over his shoulder, glaring around the studio as they passed through the doors. It wasn't one he had been to before, nor was the photographer's name familiar, but that didn't necessarily mean anything. Almost immediately upon entering the building, the three were swarmed by people, makeup, hair, and wardrobe-type people. People who buzzed and spoke in light, brief clips of words, who focused in on their own specific interest rather than the whole picture. People Katsuki had known and grown used to, the type he'd seen at almost every shoot he'd been a part of, the type of people his parents had hung around. While he knew exactly what to expect, exactly what was happening, he saw how instantly overwhelmed Izuku looked with just how much was going on around them. Mr. Hirano wanted to do 2 sets, one with you both in suits and another with Midoriya in something causal and ground zero in his hero costume. The assistant was flipping through her clipboard, somehow separate from the swarm that had overtaken them. Will that be all right? Perfectly all right, Suzuki said before Katsuki could complain. Midoriya has never been to one of these shoots before, so for the sake of your people, I suggest you be extra gentle with him. Oh, of course, understood. She snapped her fingers and, as if by magic, several people moved off from the two, leaving only a couple of essential staff. Right this way. We'll take good care of you. Despite having significantly less of a crowd around him, Izuku still stepped uncertainly, even when Katsuki kept a hand at his back. The assistant kept talking, mostly to Suzuki, while she led them into a dressing room. 2 of the women who had been following them went immediately to make up stations prepared for them, gesturing them over. This time, Izuku did wait for Katsuki to take the lead before slowly lowering himself into a chair in front of one of the mirrors. Makeup, hair, and wardrobe was about the most annoying part of this process. Sitting in a chair having someone pick at him was not Katsuki's favorite by far, though he found he often didn't need a lot of attention. So he told the makeup artist to wait, sat to watch over Izuku as he stared hollow-eyed into the mirror with the second stylist running her fingers through his hair. It only took a few moments for Omega to realize Katsuki was watching. He gave him a withering look. "I've got this. Just let's get this over with, okay? You sure?" "I'm fine, Katsuki." Katsuki still watched him for a moment longer, then gestured for them to begin on him. The stylist finished up with Katsuki first and took him out to wardrobe, but only after Izuku told him he was okay. And he really seemed okay. After an initial few awkward minutes, he'd opened up a little to the two, helping to tame his unruly hair. He'd even allowed a small smile, a little laugh at one of their jokes. So yeah, he seemed okay. But it still twisted a knot in Katsuki's stomach to leave him alone, even after Suzuki promised to stay with him. He met with wardrobe in a foul mood, but they very quickly and efficiently shoved him into a suit. They had to put a couple of pins in to make sure they pulled at all the right parts of him. In no time, his face had been cleaned up for the lights, his hair had been properly styled, and he found himself wearing a wine-colored button-up shirt with smart black breathes and a light sports jacket that fell only slightly above his wrists. His sleeves were rolled, pressed, a black tie tossed loosely around his neck, a few details fixed, like his watch cleaned, his shoes, some horrible dress shoes he'd had to bring for the shoot, were polished, and just like that he was ready. When he looked in the mirror, he had to admit he looked good, the dark colors contrasting nicely with his pale skin and blonde hair, but he did think it was all a little too dark. His mother would have had a fit. This father would have just frowned slightly to show his disapproval. Katsuki rubbed his fingers along his palm, found it a little sticky with sweat. There he is. He knew when a voice called out to him. He knew the pitch of someone trying to get his attention while also trying to not set him off. And it just kinda set him off anyway. So he turned with a glower to find a man with a camera slung around his neck holding a hand out to him. "Ground zero in my studio. Welcome, sir, welcome. You look fantastic as always." "Yeah," Katsuki fought against the urge to snap his jaw, clicked his tongue instead. "We appreciate the chance to help you give the big announcement to the world. And don't worry, we'll make sure you two look fabulous together." The photographer, what the hell was his name again, picked up his camera and began fiddling with it. He had a weird set of eyebrows that almost touched, but didn't quite, keeping a very distinct space between the two, despite them only being a couple of hairs apart. "Any requests for the shoot?" "Yeah. Don't waste my time and don't make Izuku uncomfortable." "Easy enough," Unibrow said without looking up from the camera. "You're Omega's male, right?" "He's not my Omega," Katsuki growled, which had Unibrow shooting him a look he didn't care for at all, "and yes, he's male." "Got a problem with that?" "None at all. Just means we'll do different poses." "Unless he's into more feminine things?" Katsuki felt his teeth hurting. "No." Unibrow shrugged. "Some male Omegas are. Just have to check." Amajiki had mentioned that. Or had it been Shinso? He couldn't keep those conversation apart. They had just kind of run together into a mess of information he was still having trouble processing. "Oh, how lovely." Unibrow's comment didn't immediately draw Katsuki's attention, until his mind snapped on and he suddenly realized there was only one person he could be talking about. Izuku looked shy, but that wasn't all that surprising. Katsuki didn't really know why that was the first thing he noticed. But it was. He saw the slight reddening around his face, the way he avoided most people's eyes, the fidgeting in his hands, his shoulders hunched around his neck. Katsuki didn't like that look. He looked uncomfortable, unconfident, and that wasn't the Izuku he'd come to know in the past few weeks. Just as he was about to take a step forward, a step to reassure the Omega, Unibrow chuckled. "Lucky Alpha, aren't you?" He looked stunning. At his words, Katsuki took in the entire picture, suddenly realized why he'd been dressed in such dark colors. Izuku's hair had been pulled back at the sides, nearly flattened, with a run of slightly less than usual messy curls left to run a little wild atop his head. His face had been cleaned up, his freckles a little more pronounced, his eyes bright even without all the lights on him. They'd put him in a white button-up shirt with black button and a light gray suit. The sports jacket fitted just right on his shoulders. His tie was done up correctly, an emerald shade so close in color to his hair that Katsuki was a little suspicious of how they'd known to have that color on hand. The red shoes were gone, thankfully, replaced with black dress shoes almost identical to what Katsuki was wearing. And Unibrow was right. He looked stunning. It was the first time Katsuki had seen him wearing something that nice. He hoped it wasn't the last. For however wonderful he did look, for however handsome he was still clearly uncomfortable, so Katsuki crossed the room quickly to him. As he approached, Izuku's eyes snapped toward him, drawn by motion, scent, something, and he took all of Katsuki in. It was a lot like what he'd done before, piecing him apart, looking farther than just his outward appearance. Except this time, Izuku took him apart only by his outward appearance, giving him a lingering gaze that made Katsuki's alpha brain start to howl. "You all right?" he asked. Yeah." Izuku went to run his hand through his hair, froze when someone cleared their throat pointedly. "It's just, I'm not used to wearing things like this." Katsuki dragged his gaze up and down the omega, purposefully pulling out the motion, noticed Izuku's cheeks flushing even more. "Could have fooled me." Just as Katsuki had drawn out his reaction, Izuku chewed at his tongue, chewed on his words, his mouth popping open with a little sound before he was jolted by another voice. "Look at you too." Katsuki could have killed Unibrow. He came over with a swagger of long-grown arrogance, bowed slightly to the omega. "Hirano. It's wonderful to meet you. You look absolutely wonderful." Midoriya?" Izuku took great interest in his hands. "And, thank you." "Of course." Unibrow gestured them toward a plain white backdrop haloed by lights so bright they made Katsuki's explosions look tame. "Let's get started, shall we?" Without giving them a chance to speak, he grabbed both the Alpha and Omega by the arm and dragged them over. As soon as they were under the lights, it was all business. A flip suched and Unibrow's two brows finally connected, drawn together for his craft as he stood Katsuki at the center of the backdrop and began positioning Izuku in front of him, very quickly finding out that the Omega wasn't that much shorter than the Alpha, pulling him off to the side a little. There we go, okay." As with some photographers, Unibrow quickly devolved into quick directions and fluid motions, moving the two a little closer, directing the two to place a hand here, a tilt of the chin here, then he moved on to lights, flicking through a couple different settings before finally settling in his spot in front of the two. "Alright. Now, hold that pose, give me a bit of a growl there. Yes, that's good. Midoriya, don't look so scared. Relax your face, there you go." It quickly became clear that Unibrow had a certain vision of the two. Perhaps because of Katsuki's behavior out in the world, but it was serious to say the least. He didn't even try to tell Katsuki to smile once. He did try to get Izuku to smile, but the smile he asked for, which he described as CC and confident, didn't quite happen, so he returned to telling the Omega to just relax. And relax is about the last thing Izuku did. Katsuki could feel an energy jittering around him, a nervousness that made him want to growl at something. This shoot was going about as well as he had expected it to go. But at least he got to see Izuku in a suit and Unibrow did put them in some very close positions, which was admittedly nice. Alright, he finally rose from where he'd been shooting. He'd put the two in a strange pose, Katsuki still standing about where he had been for most of the shoot, with Izuku turned into the Alpha, his back to the camera, looking over his shoulder. "One last pose, then we'll change outfits," he announced, fiddling with his camera again. Katsuki growled, maybe from relief, maybe in annoyance, at his words, felt Izuku press against him a little more, felt a small vibration run through his ear. A little purr meant just for him. "Okay, so now, ground zero, go ahead and take Midoriya's hand." "Yes, just like that. Hold it up, higher, a little higher, yes, perfect. An arm around the waist. And, go ahead and tilt him back a little." Izuku startled. "What?" He yelped a little as Katsuki leaned him back, abandoning the pose to grab at the Alpha's jacket in panic. "I've got you," Katsuki growled, low and quiet, just for Izuku. "Trust me. I've got you." "Katsuki, now is not the time." Izuku hissed. "Oh come on," Katsuki grinned. "You said you liked the dancing we did?" Izuku was not impressed, but quickly realized that everyone was staring at them, half of them hiding smiles. "Alright fine. If you drop me I'll be said." "Oh big mouth on you." "Katsuki." Alright. Take my hand, I've got you." It took a moment to reposition themselves, for Izuku to halfway relax into his arm. Unibrow let them get a little settled, then came in, along with a stylist, readjusting to flatten anything that had gotten ruffled when Izuku had grabbed Katsuki. Everything put back into place, as if it was completely normal. As they did, Katsuki met Izuku's gaze, rolled his eyes a little. The Omega's lips twitched toward a smile and he copied the motion. Katsuki laughed, and when he did, Izuku smiled fully, falling easily into his arm, relaxing. The click of the camera startled them both. No, go smile. Have a little fun. Unibrow really did know how to kill the mood. But they tried to smile, tried to make the best of it, tried to ignore those around them, to just live in the moment between them. All right. Unibrow clapped his hands. Ground Zero hero costume, if you don't mind. And Midoriya, we'll get you into something a little more comfortable, yes? Katsuki pulled Izuku back up, caught a smirking look from Suzuki across the room, didn't have a chance to respond before he was being whisked away by a wave of people. The Alpha and Omega found themselves dragged in opposite directions. Katsuki pulled directly to wardrobe where he was instructed to put his costume on and that they'd do adjustments once he was dressed. He did so easily, having had more than a little practice throwing off his clothes and getting into costume. The stylist spent a little time with his face before he put on his mask, then it was hair and makeup all over again and he was directed back out to the stage. This time, he was met with a blue background, just about the color of the sky. Unibrow was busy talking to Suzuki, showing her some of the raw photos off his camera. She seemed content and the photographer seemed ecstatic, so at least they wouldn't be asked to do this again. He'd had more than one last-minute photo shoots to desperately find a suitable photo to fill one tiny spot in a magazine or whatnot, and he was not about to go through that with Izuku. His quick change meant he was once again waiting for Izuku to show up, though thankfully nobody bothered him this time, Suzuki keeping Unibrow's attention and no one else brave enough to approach him without purpose. So he was waiting for when the Omega rounded the corner, got to take him in before anyone noticed. After seeing him looking so nice in the suit, it was admittedly a little strange to see him dressed casually. They'd messed his hair up a little, back to more of a normal look for him, though it was still styled back. It only took him a glance to recognize the style as very close to what the Omega had had when he'd been attacked by Yokoyama. He'd seen that look during his memory, very clearly saw the same air about him, of nervous confidence, reluctant comfort. And he hated that. Izuku was dressed in close-fit jeans, a white shirt, an L-teacher jacket with a popped collar pulled over it. And those DMN red shoes. It was a good look. But Katsuki couldn't get the image of Izuku holding Kazue with that BS-30 alpha standing over him out of his head. Hey, this time, it was Izuku who hurried over to him. What's wrong? Nothing. You look good. For a moment, the Omega glared at him. Then he gestured to his arms. No gauntlets? They're a little cumbersome. They're iconic. Take it up with Unibrow over there. Izuku blinked. Unibrow? They didn't get to say anything else before Unibrow himself let out a yell and clapped excitedly, coming over to tell them how fabulous they looked. He did adjust collar of Izuku's jacket though, pulling it down and close to the Omega's neck. Covering the bandages, Katsuki realized. In fact, both his suit jacket and the L-teacher jacket had long sleeves to help hide his cast as well. Excellent. Shall we get started? He gestured them over quickly, with a giddiness carried over from his excitement at showing Suzuki the photos. Katsuki didn't miss that the PR rep was on the photo, chatting with that same smirk on her face. All right. Unibrow stood with them in the center of the lights, the two waiting for his instruction, though he glanced between the two, lips pulled tight over his teeth. I've got a question for you. What? Katsuki growled. Do you think you can hold Midoriya? For a moment, Katsuki glared at Unibrow. Hold him? Hold him up. Bridal style? Izuku said quickly, you shouldn't. You're back. It's fine. Here's some. Katsuki, I'm serious. Just don't wiggle too much and I'll be fine. When the Omega stood stubbornly still, Katsuki put a hand on his hip. Don't insult me, it's part of my job. I can hold you. Just don't fight me. The Omega developed a pout that almost made him laugh. And people thought Kazuo got his pout from the alpha. Fine. But be careful. I won't drop you. You know what I mean. Katsuki planted his feet a little farther apart, put a hand around Izuku's shoulders and had him sit into his other arm, hoisting the Omega easily up. At first, Izuku was about as loose as a board in his arms, but as he stood there and he readjusted to stand a little taller, the Omega relaxed a little, uncurled his fingers from where they'd been dug into his shirt. All right. Unibrow called their attention. Look here. He took a few shots, directing their expressions, making little adjustments, changing the lights, taking a couple more photos. Then he stood, hand on his chin. I don't like the background. Let's try gray? Maybe red? No, gray first. Let's just see how this looks. Front. 0, you can put him down. I'm fine, Katsuki growled, earning a bit of a growl from Izuku in return. He smirked at the Omega, who just glared at him, but huffed and said nothing. While someone came to change their background, Katsuki glared forward, that image still haunting his mind. He didn't even really want to look down at Izuku, knowing he'd just make it all the worse. He didn't even really know why it was still bothering him either. Yokoyama was dead. Izuku was safe. Kazuo was safe. Why was this weighing on him so heavily? Why did a hairstyle bother him so much? What did it matter, anyway? Hey! Izuku's voice was low and quiet. Just for him. A hand trailed on his jaw, drew his chin down. This close, he couldn't really see Izuku's hair. Just his face. Just the concern written so plainly in his eyes. What's wrong? Tell me. Katsuki didn't want to say. He didn't want to admit that Yokoyama was haunting him. He didn't want to bring that a-hole up, not now. Not when Izuku was still struggling with it himself. Not when it shouldn't be this strong. So he shook his head, tried to look away, but Izuku's hand held him in place. Hey, there was something smooth and caring and knowing in his voice. It's all right. Even if he didn't really know what was bothering Katsuki, even if Katsuki couldn't put words to it, Izuku's reassurance did settle him. The words gave him permission to dismiss the thoughts taking up space in his head. They told him that in this moment, it was okay not to remember. It was okay to just be there. Izuku leaned forward a little, Katsuki meeting him halfway, his mouth pressed to the Omega's forehead. He embraced that little part of him, nipped at his skin, growled when the Omega trailed his hand over his jaw. It was only a moment, but it was a moment that made all the difference. When he pulled away, he noticed Unibrow watching them, a little sparkle in his eye. Just that background. Perfect. All right, you two. Look right here. Sit. Smile a little, Midoriya. And a bit of scowl for you, ground 0. Yes, perfect. In the corner, Katsuki hadn't failed to notice Suzuki's grin had teeth now. By the time they got home, Katsuki was exhausted and Izuku had a bit of energy boiling under his skin that was only settled when they opened the front door and Kazuo came shrieking over to them, the Omega picking him immediately up to scent him. Katsuki took the pup away, glaring at the cast on Izuku's arm, before scenting the pup himself. Kazuo hummed happily, wrapped his arms around Katsuki's neck, forgiving them immediately for leaving him at the pack house. Hey, there they are. Kirishima lifted a hand from the couch, the television on, though silenced. How'd it go? Fine. Izuku said while at the same time, Katsuki growled, boring as sheet. Yeah, well, that's how those things go. I'm sure you guys looked great. Mina, who was leaned in the head beta's lap, perked up suddenly, a great big smile over her face. Where's this going to be published? When do we get to see them? How am I supposed to know? Ask Suzuki if you really want to know. On it? Mina whipped her phone out and immediately began texting. Within 5 minutes, she gasped. She said we should turn the news on at 6. 6 came around eventually and Katsuki was begrudgingly dragged into the front of the television by Kirishima and Mina. The entire pack, or at least those who weren't out on patrol, were gathered in front of the television, waiting with an impatient buzz shared between them. Izuku sat on the couch with Kazuo playing in his lap, so Katsuki came to stand over him, putting his hands on the Omega's shoulders. He didn't really care one way or the other how the photos came out. He was just looking forward to all this being over with. Eventually, the media would move on. That was honestly the only thing he was looking forward to. So he was only half paying attention when the current story ended and the news anchor excitedly announced, an update on Japan's once most eligible bachelor, Ground Zero's agency announcing his courtship this afternoon with an exclusive photo shoot. But the cameras caught something a little more NTMT than expecting. Tension rolled up Izuku's shoulders under Katsuki's fingers. What is she talking about? Katsuki didn't miss that the Omega quickly turned Kazuo away, though Katsuki couldn't think about what the hell she could be saying. He didn't remember getting too steamy during the photo shoot. Hell, the steamiest it had gotten between them had been their interrupted scenting a few days prior. So what the hell was going on? His question was answered when the screen transitioned, showing a photo of the two. It was clearly a candid shot, workers behind them fixing the background, clearly in the way. But at the center of it, Katsuki was holding Izuku leaned in close, the Omega's hand on his jaw, secret smiles on their lips. And honestly, he didn't really know what to think of it all. He knew what Izuku thought. The Omega immediately groaned and curled up around Kazuo, hiding his face as best he could. Somewhere in the room, someone let out a quiet, sustained squeal. This candid shot captures the couple during their recent photo shoot. You can actually see technicians working to set up the background behind them. But here, in this moment, it's just the two of them. The Omega was identified as. The news broadcast went on, reading off the statement Suzuki had given them, offering very little other information, though they did also bring up that the two had also been caught together in the parking lot of a nearby hospital recently. Not that anyone really cared about that. Because they were all staring at the two, Izuku hiding his face, Katsuki still in disbelief that even when they'd scheduled an entire shoot that the one photo the news had picked up had been one that hadn't even been part of the actual FNG shoot. He did get a chance to growl a little when Mina sighed dreamily, "Oh my god, Bakugo, how are you, of all people, so romantic?" The pack was still buzzing from the reveal of the photo when the front door was pushed in and someone came stumbling into the room. Immediately, the atmosphere, the very air, changed within the pack house. Izuku knew why, too, felt his body going a little numb at the preheat pheromones that rolled off the Omega who had just walked into the pack house. As if pulled on strings, the alphas in the room, Katsuki included, stood, hunched a little lower, their eyes drawn to slits. Instinct was a powerful weapon, even when nobody was purposefully wielding it. It was on instinct that everyone moved, shifted by the scent of a vulnerable, SEC-minded Omega. That is, until the Omega's head snapped up, until he rounded on the pack and let out a sound, not a growl, not a roar, just a sound of pure defiance and confidence in place. Of setting others in their place. And just with that, the alphas collapsed, Katsuki with a bit of a gasp, his hand pressed to his forehead and a growl in his lips. How the hell did he do that? Izuku eyed the Omega, noticing the strength that rushed through his veins as the pack fell in line around him. It only took a glance to recognize him as Saiki Hitoshi Shinso, marked by his hero costume, specifically by the large mask hung around his neck and the scarf just under it. Despite his heroic stand, he shuddered, stumbled, just a step. "Denki," he called, searching the room for the beta. Izuku expected the other Omega to pass over him without another glance, but he locked eyes with Izuku, something focused in the way he leaned toward him. Izuku blinked, then again when Shinso made his way over to where he was sitting. "You're Izuku Midoriya, right?" There was control in his voice, control of himself, control of the situation, control of the moment. The Omega knew control. He knew how to get it, how to keep it. Izuku also knew Shinso could take control of another person by speaking to them. Once upon a time, he might not have cared. But he did care. He cared a lot. He cared about hoarding his own control, keeping it to himself, and found himself reluctant to put himself in a situation where someone might take it away again. So he glanced uncertainly to Katsuki before answering, though the alpha was clearly busy focusing on anything but him or Shinso. Yes? Did this a-hole give you my phone number?" There was another pause where Izuku wondered over whether he should be mad at the other Omega or not, and where Katsuki clearly wondered that as well. "No." Without saying anything else, Shinso grabbed Izuku's arm, eliciting an immediate and sharply possessive snarl from Katsuki. He ignored the alpha, pulled a pen from his pocket, and hastily wrote a number on Izuku's arm. No time for a proper hello. We'll talk after this is over. He turned away before Izuku could form words to say. Denki. Ida suddenly appeared on the staircase, catching sight of Shinso amongst his on-edge pack. Shinso. We do not wear. I don't want to hear it, Ida. The Omega tried to take another step forward, shuddered, couldn't seem to remember how to move his feet. Denki. I swear if you don't. The beta skidded into sight, shoving Ida aside with a fearlessness Izuku had never known from him. Right here, babe. Just as Izuku noticed Kaminari's less than typical behavior, he also saw a little relief slip into Shinso's expression before he crowded it with an annoyed grimace. Took your time? Sorry, lost track of time. Kaminari hurriedly slung the Omega's arm over his shoulder. Ida, guys, if you don't mind just giving us a few days? Gone was his usual bravado. Gone was his sense of humor. Gone was the fun beta that caused just a bit of chaos wherever he went. And Izuku thought there was something sad about that. He hadn't thought of his own heats as ever being this serious. Maybe the pack environment changed things. In any case, nobody dared move until the two had retreated up the stairs, the sharp, resonating sound of a door slamming acting as a signal for everyone to breathe again. Yaoyorozu calmly rose from where she had been sitting and turned the air conditioning on, then went about her business as if that was a perfectly normal thing to do in autumn. Izuku glanced at Katsuki, saw he was clenching his jaw. You okay? The alpha eyed him, snapped his teeth. Yeah. Can I sent you? The Omega blinked. Why? I want to. There is a bit of a growl in his words, a bit of a gasp, as if he couldn't quite find enough air to fill his lungs. Still, Izuku stared at him a moment longer, eventually said, all right, but no. Before he could finish, Katsuki had pressed himself to his scent gland, rubbing against his neck a bit more aggressively than the Omega would have liked, teeth flashing against his skin. He caught a look from Zero across the room and quickly pushed Katsuki away. All right. Get your knot back under control. Getting a little steamy over there, isn't it? Mina called from the couch. Seriously, they put the pups to bed and this is how they act. There was something teasing in Zero's voice. But Izuku didn't like it at all. His cheeks felt warm under his fingers as he very suddenly got to his feet, trying to hide his face. I'm going to bed. Alone. Good night, he announced, turning away from everyone before they could say anything else. Not even Katsuki spoke as he rushed up the stairs, past Ida, who stood like a gargoyle, fingering his glasses. No matter how embarrassed he was, it didn't mean he was actually ready for bed. That being said, there was almost no way he was going to just go back downstairs after all that. Not after the photos from the shoot or the news or any of what Katsuki had just done. So instead, he snuck into his room, checked that Kazue was still sleeping soundly, grabbed some new clothes, and made his way to the bathroom. He showered, enjoying the luxury of just standing under the hot water for a moment, letting it run down his back, even if he did have to keep his cast either wrapped up or lifted out of the way of the water. The shower didn't give a DMN if his day had been long, if the alpha who was courting him was a JRK or not, if he still felt a little flutter in his stomach from their small touches at the studio. If he still was completely unsure just how much he trusted himself or Katsuki in what they were doing. For as nice as the hot water could be, the silence it afforded also let his mind start wandering, which was just dangerous enough that he turned it off a bit before he would have liked. The communal nature of the bathroom did make him a little self-conscious, so he dried himself up in the shower stall and got out to change as quickly as he could into his clothes. He'd only had one awkward encounter so far, and that had been when Shoji had thought one of the other betas had been in the showers. Even as gracious as he had been, Izuku didn't want a repeat of that, so he dressed quickly and stepped from the bathroom after checking his reflection in the mirror, then chiding himself for doing so, wondering why he suddenly cares so much about how he looked. But he was still thinking about that suit from earlier. And the L-teacher jacket. He'd liked that L-teacher jacket. And about how he wanted a haircut. Badly. It was starting to get to that bird's nest appearance that he'd abandoned in his school years. He wondered if he'd be okay to go do that alone, if Katsuki or another of the pack would insist on coming with him. Wondered if he would be okay going out alone at all. Or having someone else touch him, even if just for a haircut. Those were thoughts he really didn't want to have, so he stepped from the bathroom, banishing them from his mind. Movement caught his eye, and when he looked up, he saw Katsuki's door was open, that the Alpha was standing just inside. Their eyes met and Katsuki quickly abandoned whatever it was he was doing to meet him. "Hey," he sounded calm again. Or at least as calm as he ever got. "Sorry about earlier. Lost it for a moment. It's fine. But, I think I'd rather just not scent each other in front of the pack if you're going to act like that." The Alpha winced. "Sorry. I'll do better." Izuku glanced up the hallway, to Kaminari's door, shut tight. Ida had explained that the two would probably spend the evening in his room, then migrate at some point during the night to the heat room at the back of the pack room, so not to disturb the rest of the pack. But he'd also warned him to be prepared to explain any noises away to Kazu, which really wasn't something he wanted to think about. Didn't realize an omega in preheat made you so crazy? Katsuki clicked his tongue. "It's not like that. He shifted, rubbed the back of his neck. It was a strange but endearing tell to his discomfort he'd developed over the years. "He touched you. And I didn't like that." "Yeah, well, I didn't really either." Izuku ran his hand over his arm, the ink run away in the shower. He hadn't bothered to put the number in his phone, but knew if Katsuki would give it to him, or any of the rest of the pack for that matter. But he didn't know Shinso, and he was a little reluctant to just put the number of a stranger in his phone. He didn't know why, but it bothered him. No excuse for being so possessive. "I don't appreciate that." "I know. I'll do better." He paused again, shifted. Izuku could tell he wanted to say more, so he stayed, waited, until the Alpha clicked his tongue. "You going to spend the night with Kazu?" The alone was inferred. There was a strap on his cast Izuku found himself pulling at from time to time. Did it mean anything that this was one of those times? "Yeah, I'm going to sleep with Kazu. I always do." He yanked strong on that strap. "Do you want to join us?" Of all the words you could use to describe Katsuki, soft was not one that came to mind. But he did soften, just a little, when Izuku said those words to him. He did settle into his bones, did lose about an inch of tension in his shoulders. "Yeah, I would. And I'd like to try that scenting again. We haven't been able to have a proper one yet." Izuku pursed his lips, glanced up and down the hallway. "All right, but..." He held up his hand to stay the Alpha, even though he hadn't moved, just scenting. "And, maybe an embrace, if you want?" For as soft as he had been a moment before, a smirk stretched over his face as he crossed the distance between them, as he wrapped an arm around Izuku and pulled him close. He was still an Alpha, Izuku supposed. That was never going to change. So he wasn't all that surprised when the first thing Katsuki did was cover his mouth with his lips, to embrace him a little deeper than they had the previous day. So close, the Alpha's scent rolled over his senses, his smell of roasting chilies, his taste of caramel, his feel of calloused hands over skin, his sound of low growls and hurried, hot breath, his look of want and reverence. As hungry as the Alpha seemed, he didn't linger on the embrace for very long, moving instead to press his lips to Izuku's scent gland. "Katsuki," the Omega warned. "Scenting only." The Alpha growled, low and dissatisfied, but he pulled away slightly, rubbing against the Omega's neck in slow, deliberate motions. It was like a release of adrenaline in Izuku's body. A wave of warmth seeped through his skin, settled somewhere around his heart and lungs. Maybe it was ridiculous to say it was easier to breathe now, but it was. It was a lot easier to breathe when all he could smell was that ever-familiar scent of a sweet burning campfire. You know, despite obviously being half delusional on his own Alpha pheromones, his voice little more than a growl, Katsuki spoke with a surety that had Izuku listening, even as his body filled with that wonderful warmth. "You really were handsome at that photo shoot. Should put you in a suit more often. It was itchy. You're appealing." "Yeah, you've said that before. Sounds like you don't believe me." Izuku couldn't help but the laugh when he felt the smile in the Alpha's lips as they pressed against his neck. "I believe you, but flattery isn't going to move this along any farther. You're effing to CC when you're like this. Seriously, stop." He couldn't stop the laugh as it rose up his throat when the Alpha nipped at his neck, as a shiver traveled from the top of his spine to somewhere not quite to his toes. When he didn't stop, Izuku pulled him a little closer, purred in his ear. As nice as this is as far as it's going to go. Well, let me enjoy it then. I think you are enjoying it. DMN, right? Sudden footsteps coming up the stairs had Izuku leaping away from Katsuki so quickly he was fairly certain he smacked the alpha in the face along the way. Grab your things. I'm going to bed. Katsuki stared after him, a look in his eyes Izuku couldn't quite read. It was a bit like a smirk, a bit hurt, a bit victorious, a bit like he wanted more but understood to be content and satiated by what he'd gotten. For now. When he hurried past the staircase, he glimpsed Yaoyorozu, the look on the other alpha's face telling him she knew exactly what had just happened between him and Katsuki. Katsuki woke to Izuku curled up almost underneath him and Kazu curled up on top of him, the alpha sandwiched between the two. He rolled off the omega, catching Kazu in his arms, the pup stirring with just a bit of a whine. Before he could roll completely out of bed, a hand grabbed his arm. Izuku grumbled, shifted, blinked at Katsuki blearily. No breakfast in bed today. It's fine, I don't mind bringing you something. Oh, I'll get up. Eat with you at the table. Even as he spoke, he sunk just a little deeper into the mattress. Katsuki pulled out of his grip. If you're not downstairs by the time I'm done, I'm bringing you a plate. The Omega sighed. Can't believe you're threatening me with breakfast. Before he could respond, Kazu pressed a hand to his cheek. Kaken, food. Ask nicely, firecracker. Immediately, the pup whined and squirmed. No. No firecracker. All right. Come on. But you still have to ask nicely. He paused before closing the door to call out, 15 minutes, Izuku, and was met with only a disgruntled noise and the rustling of the sheets. Out in the hallway, Katsuki adjusted Kazu to sit on his hip, the pup kicking his legs out happily, chewing on his fingers. Ready to take your medicine? The pup blinked at him. No medicine. Yes, medicine. It'll help you with that feeling like you have to bite everything. Kazu growled in response, his scent flaring up. Even if Katsuki instinctually recognized his pup's scent, he was still getting used to it, felt a little strange that he was just accepting a new alpha scent in the packhouse. Worried over the other alphas' reactions. No, none of them had reacted badly to the pup so far. But what if they did? Come on. Medicine. He stepped into the bathroom, picked up the bottle of gummies the pharmacist had given them. Notes Kazu turned his head away. No, Kakeno. No medicine. Come on, firecracker, it'll make you feel better. Shoo. The pup pressed a hand over his mouth. No Kaken. He stood there, a little lost on what to do next, saw Izuku pass into view from the mirror. The Omega looked tired, but he had managed to change into some comfortable housewear clothes already. He slipped the bottle from Katsuki's hand. Come on, Katsuki. We should get breakfast started. As Izuku carried the bottle away, Kazu relaxed into Katsuki's seat, continuing to chew on his fingers. Katsuki offered him a teething ring instead, which he took without a word. Downstairs, he found Izuku filling a pot with water. You want some boiled eggs, Kazu? The pup grunted, which Izuku nodded to, as if he completely understood what that meant. I think Uraraka is getting Fumiko up. Why don't you go play with her while we cook? Kazu didn't react immediately, but when Katsuki set him down, he did start toward the playroom without a fuss. Once he was out of earshot, Katsuki sighed. What's your plan? He needs to eat a gummy a day to get to a healthy level of medication. Well, that's why I asked for the flavorless gummy form. Izuku shook the bottle. As long as he eats them, it's okay. Doesn't matter if he eats them in smaller pieces mixed in with a boiled egg or two. He really was brilliant. Even if it was such a simple solution. Katsuki wished he had thought of that. They got to work on breakfast together. Izuku focused on his eggs for Kazu while Katsuki went about preparing something a little more special for the two of them. He did catch a curious look from the Omega when he pulled out some smoked salmon from the fridge, though he said nothing more on the issue. They were still cooking when Yaoyorozu walked into the kitchen. Katsuki knew without turning around who it was. Her pup scent was getting stronger. Soon enough, he'd be able to tell where she was in the packhouse as soon as he walked through the front door. Supposedly the betas didn't smell it as much, but Katsuki remembered both Uraraka's and Yaoyorozu's previous pregnancies giving him headaches with just how clearly he could smell the two, and the Omegas had shared his sentiment, though they hadn't admitted to suffering from any negatives effects. As happy as he was for her, the thought of chronic headaches for the next few months did set him a little on edge as she strolled into the room, flipping through some mail. She tossed something on the counter next to him. "From Hatum," she said. It took Katsuki a moment to remember who that was, and honestly it wasn't until he saw the emblem on the letter that he realized what it was. He'd never dropped his cooking so quickly, snatching up the letter and ripping it open. It was an announcement clearly not sent from the pink-haired freak herself, probably instead from an assistant at her support firm. It very professionally stated that his new costume upgrades were ready but that to better fit his needs, he would be required to make an in-person visit for adjustment purposes. There was a phone number at the bottom to set up a time for him to drop by. Perfect. Any plans this afternoon? He asked Izuku. No, Izuku hadn't taken nearly as much interest in his letter. Maybe just doing some research on those lab results? Good. Don't make any. We're going out later today. Katsuki pulled out his phone, typed in the number as the Omega turned to stare. Why? There's someone you should meet. Just be prepared. For what? Well, she's an absolute lunatic. So, why do I want to meet this person again? Just trust me. Yaoyorozu happily agreed to watch Kazuo for them, and her new pup scent meant he wasn't quite as nervous around her as he sometimes became. Although, he did make it very clear he was exceedingly unhappy about being left at the pack house for a second day in a row without either his Omega or Alpha. His whining and crying bit at a nerve that made Katsuki want to break something. Preferably whatever was upsetting his pup. With the other Alpha able to watch Kazuo, and Katsuki still technically off the schedule until their photo spread appeared in an upcoming magazine, they had no excuse not to go down to the support agency that day. At first, Izuku was skeptical, pointing to Kazuo's behavior as reason they probably shouldn't just leave him alone again, though when Katsuki explained it was to get his new upgrades, the ones he's been waiting for, the Omega conceded and agreed to go with him. After some initial questioning, Izuku spent the day glaring at Katsuki, trying to puzzle out what was going on. Katsuki remained quiet about it, though the Omega could piece together some things just by recognizing where they were going. He knew they were going to a support engineering lab, knew they were going to pick up Katsuki's new upgraded costume, but he didn't seem to get why he was going with the Alpha. Though obviously suspicious of Katsuki's intentions and warning, Izuku couldn't hide that he was clearly excited. No doubt he'd been to a support lab before while working for Sigma, but there was still a childish giddiness to his anticipation. Later in the afternoon, they said goodbye to Kazuo, even though he whined and begged them not to go, and Izuku was obviously not very happy at leaving him again. But once they were in the car, his cautious enthusiasm overrode his immediate worry for his pup. How far away is it? He asked. Katsuki shrugged, fit the key neatly into the steering wheel. Half hour with traffic. They're expecting us. Shouldn't take too long once we get there. He'll be fine. I'm not worried about Kazuo. Yaoyorozu will take care of him. So what are you worried about? Why do you assume I'm worried about anything? Izuku tilted his head slightly away, a little shrug. You are many things, Izuku Midoriya, but subtle is not one of them. The Omega pursued his lips, tapped his legs with all 5 fingers, each just ever so off from their own rhythm. The trip into town was fairly uneventful. Izuku kept to short snippets of small talk, the silence between filled with soft rock music from the radio. In that silence, Katsuki felt a rising tension from the man sitting next to him, an unconscious tightening of the shoulders and jaw, a little twitch in his fingers, an almost imperceivable shift in his scent. Maybe nobody else would have been able to tell, nobody would have paid attention enough to realize just how upset Izuku was becoming, but Katsuki could tell just by sitting there next to him, could practically feel the Omega's shifting attitude. He may as well have been screaming for how much Katsuki could tell he was uncomfortable. The culmination of his anxiety came as the Alpha turned into a parking lot, Izuku clenching his seat belt in both hands. It was somewhat reminiscent of pulling into the studio parking lot, but luckily this time, no one was waiting for them outside the building. Even so, Izuku did sink into his seat as Katsuki parked. After turning the car off, Katsuki reached across, plucked Izuku's hand from the seatbelt, and embraced his knuckles. As his lips pressed to his skin, consciously or not, Izuku's shoulders dropped slowly away from his ears, his teeth sliding apart as his jaw dropped a little. When the Omega didn't tell him to stop, didn't show any signs of discomfort, Katsuki lingered, SED on the knuckle tenderly, until he sighed. Katsuki. He released Izuku's hand, pushed his sunglasses up his nose. Let's go. Izuku got out of the car with him, eyeing the building as if he was convinced it was a predator waiting to swallow him whole. So, whose support company is this again? I don't know. She's some pink-haired freak. The Alpha nodded toward the entrance, tucked far into stone walls and hidden in the shadow of an overhang. I'll introduce you. Come on. They got all the way up to the building but still nobody came out to greet them, so Katsuki opened the door and went inside, scanning the area briefly. This was the first time he'd ever been inside this lab, so he wasn't quite sure what to expect, but what he saw was not at all what he would have thought to expect. The entrance consisted of a small hallway crossed by an empty secretary desk, a short half-wall backing the station. Beyond that, there was nothing but an open warehouse, towered by support pillars holding the structure up. That was about the only normal thing about the lab. It was otherwise filled with piles and stacks and heaps of strange devices and weird items that looked vaguely dangerous. The open spaces of the warehouse were taken up by different stations ranging from benches laid out with a myriad of tools leaned against each other into little house-like shapes to just about the oddest water jug Katsuki had ever seen. It looked self-serving, if you wanted your water blasted into your throat via a cannon-like appendage on the otherwise normal-looking jug. For as strange as the entire lab was, when Katsuki glanced to Izuku he saw the Omega's eyes practically sparkling as everything in. His smile snapped downward when a small explosion rocked the building, followed immediately by a mad laugh somewhere in the chaos. The voice drew their attention to the floor, where a young man in a lab coat and a hard hat was crawling toward them. Why, you must be ground zero. Miss Hatum is expecting you. Or, she was at some point? He flinched when the building was shaken by another explosion and more giggling. She's in the middle of an experiment, but she'll be available in just a moment. What sort of experiment? Izuku asked at the same time Katsuki growled, I don't have time for her to play around. While the assistant cowered under his fury, the Alpha snapped his teeth. I need those upgrades. I needed them days ago. So, no, I don't have time for whatever crazy bullshit she's doing. He caught a disapproving look from Izuku but chose to ignore him in this instance. Drag her out of the lab if you have to, but I need to talk to her. The assistant had stopped crawling, but he had yet to rise from the floor, clearly evaluating his choices. He waved behind him. You're welcome to try to get her attention. Just follow the sounds of science. It was clearly a line that had been fed to him, but not from Hatum. He said it as if clinging to a last thread of sanity, a broken promise he was still trying to mend. That promise broke a little more than a third. Slightly louder, explosion shook dust from the ceiling. This time, a scream followed, though Katsuki couldn't quite tell what kind of scream it was. In trying to parse through his options, he didn't miss when Izuku suddenly rushed past him and the assistant, following the short plume of smoke rising from the warehouse floor. After that, he didn't have much choice but to quickly follow. They navigated the unsteady piles of junk with an abandon Katsuki didn't care for, Izuku chagrining forward blindly until he rounded a stack of items all shaped a bit like toilet plungers. Are you okay? The Omega called, met with only a despairing noise in response. Katsuki finally caught up to him and found the pink-haired freak herself knelt on the ground before the smoking remains of what had at one point probably been some sort of robotic suit or armor. Now, it was missing all its limbs save for its left leg, the top was gone, and smoke poured from the scorched remnants of its. Izuku had put his hand on the engineer's shoulder, though she didn't seem to have noticed him yet. My baby, she gasped, fingers splayed before the wreckage as if in desperate prayer. Realizing for the first time what was standing in front of them, Izuku scanned the robotic suit, taking it apart piece by piece in his eyes. It was a look Katsuki knew well, having been disassembled and reassembled in similar fashion before. Unlike when taking Katsuki apart, Izuku seemed to figure out the solution to the puzzle in his head and left the engineer to peer into the belly of the robot. Only then did she jolt, noticing him finally. Who are you supposed to be? Izuku didn't answer, either not having heard or ignoring her, too busy digging around the smoking debris. Eventually, he re-emerged with a strange gear-like device in his hands. He turned it over once, twice, found something of interest on the bottom, and tossed it away. If you're going to power something this big, you can't use parts from Ian Tech. Especially motors. They're prone to overheating. What's this? He pulled one of the plunger-like things from the robot's he and turned just as the engineer leaped up and pressed her face close to his. The proximity of the two plus Izuku's immediate startled reaction had Katsuki snarling in warning, though he doubted the engineer heard him. She was too busy looking the Omega over, as if she was deciding the best place to start dissecting him. Who are you again? Izuku Midoriya? Hatum stepped back, rocked on her heels. Then she grinned, feral and mad. As much as he hated that look, Katsuki knew it was a good reaction. That the crazy engineer was accepting him, in the strange ways she could accept a real flesh and blood person. So he stayed back and watched as she talked shop with Izuku, as the Omega carefully sunk into the conversation, as he opened up, bit by bit, and smiled, genuine, excited, happy. He was happy. And that was all that truly mattered. Eventually, Izuku brought up the fact that he was there with Katsuki to pick up the Alpha's upgraded costume. Hatsum's interest turned to him immediately, sizing him up like he was a particularly boring hunk of metal. Still, she did take him to get final measurements and adjustments done, even if the reluctance was clear in her eyes. While initially taking interest in the hero's gear, Hatsum quickly stepped aside and let Izuku handle some of the adjustments, the Omega carefully helping to make final changes to the costume to Katsuki's preferences. While he seemed uneasy about this, she was practically foaming at the mouth. "You're in school?" she asked hastily while Izuku tried to talk to her about a balancing issue he was concerned about. He blinked at her. Not presently, but I was." "How long until you graduate?" 2 semesters? "Excellent." She flung her arms out to the massive piles surrounding them. "Come back when you finish up. You can do all the boring things while I work on my babies." At first, Izuku didn't react. The words either didn't process correctly or he wasn't sold on the idea of working with her. But then he jumped as if electrocuted. "Wait, are you serious? You're saying you'd hire me?" "Yes. I need someone to do all these trivial orders for me while I do the real work around here." She laughed, caught up in some self-serving image in her head. It only lasted a moment before she tilted a half-snarling expression at the Omega. "Well, get busy. My babies and I can only wait so long." But Izuku looked at Katsuki, standing in the middle of a machine that scanned the new tunic he was wearing, looking for defects. The Alpha shrugged, not knowing what he was looking for, but whatever it was, he seemed to get it. "All right. I'll finish my schooling as fast as I can." "Excellent." The engineer was practically vibrating with anticipation. What were you doing here again?" Luckily, it didn't take much longer for Hatsum and Izuku to finish up the necessary adjustments. The back brace snaked a line up Katsuki's spine and wrapped around his sissy to hold him upright and together. It would serve him well, he knew, and he was happy to finally have it, even if it had taken a while. Hatsum just about kicked them out once the adjustments were done, but Izuku was still flying off the high of what had transpired, so he didn't seem to notice. Only Katsuki saw as the engineer paused at the secretary station to scoop her assistant off the floor and drag him back down into the lab, chattering on about how she was going to improve her baby. What a strange woman. But that's so amazing. She's doing real work and she wants me to help her. I can't believe it. Well, believe it. You've got yourself a job offer. Just have to get through school first. Although his words were meant to be encouraging, Izuku fell silent after them, his bottom lip rolled into his teeth. Katsuki watched him until they got to the car, then he paused to get the door for the Omega before going back around to the driver's side. As he was pulling out, he said, "You worried about something? 'Cause you're being pretty loud about it." "Oh no." Izuku twisted his hands together. "It's just thinking about school and work." "Weird. Normal, I guess." And life hasn't been very normal recently. But after everything that had happened, Katsuki supposed it wouldn't be very normal. He kept his eyes on the road, unsure of what to say. Before he could form those words, Izuku turned to him. I know why you brought me here now. And it was really sweet of you to do this. Thank you. The alpha shifted in his seat, stared resolutely forward. No, I should be thanking you. You did a good job on those adjustments. Brace was exactly what I needed. I didn't do anything. Hatum had done the work to start off with. The tunic can be hooked up to that machine to adjust for any changes that may occur. So if you need support in different areas, it can be such to help you. He paused. You were paying attention when she said that, weren't you? Izuku, she didn't say a DMN thing about how this works. You looked at the computer and figured it all out yourself? Oh, the Omega tapped his leg, rhythmed, measured. Well, anyway, that's how it works. Good to know. Katsuki paused as a light turned red in front of them. When you're ready, if you need help, let me know and we'll get you back into school. Don't worry about Kazu. The pack will be more than happy to help watch him while you have class. Right, I guess? Forgot they'll be around still. BS Stardust are FNG strong to get rid of, believe me. That had Izuku laughing, and it was still the most appealing sound Katsuki had ever heard. Equally appealing was the call of his name by his pup when they entered the pack house. Kazu leaped for Katsuki first, then realized Izuku was behind him. Mommy! Mommy! He tugged at the Omega's uninjured arm. Why did you leave? Don't leave me again. I want to go with you. I'm sorry, Firecracker, but you couldn't have gone where we went. But don't worry. I don't have any plans to go anywhere for a little while. Promise? Yes, Firecracker. I'll be here. Hooray! Kazu chirped happily, then rounded on Katsuki. What about you, Kakin? Katsuki snorted. Can't go anywhere until those stupid photos come out. Couple of days. The pup nodded, once. Good. Katsuki kicked his shoes off, slipped on house slippers, and crouched in front of Kazu. Since I'll be around, let's go upstairs, just the two of us, and work on your quirk some. Immediately, the pup tensed, grabbing onto Izuku's leg with clawed fingers, even as Katsuki shook his head. Don't worry. You're not going to hurt anyone up there. I told you. I'm going to help you figure this out and I'll be right there. Okay? At first, the pup said nothing, glancing up to Izuku for support, the Omega smiling and running his fingers through his hair. Then, Kazu met Katsuki's gaze, nodded, still unsure, but there was a spark in his eyes that had the alpha grinning. Good. We'll get together later today. Just you wait, Firecracker. You're going to grind that nickname into the dirt when we're done. While Kazu tilted his head curiously, perhaps not quite understanding what he had said, Izuku clearly pressed a hand to his face, hid a sigh and a little shake of his head. Kazu was a smart kid. That was obvious, had been since he'd met the pup. But there was something different about watching him figure things out in his little brain as Katsuki led him through the simple exercises. While his explosions hadn't been nearly that large or destructive when he'd been a pup, Katsuki had still gone through several quirk training exercises to make sure he could control it once they got to be bigger and more potentially hazardous. They were simple and easy to follow, plus Kazu ate up the story about how they had been what Katsuki had used to help control his own quirk, so the pup caught on quickly. Soon enough, he was able to let little sparks dance in his hands without the room starting to swell with sweltering air. Kazu still didn't have the control necessary to pinpoint where his explosion would occur, though they seemed to default to about 10 to 15 feet right in front of the pup, so Katsuki made sure to always stand behind him and carefully monitor the room around them for any changes. One day, they'd work on actually conjuring and controlling where the explosions occurred, but that day was a long, long ways off. For now, simply controlling when they appeared was more than enough. After helping the pup train, Katsuki sent him down to rest, Kazu clearly exhausted by the effort. The pups would be going down for a nap, hopefully, so maybe he'd sneak in with them and get some sleep. Meanwhile, Katsuki turned to the gym equipment. While he was up there, it was a good time to get his own workout in. If he was going to be stuck in that pack house for a few more days, he didn't want to get too stagnant. He still had to go out and find Yokoyama's partner, after all, and he needed to be at top form to do so. He hadn't gotten very far into his workout routine when the air shifted, but not like it did when Kazu was about to summon an explosion. It shifted with a smell, with a presence that had Katsuki relaxing, even in the middle of his workout. He paused, rose up from his stance in front of the punching bag, to see Izuku standing just at the edge of the room. He was dressed in fitness breathes and a loose shirt. He'd traded his soft cast for a sturdier one. When he saw Katsuki had noticed him, he stepped carefully to join him. The words "is something wrong" came to mind, but the alpha knew there wasn't anything wrong. Not in this moment, at least. "Hey," Izuku smiled at him, "Kazue's down for a nap." He practically leaped into bed and fell asleep. "Yeah, well, he worked strong. Deserves some rest." Katsuki sunk back into his stance, held up his fists in front of him. "Did you need something?" "I'm just getting started." "I, actually do." The alpha paused again as the Omega scuffed his shoes on the mat. "I, was wondering if you'd help me get back into a workout routine. Want to learn how to defend myself and Kazu. If something were to happen, I should know what to do." It was funny, he supposed, in some way, because Katsuki had seen Izuku fight. He'd seen him fight like hell. And honestly, even if he'd fought in the ways Katsuki knew a person could fight, he didn't know if that would have made a difference the day of the attack. But the thought of Izuku knowing how to fight, how to defend himself, it did make his stomach unknot. Though it also did hurt the pride of his alpha brain a bit. After all, he was Izuku's alpha now. The Omega would never need to defend himself ever again with him around. Which was just a stupid thought. A stupid thought. Katsuki would never be everywhere the Omega was. There would be times he'd be alone. Times he might have to fend off someone. And in those times, Katsuki wanted him to know what to do, so he didn't have to resort to biting off body parts so quickly. And he'd get to spend some time with him. He would have been lying if he said that wasn't a good thought. "I have to be careful of my arm, obviously." Izuku held up the reinforced cast. "But I thought we could do something else while it heals up." "Sure." Katsuki stepped away from the punching bag, took Izuku's hands. They were slightly sweaty, as if the Omega was nervous, though the steel in his eyes didn't reflect that. He pulled Izuku's arms up, setting him into a boxer's stance. "Let's start with stances first. Then some simple forms to get you. We'll go from there." It was, he admitted, more than nice to sit on the ground with his back to Izuku's. To feel the Omega's breath whooshing in and out of his lungs, to feel the muscles stretch in his back as he breathed, to sink their lives in such a primal way. He breathed deeply and Izuku copied him. He leaned heavily back against the alpha, head against his shoulder, mouth open to gasp as much air as possible. He offered his bottle of water and the Omega drank from it greedily. Then he slipped down along Katsuki's back a little, huffed out. "This didn't used to be so strong," he grumbled. Katsuki grunted. "You're out of practice. Plus you used a lot of energy staying alive. You'll get back into it soon enough. I'll help you." The Omega spent a moment trying to match Katsuki's breathing, swallowed, gasped, and shook his head. "Thank you, Katsuki. This has been good. Good. Good." He knew Izuku meant it. He meant it in all the ways a single word could mean. Good because of Hatum. Good because of the workout. Good because of Kazu. Good because the workout was over. Good because he felt good. The word played in his mind until it wasn't really a word at all anymore. Then, he intertwined his fingers with Izuku's, pulled his arm around to his lips, to embrace each knuckle, to taste the saltiness of his sweat, to try to lick his palm, though Izuku laughed and drew his hand away. Then, he sat back against the Omega, leaning on him as much as Izuku leaned on Katsuki. Well, good. 3 days later, the photo spread appeared in a hero-centric magazine, the Hero Journal, which Katsuki had never heard of before, but when mentioned, Izuku gasped, stating he loved the magazine. So that was good at least. The spread itself was horrifically stylized for mass media consumption. It took up 8 whole pages and featured 2 full-page images, the one shown on the news and one of the pair in suits. Izuku turned toward Katsuki, giving the camera a curious look over his shoulder while Katsuki stared down at the Omega. It was a SNSL image on its own, but if memory served him, that photo had been taken milliseconds before Izuku had sneezed violently. The Omega's half-lidded, open-mouthed expression wasn't one of longing, but nasal irritation, and Katsuki's look amounted only to him having sensed a change in the Omega's body, the coming sneeze, and his attempts to watch out for any flying mucus, not the possessive sort of glare it appeared to be. Still, Mina ate it up, so apparently it was a good photo, origin aside. Next to the 2 full pages were several more, most from the shoot itself, though a couple were of just Katsuki from various press releases. All these photos were captioned by something like, Ground Zero attained number 8 in the official hero ranks after this debut, or Ground Zero is currently ranked the number 4 hero in the country behind Lemillion, Old Timer Hawks, and Packmate Shoto. There were no photos of Izuku on his own. Flipping through the spread, Katsuki thought it was rather successful, with the pack sharing their own copies and cooing and swooning over the 2. But all at once, everyone seemed to turn to the last couple of pages at the same time and they all went dead silent. Katsuki could feel their eyes on him and Izuku and he knew exactly why. The last 2 pages of the spread offered a single photo and some text. The photo, him, Izuku, and Kazue in the hospital parking lot. The text, information about his and Izuku's shared childhood, about Izuku's life, schooling, and career, about speculations on Kazue's presence and what it meant for the relationship between the 2. There was even a couple of sentences mentioning Izuku's recent hospitalization, theories on his broken arm. Katsuki gave it all a quick scan, then snapped the magazine shut. His palms sparked with every intention of burning it up, but Izuku snatched it away before that could happen. He ripped back to the end of the spread, eyes dashing across the page as he quickly read. The more he read, the more he slumped into his seat, the more he seemed to deflate in defeat. When he finally tossed it aside, Katsuki did grab it and burn it up, just to prove his point. While he was doing that, Izuku immediately pulled his phone out and began tapping at it. When Katsuki looked over, he saw articles about the 2 of them scrolling down his screen. Izuku, he tried to say, but the Omega stood, walked away without even looking at him. It was strong to tell him to stop. After all, there was a sick part of himself that wanted to know every scrap of information the media had cobbled together. However, he also knew they were morbidly curious for 2 very different reasons. Him, because he needed to know what information was out there, what information could be used against the Omega by any unpleasant parties or by Yokoyama's partner. Izuku? He wanted to know for his own reasons. Reasons that could eat him up so quickly. The knowledge of the pain to come had Katsuki's palms sparking. Bakugo, Ida's voice was gentle in an unnerving way. Rarely did the pack handle him as if he were fragile, and in the moments they did, he despised the too soft, sugary tones and words they used. This was one of those times. We should contact Suzuki. No doubt she is or will soon be aware of what's happened and she may want to. I don't give a DMN what she wants. The words came out as one long hiss, a sound that drew the attention of the entire pack. F these a-holes. F them all. No more interviews. No more photo shoots. No more bullshit. Bakugo, Ida trailed off before Katsuki had to growl to shut him up. He bit his lip, straightened. I understand. Do what you feel you must. The lack of a fight, the lack of any resistance at all, was strange but welcome. Katsuki used the freedom to walk over to Izuku, to put a hand to his shoulder. He didn't look up. His eyes were both distant and focused, moving to and fro across his phone screen at a precisely measured pace. Izuku, he tired again. I'm sorry. I didn't want this to happen. Of all the responses he expected, rejection, anger, fear, hurt, an impatient scoff had not at all been near the top of his list. Don't you think I know that, Katsuki? Just like I always knew this was a possibility. That these things were bound to happen. His fire died quickly as he started reading a new article and his shoulders slumped forward. Katsuki peered over his shoulder, scanned some of the text. A thread of theories on Kazue's alpha. He quickly realized his name was not anywhere on the list. Tell me what's bothering you. You can't do anything about it. He can tell the words were meant to be sassy, a roll of the eyes. They came out just barely, not a whimper. Tell me anyway. Izuku paused. For a long time. Long enough that Katsuki abandoned the idea of getting an answer, that he simply started pressing his thumbs in little circles into the knotted muscles at the Omega's shoulders and neck. So when the words spilled out, he paused, surprised, but listened closely. People think Kazuo came from another alpha. Some speculate he's yours. I mean, how could they not? But most people think it would have been impossible to hide him this long. So, he comes from another random alpha, maybe even a beta. Take your pick. His hand tightened on his phone. Katsuki saw the unspoken words ravaging his tongue before he finally spit them out. To them, I'm nothing more than just another power-hungry, gold-digging Omeganware. That I used childhood bond to live a comfy life I don't deserve. That Kazue's life doesn't actually matter beyond that. The more he talked, the more Katsuki understood, and the angrier he got. After going through the hell of Yokoyama's attack, the struggle of raising Kazuo, the helplessness of being so completely alone, these people, who didn't know a DMN thing about him, were dismissing his efforts. Painting his life into brushstrokes that fit their own needs, their own understandings of the world. Throwing away the person Izuku was, the value of his life, and his pups, to suit their own narrative. It was cruel, insensitive, compassionless, dehumanizing, and completely predictable. And Izuku was right. Barring going to the media himself and giving all the juicy, terrible details, short of turning himself into a martyr for struggling Omegas for the media to have a field day with, there was nothing either of them could do. Katsuki knew the spotlight. He knew it well. Particularly when that spotlight was shining on all your flaws, all your falsehoods, never quite reaching the truth of the subject before it. And so, he knew how to ignore that spotlight. How to turn away from it. How to pull Izuku away from it as well. He spread his palm over the screen, gently pulled the phone from loosened fingers. Set it aside. Wrapped his arms around Izuku. Hugged him tightly. Nuzzled into his neck. Rumbled out a low and comforting growl. Accepted when the Omega's fingers curled around his arms and he sniffled quietly. You're still strong, he whispered. The strongest person I know. You'll get through. I know you will. And I'll help. However I can. He'd never been very good at words. When they'd been kids, Izuku had always been the one to spin some appealing phrases. But in that moment he was so quiet. As if words alone were not enough, could never be enough. But his touch was. Their togetherness was. They stood, embraced in each other's arms, until the Omega stopped sniffling. Then, and only then, Katsuki stepped away, and Izuku quickly ran his hands over his face to clean himself up. Stay here, Katsuki said, hurrying up the stairs. He hadn't planned on doing this for a couple more days, but honestly who cared anymore? He returned holding a small box, which he presented to Izuku. Here. The Omega took it, turned it over. A courting gift? Open it. Izuku snuck a glance around, but nobody was paying them much mind, either still wrapped up in talking about the photo shoot or moved on to other things. He carefully opened the box, revealing a shimmering black band. What's this? Izuku pulled it out, turning it over in his hands. Wrist guard? It looks like a bracelet. Katsuki shrugged. Cooler name. Here, he turned it over, pointed out the orange X inlaid on the inside of the band. So when you wear it, you know I'm always there with you. It was maybe a bit ballsy of a move. That was why he'd wanted to wait a little while longer. So he was pleased to see the Omega smile, laugh a little, struggle to immediately try putting it on. Thank you, Katsuki. It's wonderful. The Alpha had to help him, the band fitting snugly on the Omega's wrist. The band itself was about an inch wide, made of a shimmering metal that reminded Katsuki of obsidian. The metal only wrapped around the outside half of the band, the other half a black L-teacher material to help with that extra snug fit. At a glance, you couldn't tell it wasn't completely made of metal. Or of volcanic stone. Staring at it, Katsuki wondered if he should have had some diamonds or something inlaid in it. But Izuku examined his wrist, turning it over and over again, his smile remaining the entire time. I don't usually wear jewelry. It's not jewelry. It's a style choice. Aha. Izuku wrapped an arm around Katsuki's, leaned happily against him. Either way, it's very nice. Thank you. The acceptance of his gift had Katsuki preening, had his alpha brain howling in joy. He took Izuku's hand, intertwined their fingers. Ran his thumb over the new band on his wrist. Of course. Anything for you? It was only the next day while Izuku was admiring Katsuki's latest courting gift that the idea struck him. With the spread now public and having officially been cleared to go back to work, Katsuki had taken the first patrol he could, practically running out the door right after giving him the band. Chances were, Izuku wasn't going to see him until late that night, if at all. Which meant he was on his own for the day. Not so long ago, the thought may have made his mouth go dry. Now, it solidified his idea, his plan. He stood from his chair on the balcony, where he sometimes went to talk to Sono or just have a moment to himself. The pack knew to leave him alone if he was out there, but upon hearing him rise, Tsu did glance curiously up at him from where she was tending to the garden below. Apparently, there were many preparations to make for the coming autumn and winter, especially since the colder wind was starting to come down off the mountains. She'd spent a lot of time in that garden, though Izuku wasn't naive enough not to realize the other Omega was also keeping an eye on him between all her gardening. Since Yokoyama's appearance at the pack house, the pack always became a little more jumpy, a little more prone to crowd in around him when he stepped outside. He knew they were just trying to protect him, but sometimes they really could be suffocating. Even the newly repaired fence hadn't mitigated any of their paranoia. He wasn't really thinking about that as he stepped from the balcony into the house. It occurred to him that although he'd been living at the pack house for several weeks now and although he had left it many times before, it had always been in a car. He'd never walked past the gates of the house on his own 2 feet. And that was, unfortunately, a problem. He stepped downstairs, cast a glance around. Although most of the pack was out, apparently setting up repairs for the kitchen or out at the agency or on patrol, he spotted Todoroki and Shoji sitting on the couch, the television turned off. They were talking quietly, cups of tea in their hands. Somehow, he didn't need to say anything for the alpha to glance over his shoulder, as if knowing exactly who would be standing there. Midoriya, come join us. Momo brewed some lovely tea before leaving for patrol. Surprise drew Izuku forward, though he politely held up a hand when Shoji offered to pour him a cup. Yaoyorozu is out on patrol? Yes. Why wouldn't she be? Well, Izuku pressed a hand to his stomach, remembered the burden of knowing a life was nestled inside of him. Long before the physical burden of carrying Kazuo, he'd felt the emotional and mental burden, the knowledge that he wasn't just acting for one person anymore, but for two, for someone much more precious than his own life. Todoroki noticed the motion, sipped at his tea, set it down with a soft clatter. Momo is a hero, Midoriya. It's in her nature to continue doing what she can to help people. That being said, she is more of a support hero than a combat hero. So it is a little less dangerous for her than it would be for some of the others. And the pack knows she's carrying. They'll keep an eye out for her. Besides, she's strong enough to keep herself safe. The absolute confidence with which Todoroki spoke of his partner made Izuku blush a little. A little spike of something nasty, something that felt a little like jealously, threatened to rear its head, but he squashed it by sitting across from Todoroki and next to Shoji. I need a little help? The Alpha and Beta glanced at each other and Shoji immediately put his tea down. Something wrong? Actually, it's a good thing, I think. Izuku spun his hands around one another. You know how Jiro is courting someone right now? I think I'd like to try that. I want to get Katsuki a courting gift. For a heartbeat, the tension remained in the two's limbs. But as his words sunk in, so too did the tension ease. That sounds like a wonderful plan, Shoji said. Todoroki picked up his tea, sat back. Any ideas on what you're one to get him? I don't know. Izuku played with the band, pressed it into his wrist until he could feel the X inlaid within. Think I want to window shop a little. Any suggestions of good places to go? There are a few malls nearby that might work. I think you and the others went to one, the Alpha stood. You want to go check it out? Yeah, I do. But I want to do this alone. For the second time, Todoroki and Shoji exchanged looks. As if they couldn't quite understand what he had just said. Listen, Izuku tightened his fingers around each other, found strength in something, some deep, unspoken power he hadn't successfully reached for in a long time. This is Katsuki's and mine's courtship. I have to do this alone. Plus, with Yokoyama gone, then there's no risk, right? Or at least, not as much of a risk. But I just have to do this for myself. He tried to put that strength into his words. To make the packmates understand just how important it was for him to do this. Even as uncomfortable as he knew it probably made them feel. Either his strength hadn't reached his words or the two couldn't quite set their feelings aside. They were heroes, after all. It was in their nature to try to shelter people. To put their well-being first, above their own. Sometimes, he'd found, to the other person's detriment. He could see the resistance shining in both of their eyes, knew neither were comfortable with just letting him go out alone. But he knew he had to do this. That he could. Even if it was a little scary. He wouldn't be gone long. And they had said the mall wasn't that far from the pack house. Anyway, if something happened, he wasn't that far from help. He managed to catch Todoroki's eye, held it, tried so much to convey what his words had not, could not. Hoped the alpha understood. Todoroki was strong to read. He had a flat effect courtesy of years of living with his father, according to Yaoyorozu. But Izuku had spent enough time with him to understand some of his tells. The slow tilt of his chin forward, the slight curl of his lip upward. "You sure you'll be okay alone?" he asked. Izuku nodded, clenched his hands. "Yes. And if I'm not, then I know who to call." Todoroki considered him, sat down. "You can take the car. I don't think anyone took it to the agency today." "No. I can't drive." He smiled, a little embarrassed, when the two blinked at him. "Just, some directions to the mall would be nice." Todoroki and Shoji explained how to get to the mall in such great detail that Izuku thought he might be able to tell someone else how to get there without having taken the route himself. But he supposed that was the point. Once he was sure he understood the way, and after both Todoroki and Shoji double-checked that he had both their numbers and all the relevant emergency numbers, including the direct line to their agency, Izuku went and dressed for the occasion. He wasn't one to dress up most of the time. And honestly, a nice shirt with his new all-might jacket from Katsuki and some nice dark jeans wasn't all that fancy. But it felt good to run his fingers through his hair in some vain attempt to control it, just as he would have done months earlier, before all of this had happened. Before leaving, he peeked into the playroom just as Kazu cried out and fell over backwards with a faked gasp. Fumiko stood tall over him. "I win. I let you win," Kazu whispered from the floor. "Quiet. You're dead already." She spotted Izuku and her face lit up. Midima. He still wasn't quite sure how his name had been turned into that. He thought that it was a joke from Uraraka after Fumiko had struggled with pronouncing his actual name. "Hello. You pups being nice to each other?" "Yes. Sorry, but Kazu is dead now." "Mom, I'm dead." Kazu croaked from the floor. There was something very unpleasant about hearing the pups talking about Kazu being dead, but he recognized it was all in play and fought back the bile that wanted to rise up his throat. "So I see. Having fun?" "Yes. Are you going to play with us?" "Yes." That had Kazu leaping to his feet, racing over to pull at Izuku's arm. "Play, mommy, play." "I can't. I have to go out to the mall for a little while." "Just wanted to tell you I was leaving." Fumiko stuck her lip out, a move she'd learned from Kazu. The other pup let out a shriek of indignation, one that Izuku immediately chirped in warning at. Kazu, not having noticed or cared, tugged a little more forcefully at his arm. "No, mommy, no. You promised. You said you wouldn't leave me again." He had said that, hadn't he? "Well, I want to go get something nice for someone. I won't be gone very long at all, Kazu. I'm sorry, please just." "No." The pup growled, his alpha scent increasing. His regulators had stabilized him already, but every now and then, when he became particularly upset, his scent would still roar up around him, just as it might any alpha who lost control. His pup's alphan scent made Izuku feel a little tremble at his knees, a sway to want to bow to whatever he said. But he resisted, pulled his hand away from Kazu, even as the pup continued to reach for it. "Mommy, no. Take me with you." "Kazu, I can't." "Mommy, please." "Kakin is gone too. I want to go with you." "I want to go with you." He began whining, which also ground on several of Izuku's nerves. He didn't like giving in to Kazu. It taught him bad habits. But the more his pup spoke, The more the distance between them grew in Izuku's mind, the more he found he just wanted to give in. The two of them hadn't been out shopping since Yokoyama's attack. His pup had been just as traumatized as he had been. Maybe it would be good to take him out shopping, just the two of them, to show him that the world wasn't as scary and dangerous as he might have been led to think. Mai had told him that if he was comfortable he should try pushing his boundaries. That was the only way he was actually going to grow. If he stayed where he felt safe, where he had built walls to protect himself, then he would never get past what had occurred. She'd also told him he had a duty to help Kazue with this as well, as the pup had so many fewer choices than he did, that Kazue wasn't nearly old enough to do some of this on his own. So yeah, maybe it would be better to bring him. Or maybe it would just make him feel better. Either way, Izuku crouched down, looked Kazue in the eye. "Alright Kazu, you can come with me, but..." His voice stopped the pup mid-celebration. "You have to listen very closely to what I say and you can't leave my side, alright? I can't carry you very much either, so you'll have to do a lot of walking. Do you understand?" "I understand." Kazue bounced a little. "Let's go, mommy." "Hey, I want to go shopping." Fumiko put her hands on her hips. "Sorry, Fumiko. Why don't you go see what Shoji and Todoroki are doing in the living room?" The younger pup puffed her cheeks out, looking more and more like her mom, and rushed out of the room before either Izuku or Kazue could move. Her powerful voice rung out so much that Izuku and Kazue shared a secret smile and a little laugh between them. It had been a long time since they'd been able to do something like that. With everything that had happened, with their living situation so drastically changed, with Katsuki now in their lives, it was nice to just have a moment with his pup, to be reminded of simpler times. He reached out to scent the pup, felt him reciprocate in return, his new scent washing over the Omega, a wave over his favorite beach. No, he hadn't known that scent very long. And yet, he felt like he'd been waiting so long for this smell. To bathe in it. To be whole and complete with it, and with Katsuki's. It all felt so perfectly right. There was a train station not too far from the pack house. Though Izuku swore the entire walk there, he could feel eyes from the pack watching him, making sure he was okay. Shoji had made it implicitly clear he didn't have any plans and that, if necessary, he could get out the door and to the mall fairly quickly with the car. His reassurance did help to carry Izuku through those first few steps beyond the pack house's gates, though Kazue's insistent pulling at his arm did help a lot too. On the train, Kazue crawled up into Izuku's lap and leaned against him, arms wrapped around his neck. One of the other passengers smiled at him and Izuku tried not to feel an icy wave rush through him. She was just admiring how cute they were. Nothing else. Her smile didn't mean anything else. Still, Izuku kept his focus on Kazue for the rest of the trip, so not to catch unwanted looks from anyone else. Once they got off the train, it was a relatively short walk to the mall, marked out by the crowd of people milling around, a short center of buildings, peering into shops with intense curiosity and judgment. It took him a moment to realize he did, indeed, recognize this place, that this had been where he, the Omegas, Kaminari, and Yaoyorozu had gone shopping. Kazue kept right beside him, a hand in his, only wandering a step or two in any given direction. He was drawn mostly to a sweets shops, which he stopped walking altogether for to stare longingly at, until Izuku tugged him along, the pup pouting as he trudged away. Stepping into the mall, Izuku paused to take a deep breath, all the scents in the air rushing into his nostrils, flaring to life over his tongue. He knew immediately that was a mistake. He could taste chocolate, candy, a group of Omegas giggling nearby, and a bitter, sour sort of taste, a smug beta scowling at the crowds passing by where he perched on a bench, and a single, roaring, choking alpha scent, like bile and BLD. He coughed, swallowed, tightened his grip on Kazue's hand. He couldn't quite pinpoint where the alpha was, but he tried not to think about it, tried not to obsess over it. He even held his breath so he wouldn't have to smell such an awful scent, wouldn't have to taste it. Searching for a way out of the rancid air, some way to get away from it all, he ducked into the first store he could. The sliding glass doors whispered smoothly and silently closed behind them, and someone called out, "Welcome." Izuku gasped, unable to hold his breath, blinked, took in exactly where he found himself. It was a sparklingly clean store, glass displays so spotless they were practically impossible to notice, velvet cushions for the merchandise, a crystal chandelier hanging above, soft music drowning out the mumble of conversation. What stuck out most though, what caught him most off guard, was the smell. Lavender, rich, calming, sweet. Rising over any of the other scents that otherwise might fill the space. The absence of any particular identifying scent was strangely relieving. It gave him back the focus he hadn't realized he was spending on locating and categorizing all the different scents around him. Even if he'd never smelled it himself before, he knew this lavender smell had to be one of those aromatherapy balls that were becoming more and more popular. He reveled in the smell, glanced down to see Kazue's lip was curled slightly in distaste. He crowded closer to Izuku, pressed his nose to the Omega's wrist, seeking the scent gland there. Caught up in the relaxing scent and calm atmosphere, he almost missed when someone approached them. A young woman inclined her head slightly. "Thank you for visiting. Is there anything specific you are looking for?" Izuku swept the store again, ideas twisting in his head, and he smiled at the attendant. By the time they finally left the store, a bag tucked under Izuku's arm, warmth and excitement and anticipation bubbling in his tea, and Kazue glowering at his side. The attendant had been gracious enough to bag his purchase in a generic paper sack that hid its true nature, which meant nobody at the pack would be able to figure out what he'd gotten. And since Kazue had taken very little interest in what was going on, he probably wouldn't tell Katsuki what they had gotten, especially since Izuku didn't think the pup knew who the gift was for, that it was even a gift at all. But for as disinterested as the pup had been, that meant one very bad thing. He'd had nothing to occupy himself. He'd had nothing to keep his attention the entire time they had been in the store. And Izuku should have known that was going to come back to bite him. "Mommy, I'm bored." "Well, we're done now, firecracker." "Mommy, I'm tired." "I told you I can't carry you. You're going to have to walk with me to the train station." "Mommy." Izuku sighed. He didn't want to abandon this weightless feeling, this wonderful squirming in his heart. But he also knew a meltdown when it reared its ugly head over the horizon. No matter how he was feeling, Kazue had his own opinions on this shopping trip. He knew part of it was that the pup was bored, that he was a bit anxious himself, and he probably didn't really know what to do with that feeling, that they hadn't done anything fun at all since leaving the pack house. So Izuku understood where the meltdown was coming from. But that didn't mean he was properly equipped to handle that. Not with his own physical state, not with his own anxieties, not with so many people around him and nobody to back him up. So, as much as he hated to it, Izuku crouched to be a little closer to eye level with the pup. "Kazue, do you want to visit the sweet shop?" Energy and alertness zinged back into the pup's limbs. "Candy?" "One piece. You get to pick it?" "Yay." The pup raced ahead several steps, skidded to a halt, a heartbeat of unmoving, before he ran back to Izuku, taking his hand. "Come in, Mommy. I know which one it is." The added benefit of the sweet shop was that it was the closest to the train station, though they still had a few blocks to walk after that, so Izuku knew they could both pop directly over to the station and have Kazue finish his treat before they got on the train. It would work out. He just had to make sure the pup didn't get anything too extravagant. Despite the pack not having a functioning kitchen at the moment, they still took dinner times as seriously as ever, whether it was takeout from a local restaurant or ready-made meals from the convenience store, and Izuku didn't want Kazue to miss that. The pup shoved the door to the shop open so enthusiastically, he forgot Izuku was right behind him and nearly let the door fall back into the Omega, Izuku, catching it just in time. Meanwhile, Kazue raced to the display case, practically drooling at his options. Izuku caught a knowing smile from the cashier as he went over to help the pup pick out his treat. It didn't take Kazue long to center in on a rounded ball of mochi, one of the pup's favorite sweets. That would certainly pacify him long enough for them to get home. And it would be somewhat easy for the pup to eat that while walking, even if his hands would probably get a little sticky on the way, he'd make sure to swipe some napkins before they left. "You sure that's what you want?" he asked. Kazue didn't break eye contact with the display case. "Yes, Mommy. I want that." Okay. Izuku couldn't help the laugh that accompanied his words, stood, turned, and immediately felt a jolt as something bumped strong on his shoulder, sending him stumbling back. "Oh, Beg pardon, the voice was sharp and immediate, and did not sound apologetic at all. Izuku blinked, checked first for Kazu. The pup's eyes locked onto him, pupils nearly dilated to slits. It was an expression he knew. From both Kazu and Katsuki. A focused, angry, uncertain look. A bit of anger bubbled up in Izuku as well, though he pushed it aside, tried to smile as he turned toward the person standing before him. The first thought that crossed his mind when he saw her was she was absolutely gorgeous. He knew from the tug at his gut, a similar, weightless sensation that he sometimes got when Katsuki looked at him with that DMN smirk of his, that told him this woman was special. It was particularly startling to look at her and be frozen within place by the sheer absolution of her beauty because he'd always had a very specific taste, even after Katsuki, when he tried to look beyond the blonde-haired hero for a more suitable, less volatile partner. He'd always been attracted to alphas and males, almost exclusively, especially alphas with broad shoulders and muscular arms, just like Katsuki. So when he looked at the woman and felt his mouth go dry and his BLD rush into his cheeks, despite her being very clearly a woman and the sweet omega scent that rolled off of her, he felt a bit unsure of what to do next. She held herself with the confidence of knowing who she was, what she wanted, what she was there for, what her place was in the world, probably because she had carved that throne herself. Her dark hair was cut at her chin, bangs swept to the side, intense, dark eyes unmoving from Izuku's face. Her nose was small and button-like, her chin rounded, cheeks long. The shape of her eyes somehow reminded him of a nut or a fruit, and he wasn't really sure why. She was petite, though perhaps not too small, her body curved in a SNSL figure, accentuated by hip-hugging jeans and a plain blouse. A necklace of long silver links hung from her neck. It clinked as she moved, somehow reminding him of Suzuki, and this was the thought that finally shook him from his stupor. It's okay. It happens. Why was he having such a strong time forming words? And why was he dismissing it so outright? She'd bumped him. That wasn't okay. Why was he saying otherwise? The other Omega tilted her chin slightly, very clearly looked him up and down. You're that Omega from the news, right? Midoriya, was it? Hearing his name from a stranger's lips was admittedly unnerving, though Katsuki had warned him this exact situation was a distinct possibility now that their courting had been announced. Yeah, I guess. You guess? She raised an eyebrow, then lifted a hand before he could speak. Anyway, I didn't mean to run into you. I was just lost in thought. Yeah, I get that. Izuku glanced at Kazu again, but the pup was unbearably still. What was he thinking? What did he think Izuku was doing? Very suddenly, all he wanted was to scoop up his pup and leave that building. I hadn't been paying attention either, so it was partly my fault too. Why the hell did I say that? Yes, the woman flipped her hair. Well, I should have seen you. Or at least smelled you. You've got that scent about you. Should have smelled it a mile away. There was a teasing sort of lift to her smile. Something Izuku didn't care for one little bit. It made her look quite substantially less attractive, but he couldn't place why. What? He didn't know why he was carrying on this conversation. It was clearly going in a direction he didn't want it to go. But he stood there, caught in her thrall, listening as she hid a giggle in her hand. You know it. You've got that alpha scent around you. That, shall we say, overly familiar alpha scent about you. Though can't say I pick out any one from the other. It was a strange comment on the surface. Perhaps most people would have looked at her a little funny and moved on. But Izuku had been around enough to know those words. To have similar ones spit at him when people saw him alone with a pup on his hip and not a single alpha in sight. She just implied something he didn't much care for at all. Excuse me, the spell broken, Izuku found himself standing a little taller, much more unafraid to speak his mind as it cleared from the cobwebs of her not-so-wonderful beauty. I don't appreciate what you're implying. Oh, sweetheart, I'm not implying. He didn't like the way she said sweetheart either. Like it was a curse. Or a joke. You're a little rank. Should take more pride in your body. Or, maybe you take a little too much pride in your body. Hey! Izuku felt his jaws snap, knew exactly where that had come from. Who the hell are you supposed to be anyway? You don't know me. Don't I? She was laughing at him. He could tell. He could see it in her toothy grin. Papers say a lot about you, Midoriya. A pup on one hip and an alpha on the other. Can't even find it in yourself to be loyal to your pup. You have to pawn him off on a pack to satisfy your alpha or something? That's way out of bounds. Come on, firecracker, let's. He turned to leave, turned to put the woman out of his mind, and something grabbed onto his arm. Her hand was cold. Her fingers like claws. Her eyes were wide. Her smile was a grin of teeth that seemed so familiar he almost wanted to be sick. Don't you think, she hissed out, quiet and steady, that you should take your disgrace and just keep it to yourself? There was something about her. Just as her beauty had entranced him, now something else was holding him there. And he didn't think it was all her anymore. It was something in his body, some screaming, crying, panicking part of him, something that made him want to run and another that kept him rooted in place. Her grin of teeth seemed to widen. He thought she didn't really smell like an Omega anymore. Don't you think people like you shouldn't show their face in public so readily? People might assume you're looking for something more than just what's on display. He couldn't breathe. Couldn't think. Was she implying he was? A little form broke between them and shoved the Omega so strong she flailed. Let Izuku's arm go. Kazu growled, bared his teeth in a display of demps that had every person in the store turning suddenly toward them, as if for the first time noticing something was wrong. Stop it! The pup demanded. You leave my mommy alone. Seeing his pup standing there, Izuku let out a breath. His pup was there. He couldn't fall apart. Not when Kazu needed him. And he couldn't let the pup see his Omega get treated like this, even if he didn't understand the context of what the other Omega was implying. Strength from Kazu turned to tell the other Omega off, and froze again. She was staring at Kazu. Unmoving. But hungry? Without thinking, without another word, Izuku grabbed Kazu, pulled him to his seat, and practically ran out the door. The bell above it clanged wildly, but its toll faded quickly as he plowed his way through the crowds, down the street, away from the sweet shop and the Omega with the grinning teeth. But why was he thinking of him? Why did she remind him of that awful alpha? Why did her words hurt in ways they shouldn't have? Why did any of this matter at all? Why couldn't he just be strong enough to not give a shit, to go on with his life? Who cared if she thought he was aware? Who cared if she and hundreds of other people read into things their own way? Who cared about any of that when he knew the truth? And why was it so suffocating to be in that moment, to be almost running down the street, too afraid to look over his shoulder to see what might be following him? Mommy? Kazue's voice broke through his racing thoughts. The pup pulled himself up a little, rubbed against Izuku's neck, his scent filling up his senses, quieting his mind, steadying his breath. Mommy, it's okay. I'm here. I'll protect you now. He wanted to tell Kazu that he didn't need to do that he didn't need rescuing. But maybe he did. Slowly he looked back. People walked behind him, coming at him, but nobody gave him anything but a cursory glance as he glared at each of them. The woman was nowhere to be seen. It was stupid of him to feel like this. To have his heart crashing against his ribcage as it was. To not be able to focus on what he was doing. It took him 2 more blocks of walking to realize he'd passed the train station. Or maybe he'd gone the complete wrong way. Either way, he knew he was lost. He knew he was lost, and no matter how lost he might be, he didn't want to stop moving. He didn't want to ask anyone for help. He just wanted to keep walking away from that sweet shop, away from the Omega, away from the shadow he swore was at his heels. Mommy? Kazue's voice wasn't as magically grounding this time as it had been the first time. But it was enough for Izuku to remember he had his phone on him. He grabbed for it, yanked it from his pocket, and it almost immediately flew out of his fingers. He cursed loudly, tried to snatch it from the air, tripped, nearly fell, Kazu crying out as he suddenly dipped toward the concrete. Izuku clutched the pup to his feet, rattled out a breath, stared at the cold concrete under his feet. Felt as if his feet was concaving in. Felt as if he couldn't find enough air. That his vision was swimming. That he was losing control. He was losing control. At his feet, the phone lay in its little blue RBB case. He bent over, grabbed for it. He didn't really care what he was doing. He just pressed the first contact his fingers could find, pressed the phone to his ear. At first, as he stood there, knees wobbling, trying to move forward, or at least out of the way, the phone ringing normally. After a moment, as if in a movie, the tone shifted, the number redialed, and it began ringing again. Then, as if pulled from a dream, a voice roared through the receiver. "What? I'm in the middle of something here." Izuku yelped. He actually yelped. How pathetic was he? Snapped into focus by the harshness of the voice, Izuku registered many things at once. He'd called Katsuki. Katsuki was still out on patrol. Katsuki was apparently in the middle of something important, maybe fighting a villain, maybe fighting for his life, and he was just standing there like a whimpering fool. "Nothing," he squeaked out. "Sorry." He went to hang up, heard Katsuki's voice carry through very clearly. "Wait. Izuku? Izuku, is that you?" "Hello." He didn't really know what to say. He didn't know what to do. Katsuki was busy. He knew that. He should have called someone else. In his arm, Kazu wiggled slightly, pressed his cheek to Izuku's. "Kakin, mommy is sad." "Kazu?" There was an urgency to Katsuki's voice Izuku didn't know if he'd ever heard before. "What's happening? Who's at the house with you?" "Kakin, we aren't at the pack house anymore. We went to a sweet shop and I wanted to get some mochi because it looked super yummy and this lady was mean to mommy and I told her to go away and now mommy is standing in the middle of the street." His pup's words jolted him and Izuku ducked his head, hurried to the side. There was a bench, maybe for a bus, that he sank onto, holding the pup close to his ear. Kazu leaned up to keep trying to talk into the phone. "Kakin, mommy is sad now. You have to make him not sad." All right, cuz I need you tell me where you are. Do you see any street signs nearby?" Izuku glanced up, caught one posted nearby, repeated it numbly. "I'm fine, Katsuki. Just had a moment. Some JRK was being rude." "It's fine. Sorry I called. Be safe, okay?" "Izuku Midoriya, if you hang up this phone I will." It was clear Katsuki reached for his typical threats and realized he did not want to say those to Izuku, so he paused for just a breath, then growled, "Don't make me hunt you down." "I'm fine." Izuku let his own voice dip to a growl. "Just need to catch my breath. And I'll go home." This was a mistake. He clenched the bag, Katsuki's gift, couldn't believe he somehow had kept hold of it. "Sorry. I know you're on patrol. Didn't mean to do that." When he sobbed, he nearly couldn't finish speaking, nearly startled himself. "You are not fine," Katsuki hissed. In the background, Izuku could hear explosions going off. "Hold on a moment." He waited, only a second later a raging sound vibrating his phone with the force of it, a short cry from someone not close to the receiver. Then, it went quiet, and Katsuki audibly snapped his jaws. "Izuku, I'm on my way. I'll come get you too." "I'm fine," he tried to say, but his voice trailed off. "Stop saying that. And don't you dare hang up until I see you." "It's fine, Katsuki. It will be. You'll be okay. Just wait for me." He paused, seemed to try to take a breath. "Is anyone there with you?" "No, I went out by myself. I thought it'd be fine. I wanted it to be fine." His sobbing was horrible. People kept looking at him. He wanted to curl into a ball and disappear. "Katsuki, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Stop." The alpha tried to say it soft and sweet, but he bit off the word, his frustration clear. "Just stop. I'm almost there. Can you hear me?" Izuku stopped, listened. For a moment, there was nothing. Then, in the distance, there came a series of percussive bangs. He looked up, around, nearly jumped out of his skin when something crashed onto the street only a few feet from him. Arriving in such spectacular fashion had an almost immediate wave of oohs and ahs racing up from the crowds, everyone brought to a halt to see who had arrived, to call out in amazement at the appearance of the hero Ground Zero. But when Izuku caught the alpha's eye, as he rose from where he'd landed in a crouch in the street, he didn't see a hero. He just saw Katsuki. Keeping Kazu held close to him, Izuku ran forward, Katsuki hurrying to meet him halfway. The hero tried to hug him, tried to pull him close, but he'd been right at the photo shoot. Those diamond gauntlets got right in the way. Still, Izuku could bury himself in Katsuki's neck, could press their pup between them, where he was safe and warm, and he could cry and try to pick himself back up. Eventually, Katsuki found he could place his hands on Izuku's hips, guide him closer that way, hold him, rub along his neck, trying to soothe him. Katsuki? Izuku tried to say, but when he did, Katsuki suddenly snarled, loud and sharp and commanding. Show's over. Move on, you dim in extras. And just like that, the rustling of the crowds magically filled the air around them. Izuku hadn't even realized that steady stream of noise had been gone until it settled over the street once again, as the force of Katsuki's voice, either through his intimidating presence or his clear command as an alpha, had people hurrying to bury themselves back in their own business. With a satisfied grunt, Katsuki went back to rubbing against Izuku. It's all right. I'm here now. Izuku didn't know what to say. He didn't really know what to do. Katsuki waited, perhaps for him to react, to do something, anything at all, but when he didn't, the alpha pressed an embrace to his forehead, long and tender and reverent. Come on. I'll take you home. Izuku didn't know if Katsuki had told the pack, or rather when he had told them, because Todoroki, Shoji, Kirishima, Tsu, and even Ida, still in his costume, were all waiting for them when they finally got back. Katsuki had called up the agency to get a car for them, which had appeared in record time. The alpha had shuffled Omega and Pup into the car and had gotten in after them, never letting his hand fall from Izuku's body, either clasped around his hand or rubbing small circles on his knee. Midoriya, are you all right? Shoji asked as Izuku stepped from the car. Izuku held onto the car for support. Katsuki was holding Kazuo, citing his weight limit, though if he heard the alpha say those two words one more time, he might bite his head off. He didn't really know what to do in the absence of his pup, but when someone took his hand he did tense. Shoji, for as big as he was, had a gentle grip. The larger hero dipped his head slightly, noticed the warning curl of a snarl on Katsuki's face, though the alpha lost interest when Kirishima took Izuku's other hand. There you go, man. Let's get inside. Izuku had never really considered himself part of the pack. He didn't really think he wanted to consider himself part of the pack. But the betas were kind and warm and familiar, and even if he sometimes didn't particularly like Kirishima, he always smelled a little like Katsuki and a lot like safety. And for some reason he felt a little better leaning against the head beta, felt a little calmer when he smelled open windows and fresh linens, when the red-haired hero laughed quietly. Hey now, you feeling all right? Maybe you need some tea. Or a nap. Or both. Oh, that sounds like a great plan, right, Kats? Shut the hell up. There was none of Katsuki's usual bravado in his voice. He kept his eyes on Izuku, his arms wrapped around Kazuo. The pup looked a little stunned after everything, but he was settled against his alpha's as if knowing everything would be okay. That he was safe and he was happy to be where he was. That things would be okay. And Izuku knew things would be okay. That maybe this hadn't been as successful as he would have wanted it to be. But he felt assured in that it was okay. That he was okay. That one day he'd be a little more okay, and until that moment, Katsuki was there, and so was the pack. And somehow, that did make him feel just a little better. Katsuki would be lying if he told himself that he was not at all concerned with what had happened. There were so many things that worried him he honestly didn't really know what bothered him most. If he had to pick, his number one concern was probably the fact that Izuku and Kazuo had left the pack house and gone out in public alone and he'd had no idea, not until receiving that panicked phone call. Maybe it was selfish of him to be so concerned about that. But it was the itch that he kept scratching, the one he kept trying to soothe, and the one that just got worse and worse the more he nursed it. The idea that Izuku had been out on the street, alone, with Kazuo, without Katsuki knowing, had every cell in his body burning. In fury, panic, indignation, so many ugly feelings and emotions. He didn't like it. He didn't like it one bit. A part of him knew that Izuku going out alone was a good thing in theory. It was him trying to heal, trying to step outside his comfort zone, trying to get back to normal. Going to the mall with his pup wasn't a big deal. Or it shouldn't have been. But this wasn't a normal circumstance and Izuku wasn't just a normal person. With Yokoyama's partner out there, he was a target. And that was the second thing that bothered him. Tsukachi had been fairly confident that in general, Izuku probably wasn't in a lot of immediate danger. But that didn't mean he was completely safe. He wasn't like anyone else walking on the street. People had eyes on him. People they didn't know, couldn't identify. There was an unknown that hung over Izuku, something vaguely dangerous, something that could be looming far too close for comfort and nobody would know. It simply wasn't very safe for them to be out alone, especially since Katsuki hadn't known about it. If he'd known, he could have been in the area, kept an eye out for things. Made sure Omega and Pup were safe. The last point that infuriated him more than anything else was Izuku's confrontation with the Omega in the sweet shop. Izuku had spoken briefly on it, clearly trying to downplay it, but Katsuki knew something had to have happened to spook him. Something was off. This hadn't been a simple confrontation. If it had, the Omega would have maybe ranted about it for a few minutes, at most, and moved on. As the day wore on though, Izuku sat and he thought and he stared and he seemed all too consumed with something. Unfortunately, they had reason to believe she wasn't going to be the last to confront him. With the news out and more information than either of them would have particularly liked, Izuku was no longer a mysterious figure. People were going to recognize him. And sometimes, that was going to be an innocent thing and sometimes it wasn't. At the agency, Suzuki had practically kicked down his office door to rant and rave about how the magazine had dug up information she'd worked her butt off to keep hidden, particularly the details of Izuku's stay in the hospital. It seemed, maybe in part due to her efforts and the ongoing efforts of the police, his reason for being hospitalized was still a mystery. Most people assumed he'd had a bad accident that had resulted in the broken arm along with maybe some other more severe injuries, and that was the reason for his prolonged stay. Hardly anyone online was suggesting it was anything more, according to Suzuki, and the few who were suggesting otherwise had such outlandish claims that they weren't worth paying attention to. So Izuku's attack was at least still out of the media's grasp. A small victory. It hardly made the situation any better. Katsuki also put in a request from the engineers who worked in-house at the agency to add Izuku's phone number to the recognized callers list attached to his personal comms device. Typically, any unrecognized numbers from an outside phone were announced as simply outside call when patched through to his comms, leading to the almost disastrous greeting Katsuki had given Izuku when he'd called. He'd apologized profusely, though Izuku had dismissed it, saying that was just him and his way of dealing with the world, that he knew he wouldn't have done that if he'd known who was calling. Still, it had induced a bit of guilt as he'd taken Izuku home and gotten him settled in. That afternoon, Katsuki opted to return home with a bag full of paperwork under his arm to work on while keeping an eye on Izuku and Kazu. Thankfully, Kazu didn't appear to have any lasting negative effects from the encounter. If anything, he was more upset at the fact that he'd missed out on having his machi more than anything else. He did, however, sense his Omega's discomfort, and spent a rather long, quiet time just sitting in his lap, chewing on his fingers, Izuku's fingers, just about anything he could get his teeth on, while Izuku hummed and stroked his back and hair. Having the pup in his lap comforted him, so Katsuki said nothing, worked strong to remain out of the way while he did his paperwork and kept an eye on things. As much as he might want to slide into the seat next to the two and wrap them up, they were perfectly fine on their own and he was close enough to notice if that changed. Plus the paperwork was far overdue. Katsuki was a little surprised Ida hadn't caught wind of it yet. It was while he worked that Izuku suddenly leaned toward him. Katsuki? Sono asked us to come over. Have dinner maybe. Just hang out. Sounds fun. Katsuki checked his watch, clicked his tongue. Just let me know when you want to go and I'll drop you off. I think she meant all of us. It took him a moment for the words to sink in. When he looked up, Izuku was waiting patiently, something of a smug look about him. All of us? He repeated. Well, the three of us. Her house is a bit small for the entire pack. Izuku was laughing at him, but he at least had the grace not to do it right in his face. He ran his finger along the bridge of Kazue's nose, the pup growling and nipping at his finger playfully. Her and her alpha, Jean, are good people. It would be nice if you had some time. Again, Katsuki checked his watch, as if it could tell him if he was free at all in the coming days. When? Tomorrow night? He tried to remember his schedule. Told himself he'd SW'ch with someone if he was scheduled for patrol. Sounds fine. Really? The surprise in Izuku's voice had him setting his pen down. Something wrong with that? No. The Omega tugged his hand away from Kazu, the pup growling at the loss of his chew toy. I don't know. You haven't shown any interest in meeting any of my friends before. You never offered and I didn't want to intrude. Katsuki sat back, interlaced his fingers behind his head. They know who I am? I kind of slipped up one night and she figured it out pretty quickly. Good, he nodded, once. Less of a shock when I show up. Anything I should be prepared for? Just, watch your toes. If Sono doesn't like you, she'll try to run you over if given the opportunity. At this, Katsuki raised an eyebrow. She doesn't like me? Izuku shrugged. Guess we'll find out tomorrow. Katsuki was, indeed, scheduled to be on shift that night, so he suched with Todoroki and took an early morning shift. By the time his patrol was over, he was tired and just about the last thing he wanted to do was go meet some toe-hating beta and her intolerant alpha. Izuku hadn't said much on him, though the few things he had said gave the impression that he was not particularly of a friendly sort. This was going to be awful. When Izuku turned to Katsuki that night, dressed casual but cleanly, and said, "Ready to go?" he smirked and replied by giving him a long, obvious once-over before turning on his heels and calling Kazu to him. The blush that lingered in Izuku's cheeks for the next few minutes was well worth it. They opted to take the train, as Izuku's recollection of how to get to Sano's house was almost exclusively tied to the train and the route he had once taken to get to her neighborhood from his apartment. While Katsuki understood that, he still felt a prickle of unease as he hovered over the Omega and pup, the two sharing a seat another alpha had offered to them when they'd boarded the train. Kazu was practically vibrating with anticipation, frequently throwing his arms up and yelling, "Mommy!" The Omega just ran his thumb along the pup's nose to try to calm him, seeming somewhat vague and lost in thought. As much as Katsuki wondered over what was going on in his mind, he didn't want to pry. Besides, he found himself lost in his own musings anyway. He'd heard a lot about Sono. He'd already had his initial ideas of who she was dismissed. Even if he had another idea of what he thought she'd be like, he didn't quite trust himself. He couldn't really know what to expect. And what about her alpha? He really couldn't say what he thought about him. What's the alpha's name again? He asked Izuku. Even as he spoke, Katsuki could tell he wasn't quite paying attention. Sano's alpha? He leaned in a little closer, until Izuku blinked, focusing in on him. What's his name? Jin. Izuku wrinkled his nose. Jin and Sono Nakano. Sono probably won't mind if you call her by her first name. But Jin will mind a lot. Katsuki chewed on the words, closed his eyes. He understood that. If some alpha he didn't know called Izuku by his first name, he wouldn't particularly like that. Which now that he thought about it, Jin probably did call Izuku by his first name. He heard his jaw popping in his skull, ran his tongue over his canines. A voice announced their train stop, so Izuku stood, Kazu sliding out of his lap and taking Katsuki's hand when he offered. The Omega pressed against Katsuki, Katsuki leaning back against him, thinking he was trying to find stability as the train slowed. However, when Izuku remained leaned against him, even as the train rolled to a stop, he realized the Omega was just being affectionate. He blinked again, then relaxed when Izuku hooked an arm through Katsuki's. You're tense? Not a fan of trains? Why? Katsuki clicked his tongue. Confined spaces. Bad place to be when an explosion goes off. The Omega studied him. Well then don't lose your temper. The doors slid open and he led them out toward the street. Katsuki hadn't walked along the street with Izuku like this in years. Just a simple stroll. Nothing unusual about it. But with each step, he felt the Omega's presence beside him, as well as the little hand clasped in his fingers. And there was something profound about that. Something that weighed much more than anything he'd borne on his shoulders before. Although, maybe weight was the wrong word. Whatever this was, it wasn't slowing him down, wasn't an oppressive force. Rather, it felt a bit ethereal, a bit unknowable. Whatever it was a heavy feeling but a pleasant one. He knew in that moment that he'd like to have these walks with Izuku and Kazu again, and maybe even again. But before he knew it, the end of the moment came. It came when Izuku pointed down the street to a little lump of a building, squashed between two taller, newer structures. The other buildings looked like they were eating away at the smaller one, slowly tearing it apart piece by piece. It was a rather menacing atmosphere. It made Katsuki want to lift his lip in a silent snarl. Or maybe he was just projecting. Maybe he was just worried about what was waiting within that little pile of stone and wood and concrete. Maybe he just didn't want to face what was coming next. Izuku took his hands suddenly, intertwined their fingers, the alpha between Omega and when he did he didn't even look at Katsuki, moving as if on instinct. With their hands clasped, Katsuki swore he could feel a bit of a tremor in the Omega's hand. Was he excited? Nervous? He was probably just excited. That made more sense, didn't it? Still, Katsuki took the opportunity to bring Izuku's hand to his lips, to embrace his knuckles once before they were standing at the door. Izuku took in a deep breath as Katsuki picked Kazue up, feeling better with the pup in his arms, even as Kazue began kicking his legs out wildly, already reaching for the door and what lay beyond it. The door opened and for some reason, Katsuki had been expecting to look down, to see a woman in a wheelchair greet them. Instead, he found his gaze tilt up slightly to a looming figure that glared down at them with small, focused eyes. Hey, Jean," Izuku raised his hand in an awkward wave. The alpha blinked, opened his mouth to say something, until a shriek called from inside the house, "OH! But, guts, is that who I think that is? Miss Sono, Miss Sono." Before Katsuki could stop him, Kazue pushed himself out of the alpha's arms and darted under Jin's, racing into the house where he was met with a squeal of delight. Jin glanced after the pup, shook his head, stepped aside. "Come in," he said, mostly to Katsuki. Before he let Izuku pass into the house, Katsuki found himself sizing up the alpha and saw Jin do the same. There were always unspoken rules about alphas entering the territory of other alphas, even when they were friends. First, and perhaps most important, was you had to be invited in. Hence Jin's careful words. Second, though, was the alpha of the house was always the top alpha. It would be beyond rude of Katsuki to try to be the DMNT in this situation. But having Izuku there, having Kazue there, knowing what had happened to them at the hands of an unknown alpha, made the hair on the back of his neck rise. He wanted to growl and snarl at Jin, to tell him to keep his distance from the Omega. He wanted to make it clear Izuku was under his protection now. But to do so in such a manner would break that second golden rule. And Katsuki wasn't exactly sure he wanted to PSS off Jin, Sono, and Izuku all in one go. Still, he was hesitant, until Izuku squeezed his hand. The Omega offered a smile, then nodded toward Jin. "Thank you," he said, and led Katsuki inside. "Sono," Jin called, though he was only met with renewed giggling from Kazue and a loud peal of laughter from the unknown voice. Hearing his pup happy did settle some of Katsuki's nerves, though they roared back when Jin stepped toward Izuku. "It's good to see you again. We were both worried about you after we found out what had happened." "Oh, well," Izuku tugged at one of the straps on his cast. "You know, I'm alive. That's probably all that counts." Jin studied the Omega closely, his face unreadable. Katsuki had to admit, he didn't like the prolonged look. As if sensing this, the other alpha broke off from Izuku, turned to him. "Jin Nakano. It's nice to meet you. Welcome to our humble home." Katsuki Bakugo, he didn't offer his hand, nor did Jin. "Thanks for having us." Jin inclined his head. "Kazue and Midoriya are always welcome here, and we are happy to have you as well." At the sound of his last name, Izuku jumped a little, stared strong at Jin. No doubt he'd always used Izuku's name in the past. But with Katsuki there, he'd switched to his last name. A less personal name. A clear distance. A little acknowledgement of Katsuki's place as Izuku's alpha. He resisted the sudden urge to snap his teeth. "Don't feel the need to be formal on my account." He walked away before either Jin or Izuku could say anything else. He was drawn to the sounds of his pup, still giggling happily, and found him in the arms of a red-haired beta woman, sitting in her wheelchair, tickling the pup's stomach, playing with his hands. He watched, silent, until Jin stepped into the room behind him and she finally looked up. "Oh." She eyed Katsuki for a moment, then Izuku stepped out from behind him and she gasped. Babe. Babe. Come here. Come here, let me hug you. You look so good, babe. Hey, Sono. Izuku didn't sound as nervous with her, but he still walked over to her a little cautiously, as if he wasn't quite sure what to do. Sono, however, knew exactly what to do, wrapping the Omega up in a hug, one arm around him, one around Kazu, drawing them both to her. See, oh, it's so good to have my boys back. You all right there, babe? Fine, Sono. I'm fine. She didn't let Izuku rise from the hug for several more seconds, and when he did, he cleared his throat. This is Katsuki Bakugo. Of all the things Katsuki wasn't sure he would have expected, Sono reclining back in her chair, fingers steepled, glaring at him, was not one of them. Heard quite a bit about you. Oh. Katsuki felt himself crossing arms, his lip threatening to flinch upward. You got a problem with something you heard? Sono stared at him. For a long time. Long enough that Izuku started glancing between them, clearly trying to figure out what was going on, who was going to blink first. Katsuki kept Sano's gaze, kept his calm only because Jean was behind Sono, clearly messing with something in the kitchen. If he had been at all worried about him or Sono saying something provocative, something that could have risen the tension between them, he would not have his back to his partner. So Katsuki knew this was just an act. That she was judging him for something. And he'd be dead before he let some beta chick one-up him in whatever stupid game she was trying to play. After a brief time, the beta leaned her head into her palm. Izuku's looking a lot better from when I saw him in the hospital. You've been taking good care of him, haven't you? For some reason, Katsuki found himself glancing to Izuku, caught his eye when the Omega looked up at him. Sono laughed as the two looked at each other. Well, anyway, I do have to thank you for saving my best friend. She held out her hand. It was a simple gesture. But Katsuki still found himself pausing, found his hands still at his side, until Sono raised an eyebrow at him, and he reached forward to take her hand. She pressed her other hand over his. Thank you. I don't know what I would have done if I'd lost these two. They're very precious to me. Yeah, well, Katsuki again glanced at Izuku, but the Omega was purposefully avoiding his gaze. They mean a lot to me too. Didn't do it for you. Regardless, selfish reasons or not, they're alive and they're well, and that's all I can ask for. Sono drew away, sat back. Kazu, watching the exchange from her lap, leaned back against her, nibbling on his hands. And this one. She poked at his cheeks. Look at you. My new little alpha. Immediately, Kazue's fingers popped out of his mouth and he let out an indignant shriek. Sono was too shocked to react as the pup shoved himself off of her lap and raced to Izuku, burying his face in his breathes. Kazue's a little sensitive to his presentation, Izuku muttered as he ran a hand through the pup's hair. Well, Sono tapped the arm of her chair. I'll do some research. There's probably some sort of study or something out there that'll have some interesting theories on how to handle that. We're seeing a therapist? Izuku said it solidly, leaving no room for question. A statement that led to no elaboration. Completely glossing over that, Sono raised an eyebrow at him. Oh, what's that been like? Did you need some help with that? Kazu, why don't you go see if Jean could use some extra help? Sono glared at Izuku, despite the Omega clearly not paying her any mind. Izuku, let him be. Katsuki wasn't sure why he said it. He was fairly certain the beta wasn't going to pay attention to what he had to say. But, to his shock, she bit her lip, ran a hand along the wheel of her chair, said nothing as Jean turned to the pup, standing before him waiting for instructions on how to help with dinner. Come on. Jin's got Kazu. Let's talk in the next room. She led the way, not once glancing back to make sure they were following. Izuku followed behind her and Katsuki stepped to do the same when Jean suddenly called, "A moment, Bakugo?" He was just surprised enough by the other alpha's request that he paused, lingered as the Omega and Beta left the room. Jean skillfully gave Kazu a cup of water to give to his mom, sending the pup away before turning to Katsuki. I meant what I said. I'm glad to see Midoriya's doing okay. Yeah. Katsuki couldn't help the little grinding along his teeth. What did Jean want from him, anyway? When he said nothing more, the alpha stared at him, stared into him, it seemed, and snorted. Listen. Sano's not told me a lot about you, but I know enough. You knew Midoriya for a long time, right? You cared for him? Yeah, I did know him growing up and I do care. He made sure to put emphasis on the right word. To make sure Jean knew where that line was. Where his priorities were. Jean wasn't a fool, it seemed. He leaned back a little, though kept his eyes locked with Katsuki's. Don't screw this up. Midoriya's a good guy. He doesn't deserve to be treated poorly. By anyone, hero or not. So don't screw it up with him, got it? There were a couple of things that immediately ran through Katsuki's head. The first was a small snarl of possessiveness. What was this alpha doing telling him how to treat his Omega? The hell was his problem? But there was also the added wonder of why did he care in the first place? Izuku had made it seem like Jean wasn't particularly a fan of his. That he was the jealous sort. But here he was, defending the Omega, making it clear he would not tolerate any funny business when it came to Izuku. What was his game in all of this? But then, Sano's peal of laughter echoed from the other room, quickly followed by a less forceful laugh from Izuku. And at the sound, a bit of tension bled out from Jin's shoulders. And it made a lot of sense. Just as Katsuki was willing to put up with Sono because she made Izuku happy, he worried over Izuku for Sano's sake. They were best friends. Even if Katsuki had only seen Izuku lean on Sono, no doubt she did the same to him, and no doubt he reciprocated the support when she needed it. And he understood that. He understood Jin's position in this relationship. That his priority would always be Sono, first and foremost, just as Katsuki's would always be Izuku and Kazu. But if he did something to harm Izuku, and therefore Sono as well, Jin wouldn't be happy. And that was his line in the sand. A fine line indeed. One that Katsuki had no plans on crossing. And he still didn't particularly like the idea of this alpha telling him what to do. So he allowed himself a snap of his jaws, despite being in Jin's home. Weren't you listening earlier? Izuku's precious to me. You just remember that, got it? Jin gave no reaction to the obvious challenge, the underlying threat, just watched as Katsuki turned away and went into the other room to join the Omega, Beta, and Pup. Sono was interesting. Of all the people Katsuki would have thought Izuku would be drawn to, she would not have been his first pick. But her zaniness did somehow balance well with his typically calm and calculating demeanor. Every now and then, they'd get on a topic and spin each other up into a wonderful display of passion and energy, only to devolve into laughter at the sight of one another. Even if Katsuki didn't quite understand all that was going on, he saw that Izuku was happy here, so that made him happy. Plus, with the Omega distracted, he did get to spend some time with Kazu, who alternated between his and Sano's laps, playing with the Beta for a few minutes before going to lay quietly and calmly in Katsuki's arms. The only conversation topic that they talked about in depth was Sano's daycare. It's just incredible, Sono lamented, pressed the back of her hand to her forehead. It's just so dim and strong to find quality, reliable help. I mean, Jin is great, don't get me wrong, but he has things he wants to do, he has his own job, and as great as I am with the pups, I need someone who can chase after them if they get too spun up. And it's so strong to find someone who will stick around long enough that's any good at helping me. She sighed. Babe, why did your dream have to be in a dirty lab somewhere? Why couldn't it be to just help me care for pups all day? We'd be a powerhouse team. We'd be a menace, don't lie to yourself, Izuku laughed, to which Sono shrugged. I'm sorry you're having some trouble though. I feel like that's nothing new though. You've been introducing new assistants to me every month or so for the past how many years now? Don't remind me. Sono flopped dramatically over in her chair and Katsuki very suddenly realized just exactly where Kazu had gotten that particular gesture from. There was that one nice girl. She was around for a while. What was her name? That doesn't narrow it down any. It was recent. She was here for almost 3 months. Then she quit and you got that Omega to help you out and Izuku stopped very suddenly and all the color drained from his face. Sono, still leaned over in her chair, sat up so quickly Katsuki was surprised she didn't fly up into the ceiling. What? Her alarm was shared by the Alpha, who covered Izuku's hand with his, waited for the Omega to respond. He didn't. Not at first. His eyes were distant, in some place that was not that living room, Not even that house. Food's almost ready. Jin's call was what snapped him free. He jolted, glanced at Katsuki, then at Sono, seemed to remember where he was. Cleared his throat. Anyway, I was thinking it might be a good idea for me to start bringing Kazuo by for some time with the other pups. Would be good to keep socializing him, keep a little bit of normal from before, you know? Sono let him speak, let the words wash over her, but once Izuku was done speaking, she glared strong at him. What were you thinking about? Me? About Kazuo needing to socialize with pups more? No. Before that, you realized something, didn't you? Katsuki had to admit, he appreciated the beta's bluntness. Izuku, however, did not seem to enjoy it, not in that moment. He squirmed, tried to pull his hand from Katsuki's, though the alpha kept it trapped, so he glared strong at him. Nothing. Just had a thought, then moved on. Anyway, daycare with Kazuo, yes? Babe, Sono crossed her arms. I'm not dropping this. And now I have backup to make you talk. She indicated Katsuki, who glowered, not liking the idea of being used. But he did turn to Izuku expectantly. The Omega stiffened as he realized the two were waiting for him to speak, waiting for him to explain. His hand under Katsuki's began to shake. It was just a little shiver, hardly noticeable. But he did notice. He felt it, felt that shiver magnify in his bones until it practically quaked in his heart. He didn't like seeing Izuku like this. He didn't like it one bit. So he picked up that hand, embraced his knuckles, pressed little circles into his palm, did all the little things he could to remind Izuku that he wasn't alone. Not anymore. Izuku watched him, stared long and not so distant anymore. But he didn't draw away. And his shivering stopped. However, he didn't speak until Sono pointedly cleared her throat. It's just, sorry. He took his hand from Katsuki's, tugged at a strap on his cast. She quit and that was right before, you know? It happened? Sano's expression fell so quickly Katsuki was surprised the floor didn't crash out from under her. She sat back, her aggression gone, compassion and sorrow in the lines along her eyes. Just was a little reminder. The beta searched him, searched for something to say, something to do. But for the first time, she seemed lost for words. Katsuki, too, wasn't sure if there was anything appropriate he could say. He wanted to pull Izuku closer, to embrace him and growl in his ear and tell him he was safe now, that he was there and he wasn't going to let anything happen to him ever again. But this seemed that an inopportune time to do that. So he just ran a hand along Izuku's back, found a knot of tension and began rubbing at it, the Omega laughing nervously. So, Kazuo? Daycare? Sono considered him, considered what had happened, considered his polite ask to leave the conversation. And she nodded. Babe, you know Kazuo's always welcome at my daycare anytime. You just let me know when you're going to drop him off and for how long. And hey, seriously, you need a night or, 5, for, you know, she eyed Katsuki with a skeptical look. That time's coming up for you, isn't it? It all clicked together for Katsuki just as Izuku's expression fell again. He recoiled his hand somewhat quickly as Izuku chuckled, actually no, it's not. I have to be on suppressants for this suicide. Because of things. Sano's lips popped open at the sound. Right? Still, you have an out if you need a vacation. Which, let's be honest, you need a vacation. You can take him on a vacation, can't you, Bakugo? Katsuki had not been prepared to be dumped into the conversation in such fashion and he very articulately responded, what? Sono did not look impressed. Real catch you got there, huh? What? Katsuki snapped, but Sono was just laughing. As she laughed, Jean poked his head out from the kitchen. Food's ready. Get yourself a spot at the table. All right, we're coming. Sono reached across to take Izuku's hand. Come on, babe, you're sitting next to me. And you, little cutie, are sitting with me. The beta directed those last words to Kazuo, who had spent the conversation half asleep on Katsuki's. The pup yawned, rubbed his eyes. Food? He asked. Yeah, of course. Come on, kiddo, let's get to eating. The rest of the night was quiet and fun and Katsuki had to admit, Despite there being a couple awkward pauses and a few moments where Sono inadvertently, or purposefully, stumbled into some sort of uneasy topic, he had a good time. Mostly it was good to spend some time with Izuku and Kazu. It was weird to be having dinner with them as if they were a family. A single unit. The pack environment hardly fostered such an atmosphere, and while the Nakano's house did not completely allow for quality family time, it was different from the pack house. Separate. And it was a good dinner. Jean came and sat with them in the other room after they'd cleaned up. He was quiet for the most part, but a solid presence nonetheless. Katsuki found himself thinking he could get along with Jean well enough. Jean, too, seemed to accept him, if nothing else. There was no further tension between them, despite their alpha statuses. Which was rare for himself, Katsuki had to admit. Being in a pack environment had made him more sensitive to other alphas, he had to admit, even the honorary pack member alphas. So it was nice to just exist in a room with an alpha from outside his pack and not have his brain screaming at him to stand up and issue a challenge. It was nice to be calm. He didn't know if that was just because Jean was calm, or because Izuku was there, and somehow, the Omega made him feel so much more relaxed in his skin. He felt centered and assured. He felt at home. Even if he were sitting on another alpha's couch. Soon enough, Kazu actually fell asleep against Izuku's tea, and it was dark out and it was high time for them to be returning home. They stood in the doorway for several minutes, Sono and Izuku clearly unwilling to part quickly. Jean and Katsuki stood by and watched, neither saying more than a word or two if directly asked something. But the time finally came when Sono shivered from the cold and Jean rumbled to life. "It's late. Let him go home, Sono." The beta sighed. "Oh, all right." She reached out to grasp Izuku's hands, holding them tight. "Please be safe. And bring Kazu by any time you want to, okay? Just like you used to?" Izuku smiled, but there was something clearly hiding behind that smile. "Like we used to?" he repeated. Seino's expression softened as she released his hands, but she didn't move to close the door. Instead, she turned to Katsuki. "Take care of him for me, Bakugo, and be nice to him. He really cares for you, you know," she said, over Izuku's yelp of embarrassment. She went on as if she hadn't noticed. "He and Kazu really need you, all right? So take care of them." It wasn't anything Katsuki didn't know, perhaps. But it felt different to have Sono say the words. The weight he had taken on himself felt a bit heavier when those words were placed on top of it. Not that it changed anything. He glanced to Izuku, saw his cheeks were flushed with embarrassment or the cold. "Don't worry. I'll make sure they're okay." "Good," Seino's smile returned, large and bright. "You're welcome anytime, right, Jean?" The alpha growled disapprovingly, but nodded when Sono shot him a withering look. "Don't be strangers." "All right," Izuku spoke quickly, still a little flustered. "Goodbye, Sono." "Bye, babe. See you soon." Their reluctance to part was so much that Katsuki eventually had to sling his arm around Izuku's shoulders and start leading him away. Sono kept waving and calling to them as they made their way down the street, Izuku calling back. When their door finally shut and it was strangely quiet around them, Izuku leaned a little more into Katsuki's arm, shivered. "It's cold." Katsuki checked his watch. "Come on, we'll miss the train." "We're home," Katsuki called, and he physically could feel the entire pack house relax. "Welcome home." Uraraka called from her seat on the couch, but she was the only one to not immediately go back to whatever it was she'd been doing before they stepped through the door. The return to normalcy was strange. Katsuki wasn't really sure why everyone had been so tense about their leaving. Must have had something to do with Izuku's recent incident at the mall. Though if that was true, Katsuki couldn't help but to feel a little insulted. Not like he would have allowed something like that to happen again. His pack didn't need to worry about Izuku while he was there, protecting him. He found himself glowering as he stood in the doorway, Izuku giving him a strange look, then taking Kazu from him before he could protest. "Bedtime, firecracker." The pup groaned in exhaustion and annoyance, but only snuggled a little closer to Izuku's scent gland. The Omega glanced at Katsuki once before slipping on house shoes and making his way up the stairs. Katsuki watched after them, shrugged out of his jacket. Kirishima, Siro, and Kaminari were all playing video games, hardly glancing up as Katsuki glared over the couch at the television. "Hey man, we got an extra controller if you want to jump in," Kirishima said without looking up. "Pass. I'm going to bed. Have patrol in the morning." "All right, suit yourself." "Kirishima, why didn't you get that guy?" "What guy?" "Dude, seriously? Kaminari, you're standing in the fire." My bad." Katsuki lingered for another moment, caught Uraraka watching him with a secret smile, before turning away. He went directly to his room, showered, changed into something a little more comfortable, and threw himself into bed. He didn't really think a lot of what had happened that day, or the previous days. But he did think about Izuku leaning against him on the train. The way he seemed to fit so naturally against his body. He closed his eyes, rolled over. It wasn't 15 minutes later that his door creaked open then closed and someone slipped into bed with him. Katsuki didn't acknowledge the Omega, save for to wrap his arms around him and draw him close, feeling the little bundle of warmth that was nestled between them. There was a laugh, then a shriek of joy, then a scream of pain, then the walls crumbled inward and he was laying on a lumpy mattress and Kazue was crying somewhere nearby, but when he looked, he couldn't see anything, and there was someone standing over him, and even when he screamed and cried, nothing changed, nothing mattered, and when he looked up, he thought he was going to see thin curtains of dark hair draped over a gnarl of grinning yellow teeth, but instead he looked up. He looked up, and he saw a appealing woman with that same gnarl of teeth. In her hair he saw the glint of a butterfly pin. And then he was awake. Before he could help it, a gasp rattled out of his throat and he slammed his hand over his mouth, not even daring to breathe. Katsuki was a heavy sleeper, Izuku had come to realize. Very heavy. They had slept in the same bed a few times when they were in school, a handful of times when one of their houses had been empty and there had been no parents around to stop them, one time when he'd snuck the alpha into his dorm room at his school third year, a couple nights in a bed and breakfast they'd eloped to. Izuku remembered Katsuki sleeping well, but he didn't remember the alpha being such a dead white. Then again, he supposed he hadn't been prone to fits of outbursts from nightmares back then. It was becoming so routine to wake with Katsuki asleep next to him and his heart racing that Izuku knew to close his eyes, to breathe as deeply and evenly as he could, to first and foremost check on Kazue. When he peered down at the pup, Kazue's red eyes glared back up at him, wide, terrified, not understanding. He curled up around the pup, drew him to his still racing heart, purred softly. "I'm sorry, Firecracker. Did I wake you again?" he whispered. Kazue whimpered, buried himself in his scent gland. It was strong to know he was waking Kazue with this nightmares. Strong to know the pup was seeing him suffer. Strong to know there wasn't much he could do to stop it. He purred to the pup, tried to use the sound and the warmth of Kazue to calm his own heart, felt a bit of pain when Kazue wiggled out of his arms and climbed up and over Katsuki's body to nestle in his arms. He tried strong not to feel so very hurt and lonely by that action. He knew the pup was probably just trying to find some stability, some rest. So he curled up a little more, collapsing around the space where Kazue would normally be, and pressed himself to Katsuki's back, seeking whatever warmth he could from the alpha. Then, there was a short, sharp smack sound and Katsuki nearly lifted up out of bed, his body reacting before his mind could, hands outward, smoking and sparking dangerously. Half risen from bed, Izuku could see that Kazue had his hands pressed so strong into the alpha's cheeks that he was squishing his mouth, that the alpha was staring into the pup and very slowly realizing what was going on. "Kazue?" Izuku hissed, both horrified and terrified. Katsuki could so easily hurt him, without meaning to. He could so easily do something without realizing what was going on. And besides, what was he doing, smacking people while they were asleep? The pup ignored him, stared deep into Katsuki's eyes with a strong, narrowed expression about him. "Kaken," he said chidingly as if to a small child, "Mommy is crying and you aren't helping?" Katsuki blinked again when Kazue let him go, rocking back onto his heels and crossing his arms. Then the alpha sat up, turned over to look at Izuku, a quick glance, then a slower one, searching his face for signs of tears. Izuku hoped he hadn't actually been crying, that there was no redness to be seen, though he did know that there was sheen of sweat still covering his body from the nightmare. Would Katsuki see that? Pass it off for just being hot curled up with the two of them? Before Katsuki could seem to decide for himself, Kazuo crawled back between the two, tugging at Katsuki's arm. "Kaken, make mommy feel better." Katsuki groaned, growled, sank into himself. He ran a hand over his eyes, peered out at Izuku one more, long time. "You all right, Deku?" The return of his nickname, muttered in sleepy, half-delirious confusion, had Izuku laughing. It was the first time he'd heard that name and not felt like flinching. "Izuku, Katsuki." "What the hell ever?" Katsuki pressed the heels of his palms into his eyes. "What happened?" "Nothing. It's all right, go back to sleep." The alpha growled. "Our kid's a brat sometimes, but he's not a liar. You raised him well enough for that." Izuku felt his cheeks redden, couldn't tell if the compliment was intended to loosen his lips any. "You're sweating. You have another nightmare?" "It's fine. Let's just go back to sleep." Katsuki kicked the blankets off of himself, put his feet on the ground. He sat with his back to Izuku for several minutes, scratching at his back. Then he stood with a groan. "I'll be right back." Once he'd left the room, Izuku turned Kazuo in his lap to face him. "Kazuo, you can't do that. Don't wake Katsuki up like that. Don't wake anyone up like that, for the matter. You don't hit people." Kazuo pouted deeply, but he seemed to be listening, so Izuku didn't press the matter anymore, waiting for the alpha to eventually return. At first, he couldn't quite tell what he had done, watching as Katsuki went over to something at the wall, and a soft, blue glow rose up into the room. The night light from his room. "Here," the alpha grumbled, "see if that helps. If it doesn't, wake me up again." "No hitting," Izuku emphasized, to which Katsuki snorted. "Use whatever you have to get me up. Sleep like the dead." Even as he was crawling back into bed, even as he was pulling Izuku back down, sleep was drawing his eyes closed again. It was somehow easily to fit himself and Kazuo back into Katsuki's arms, to find that small space where the three fit together, like finely sanded puzzle pieces. Satisfied by what had happened, Kazuo nuzzled his way against Katsuki's scent gland, made a quiet humming noise in lieu of saying goodnight, his eyes already closed. Izuku tried to do the same, but he found himself staring at the two, Kazuo resting soundly, Katsuki already soundly asleep. His dream bothered him. The dream itself was nothing new. He'd had that dream more times than he could count. But when he looked up, he'd always seen Yokoyama looming over him. Always, the alpha had haunted him. Boys. This time, he'd looked up, and it had been the Omega from the sweet shop. The Omega with a similar gnarl of teeth. The Omega who had smiled at him, and he'd told himself it was just his trauma telling him she reminded him of Yokoyama. The Omega who had had a very familiar butterfly pin in her hair. Had she had that in the sweet shop? There was no way, right? He would have noticed, right? That butterfly pin had haunted him as well as Yokoyama, had become the source of all his anxiety. If it hadn't been for that pin, maybe this wouldn't have happened. But she hadn't been wearing it, right? It was just a dream, right? It was just a dream. But he knew, even if he didn't want to admit it, that at least one thing was not a dream. He'd met that Omega before the sweet shop. He'd met her only once. Briefly. He'd met her at Sono's daycare. And maybe it meant nothing. Maybe it meant nothing. Izuku looked up at Katsuki, thought about waking him up again. Thought about telling him. Of course, the alpha already knew about the Omega. Izuku had told him what had happened, why he had called. But he hadn't mentioned the eerie similarities to Yokoyama. After all, he was dead. He couldn't hurt anyone anymore. So yeah, it was all a dream. And it wasn't worth waking the alpha up for his own paranoid thoughts about having met the Omega previously. What did that matter? What did any of it matter? He forced his eyes closed, pressed himself a little closer to Katsuki. Although asleep, the alpha growled, low and possessive. If they had been awake, Izuku would have told him off. In that moment, he just enjoyed the warmth that spread over him, the feeling that he was cared for and protected. A noise woke Katsuki early in the morning. Before the dawn. He'd grown to know the noise, for it to start his heart racing any time he heard it. It was just about the only thing that could wake him up at a moment's notice. He glanced at Izuku, curled up beside him, not having moved since last night. A string of drool ran from his mouth to the bed. It was a little gross and a little adorable. Mostly, it was just nice to see the Omega relaxed. Kazu, however, had moved to be closer to Izuku, face buried into his scent gland, one hand flopped over and pressed against Izuku's cheek. That sight was really adorable. He didn't want to draw himself away from them, but another ding from his phone drew his attention away. When he picked it up, Tsukachi's number was flashing across the screen. He unlocked the phone, checked the messages. No new leads. No new information. Case is starting to run cold. Keep an eye out for things. Need something more to move this forward. A stone the size of his fist sunk through his stomach. He thought it might have been his heart, but somehow felt it still beating wildly in his ear. He'd told Tsukachi about Izuku's encounter at the sweet shop, but the inspector hadn't been too interested, saying they would look into it, but expected nothing to come of it. And apparently, nothing had come of it. Because now the case was starting to go cold. Yokoyama's partner was still out there, still a potential danger not only to Izuku and Kazu but maybe to other Omegas and pups. And what about the missing pups? At this point, Katsuki had accepted that they were probably all dead. But how? Even if they were dead, they had to be somewhere. Yokoyama's partner had been the key to finding them. And now, they were running out of leads on where to look next. And worse, if the case went completely cold, they never would be able to completely dispel the air of unease around Izuku and Kazu. They'd never be able to say for 100% certainty that the Omega and pup were safe. And that bothered Katsuki. He thought about Izuku and Kazu living their lives in fear, and he clenched his fists and felt sparks popping along his palms. Behind him, Izuku stirred. He took a deep breath, trying to rein in his scent, convinced he must have woken the Omega, felt a couple of fingers trail along his shirt, then tug him back. Katsuki. He checked the clock. It was early. Far too early. Go back to sleep. He pried Izuku's fingers from his shirt, only to have his hand grasped tightly. Izuku grumbled, shifted in bed. Stay, he commanded. Have patrol later. Need to get a workout in before. After a pause, the Omega growled. Want to come with you? Sure you do. Katsuki tried to pull away, but Izuku wasn't giving up quite yet. It's 5:30, you're probably still tired from that nightmare, and you need to rest. Just get some sleep. At the mention of the time, Izuku picked his head up to blink at the clock. For a moment, he stared, his mind obviously mulling over his options. Then he laid back down. Come back after. Katsuki shook his head, leaned a little closer. I won't leave without coming to see you first. Izuku grumbled something again, shifted Kazu closer to him. He opened one eye to peer sleepily at Katsuki, who stroked the hair from his forehead to plant an embrace there. Sleep well? Izuku purred, rustled in the sheets. K Alpha. The words, spoken quietly, mumbled in half-sleep, stopped Katsuki from rising off the bed. Alpha. Izuku had called him Alpha. As in, his alpha? Did he mean that? They were courting after all. It wasn't uncommon for courting partners to call each other mine. That was kind of the point, wasn't it? Maybe he was just tired. Not thinking clearly. Yeah. That had to be it. His hand hovered over Izuku for a moment before he drew away, grabbing some workout clothes, pausing, lingering, in the doorway to watch the sleeping Omega. Then he quietly closed the door behind him. Halfway through his workout, a light pitter-pattering of footsteps had Katsuki pausing. He was a bit breathless, definitely sweating, focused on what he was doing, but that sound, along with the accompanying scent that rose up from the doorway, had him turning quickly over his shoulder. Kazu took him in, wrinkled his nose. Katsuki knew his scent was probably really strong with how much he was sweating, and the pup was used to him wearing scent blockers most of the time, so his scent had to be pretty overwhelming in that moment. He couldn't blame him from the reaction, but there was a part of him that was saddened to see his pup's distaste of his smell. What's wrong? Your mom okay? Katsuki hurried over to the pup, already tearing off the wraps on his hands. Kazu watched him, then rocked back on his heels. Yes. Mommy's sleeping. Oh, Katsuki paused, then kept unwrapping his hands. Well, that's good. Did you need something? Is it time for breakfast? At the mention of food, The pup's eyes sparkled, and he considered the offer momentarily. Then he held out his hands. "Kaken, I want to do more practice." Katsuki blinked once, twice. Then he chuckled, tossed his wrappings aside. "All right, Firecracker, we can squeeze in a little quirk practice before I finish my workout." Kazue's nose wrinkled in displeasure at the nickname, though Katsuki pressed a finger to his nose in response. "Come over here. Let me show you something." In the end, he didn't get to finish his workout before he had to clean up and start getting breakfast ready. He took Kazue into the bathroom with him, showered first, then helped the pup clean off as well. Kazue complained about his palms being sore, even though he hadn't actually conjured any explosions, and when Katsuki pressed against them, he flinched and whined believably enough. Something to keep in mind, something to consider. Katsuki lathered his palms in aloe oil, which helped, and carried the pup downstairs. The kitchen was still a wreck for the most part, but what cabinets were still functioning were in use, housing what little of the surviving cookware was left. Nearly every inch of free counter space was taken up by something: the coffee pot, 2 hot plates, a microwave. A spare folding table was situated in the middle of the room to make space for organizing ingredients and cutting them up, a cutting board laid out on its surface. The floorboards still sagged a little when Katsuki walked into the room, though they had been reassured that the house was safe enough. The mess was a bit unnerving to witness every single time he walked into the room, especially with Kazue bundled in his arms, though there was something more peculiar that held his attention that morning. Staring morosely at the brewing coffee pot, Katsuki was surprised to see Shinso, very much awake and aware and no longer in heat, the Omega clearly exhausted and probably cranky. He always was after his heats. Shinso glanced up at him, noticed the pup in his arms. "Oh yeah, that's right. You do have a kid." He crossed the kitchen to greet them, but as he got closer, Kazue pressed himself against Katsuki's ear. The pup's nose wiggled as he tried to pull Shinso's scent from the air, the pup tilting his head curiously when he finally got a whiff. Shinso held out his hand. "Hitoshi Shinso. Good to meet you." Kazue glanced up at Katsuki, looking for direction, but Katsuki just raised an eyebrow at him, so the pup carefully took Shinso's hand. "Kazue. Nice to meet you, Kazue. Good to see you have better manners than your alpha." "Hey, watch it," Katsuki growled, to which Shinso just rolled his eyes. "See what I mean?" Kazue considered the Omega, then poked Katsuki's cheek. "Kaken, food." Yeah. You want to help?" "Yes." "All right. Well, what's the first thing you do?" "Start the rice." Shinso eventually wandered away, 2 cups of fresh coffee in his hands, probably going to spend the morning recovering from long days of non-stop section. With Kaminari yet to make an appearance, Katsuki suspected he was still too strung out and exhausted himself to make the trip downstairs. He knew the two would probably remain scarce for the rest of the day, even if Shinso had stopped through to get coffee. They'd spend this time unwinding from their shared heat, then when Shinso finally got fed up with Kaminari, they'd re-emerge and life would go on as normal for them. Such is how these things went. With the kitchen empty of early morning visitors, Katsuki found he could focus entirely on Kazue and breakfast. The pup was entranced by the process, much as he had been the first time. The hot plates, most of all, fascinated him. "Kaken, Mommy had one of these at our old house," he announced as he watched some eggs begin to bubble in their pan. Yeah. I didn't know you had one too. It's just until the kitchen gets fixed up. Then we'll have a proper stove again." "Oh," Kazue blinked at the destruction around them, the damage he had caused. "Okay." Once breakfast was nearly complete, Katsuki said, "Go tell your mom that unless he wants breakfast in bed, he has 5 minutes to get up and come downstairs." "Okay." Kazue rushed out of the room, already calling out, "Mommy? Mommy." Kaken said it's time for food. Katsuki shook his head, reached for the serving tea tray, fully expecting to be using it in 5 minutes' time. Just as breakfast finished, someone walked into the kitchen. One sniff of the air and he knew it wasn't Izuku, though the voice gave it away too. "Ah, Bakugo. Glad I caught you before you left for patrol. Do you have a moment?" Ida had paused in the doorframe, keeping either a respectable or cautious distance from him. Katsuki shifted the tray closer, didn't look up from his work. 3 minutes. I'll be brief, The pack alpha cleared his throat. I've noticed your adjusted sleeping arrangement with Midoriya and Kazu. If it would make the three of you more comfortable, we can consolidate your bedrooms. I assume Midoriya will be more comfortable in the right wing of the house? There were a lot of things gone unspoken in Ida's offering. The fact that he'd noticed the three sleeping together, the fact that he didn't disapprove, or at least that he was willing to help facilitate their being more comfortable with each other. But there were other things too. Things Katsuki wasn't so content to just let stay quiet. What? You aren't afraid I'm taking advantage of him? The words came out in a bitter snarl, more emotional than he had expected. Maybe that old wound was still festering. Maybe he hadn't noticed. Maybe now was as good a time as any to point that out. Ida, for his part, did not shy away from the venom in his voice. I know I may have been harsh in my wording previously. Buchako says I get it wrong a lot of the time. But no, I'm not worried about you taking advantage of Midoriya. He seems quite capable of telling you off himself, nor would I ever think you'd do something to wrong him. I worried that you'd be overbearing on him, as you sometimes can be on others, but I see it's different between you two. It's probably always been that way, but I never got to see it. I just assumed. That was my mistake. So please accept my apology. Katsuki glared strong at the pack alpha for a moment. Then he turned away with a huff. Whatever. I know I can be a little strong to get along with, but it's not your job to police me. Especially when it comes to people I'm close with. Izuku and I may have started off rough. But we had a history. You didn't need to interject yourself in it. You may be right. Please understand that I was just trying to do my part as pack alpha. It is my duty to protect our pack members and those close to our pack. He regarded Katsuki for a moment. Although, I may have forgotten part of that job is also protecting the alphas of our pack, as well as the betas and omegas. I should have trusted you more, Bakugo. I don't need your DMN protection, for eyes. Be that as it may, it's still my job, and I'm going to continue carrying it out as best I can. Katsuki growled, set a stack of bowls onto the table with enough force to rattle them all. Just because I'm part of the pack doesn't mean you have to treat me like I'm FING weak. I'm ranked higher in the hero ranks than you, to start off with. And I'm an alpha. I can take care of myself. You know, with how you act with Midoriya, you almost could guess wrong who's supposed to be the alpha between you two. Katsuki snapped his jaws at the joke, so Ida raised a hand in mock surrender. Regardless, it seems the both of you are more comfortable at this point being together at night, and even though you aren't technically mated, it wouldn't be too much trouble to set you two up in a single room. A long moment passed between them, not silent only because Katsuki kept arranging their breakfast on the tray, the soft clattering of dishes a welcome break to the tension, or whatever, was between them. I think that's more a question for Izuku. Don't know what his plans are, but he's due to be cast free here very soon. Might not be worth the trouble if he moves out. You think that's a possibility? With Kazue and the two of you courting? Katsuki lifted the tray, eyed Ida. This was a conversation he needed to have with the pack alpha. But he was running behind schedule and needed to get breakfast up to Izuku before it got cold. So he said, I don't know what he thinks about this all. But I also don't think the pack life is for him. He's been independent for a long time now. Strong habit to break. Ida considered him, then nodded. I'll pose the question to Midoriya, then. Don't bother. It's something the two of us have to work out anyway. Just keep our rooms as they are for now. Very well. If things change, you know where to find me. Ida kept talking even as Katsuki walked past him. The alpha said nothing, just made his way up the stairs and to his room. He found Kazue flopped over a lump of blankets that had to be Izuku, the pup muttering senselessly about something, though he popped up as Katsuki entered. Food. Mommy look. Food. Izuku grumbled, the pile of blankets shifting as Katsuki set the tray down on a tiny square of space on his nightstand. How did you do this at your apartment? Hired a nanny to cook for breakfast and get you up on time? No, Izuku grumbled. My bed's not as nice as the ones here. So that helps. There were a couple of things that could be said to that. A joke, a grimace, a reprimand. Katsuki settled for offering the Omega a bowl, which finally enticed him to sit up and greet the morning with a long, loud groan of displeasure. Izuku was tired. He found he was always tired the day after having one of those nightmares. Maybe it was residual anxieties sapping his strength, or maybe he just never truly could get quality sleep after being jolted awake by such horrible visions. Whatever it was, he was exhausted and it was only 10 in the morning. He sat at the dinner table, nursing what had to be his third cup of coffee. Or maybe it was just his second. No, it had to be his third. Had Katsuki brought him one for breakfast? He usually did. But had he that morning? Did it really matter that much? Why was this the thought that he was spending so much of his limited thinking capacity on? He let out a groan, heard a short laugh behind him. You can say that again. He jerked upward, watched as the chair next to him was pulled out, then occupied by another Omega in loose house clothes, also cradling a cup of coffee in his hands. It took him only a single look to recognize Shinso, another to take in his scent, not quite sweet, a bit calm, a bit deceiving, a cool freshwater spring hiding a billowing geyser. His scent wasn't very tense at the moment, though Izuku remembered it before, raging and frothing with heat pheromones, and he could understand the CYCL of pressure the Omega must go through. His own heats weren't typically that bad, but experts did say they got worse when an Omega mated with a Beta or Alpha. And he did remember them being just a bit more intense when he'd been with Katsuki years ago. Shinso took a long sip of his coffee, ignoring Izuku. Izuku took the other Omega's distraction to check to see who was in the room with them. The only other pack member anywhere nearby was Kirishima, the Beta sprawled out and snoring on the couch in the other room. In the playroom, he knew Uraraka was watching all three pups and Ida was working in the office under the stairs, but both those doors were closed. Effectively, he was alone with the Omega. Shinso chuckled as he set his cup down. Do I make you nervous? Izuku shifted his seat back a little, not really knowing how to respond. Eventually, he muttered, a little. The Omega hero snorted. Honesty. How refreshing. But seriously, if Ida had his way, I'd be part of the pack already. Doesn't that set your mind at ease any? Without thinking, Izuku found himself glancing toward Kirishima, a familiar rise of distrust twisting in his gut. Not really. Shinso followed his gaze, raised an eyebrow at who he saw. Kirishima, huh? Or shitty hair as your preferred partner sometimes calls him. Izuku glared at Shinso, trying to decide if that was supposed to be a dig at Katsuki, trying to decide if the Alpha deserved it. Eventually, he decided that, if it was, he probably did deserve it. Yeah, he gets on my nerves sometimes too. He's too enthusiastic and that makes him stupid sometimes. Doesn't think before he acts. And that can be trouble in and of itself. He tilted his cup, watched as his coffee rippled. That being said, his enthusiasm is what makes him a great hero and a great head beta. So what can I complain about? Izuku grumbled quietly. Plenty, he said out loud, earning another chuckle. You're right. Shinso turned to face Izuku for the first time, held out his hands. Hitoshi Shinso. Hero named Psyche, as you know. But here, it's just Shinso. Ida would be beside himself if people started referring to each other by their hero names here. Wouldn't be proper, normal pack etiquette. Despite his earlier worries, Izuku found it was easy to enjoy Shinso's dry sense of humor, his subtle jabs at all the people Izuku had found fault with at one time or another. Shinso wasn't part of the pack. Not really. And he clearly enjoyed poking at the pack's rules and operation. Izuku found he could enjoy those jokes perhaps even a bit more than he had expected to. He took Shinso's hand. Izuku Midoriya. Shinso nodded. Good to meet you properly. I was curious what the Omega who could tame a beast like Bakugo would be like. First, Izuku blushed, then he stammered, I wouldn't say I tamed anyone. You obviously haven't been around him for the past few years, Shinso grumbled. He's calmed down a lot in recent weeks. Even if he's still a pain in the butt. His gaze slid from his coffee back to Izuku. Anyway, you're kind of famous at the agency? Who, me? It was a bit frustrating to be as flustered as he was. But something about Shinso, the plain, honest way he spoke, didn't set off any alarm bells in his head. The Omega meant everything he said, and he was saying it for a reason. Sure. Can't get Mina to shut up about how adorable you two are together. Most of us just couldn't believe someone was putting up with Bakugo. He's not that bad, Izuku muttered. With you, Shinso added, then chuckled. Anyway, people are curious. They want to meet you. When you're feeling up to it, that is. Izuku said nothing. Waited. For the inevitable questions. The musings. The prying. For the hero to try to take him apart. Surely he knew. Surely everyone at that agency knew his story. His story, his trauma, his life. They knew it all. So, he waited for it all to come roaring out. Shinso took another drink, sighed deeply. Don't tell me. Is this the stuff Yaoyorozu got? Izuku blinked at him, stared into his own coffee. What? The Omega rubbed the back of his neck. She got decaf for herself. Better for the pup. I bet this isn't the real stuff. He sighed, stood. You want a different cup? I'm going to brew a fresh pot. Make sure it's right this time. The mundaneness of coffee, the lack of any deeper questions, the plain, simple way Shinso spoke. It didn't mean anything. And because it didn't mean anything, Izuku knew he could trust it, could trust that nothing more was coming. That, even if he didn't ask, even if he'd never been through something like this before, Shinso understood. And it was just as simple as that. Izuku smiled, stood as well. Decaf would explain a lot. Yeah, I'll get another cup with you. Hey, Katsuki's voice was gruff. Well, gruffer than usual. It often was when he was tired. Izuku glanced over his shoulder, noticed the box tucked under. The Alpha's arm. The gardens around them were quiet, the soft crackling of a fire keeping the chill of autumn away. Only 2 chairs were pulled up around the fire pit, and the second chair was abandoned quickly as Shinso stood. It's late. Should probably wake up, sleeping moron. I'll see you around, Midoriya. Why? See you. Izuku watched as Shinso walked past Katsuki on his way back to the house. The two exchanged something a bit more than just a look perhaps, but no words passed between them. Once Shinso had moved on, Katsuki took his empty seat. Eyebags giving you any trouble? Eyebags? Izuku blinked, then shook his head, thinking he should be used to the Alpha's strange nicknames by now. Yeah. We were just talking. The Alpha nodded, but it was little more than a slight shifting of his chin, as little movement as necessary for such a gesture. Didn't think you'd be so willing to just chat after your first meeting. Ah well, Izuku shrugged. I actually got to sit and talk to him. Turns out I can be wrong about people. Katsuki sniffed, settled back in his seat. Weird to me you're drawn to people like him and Todoroki. Still tense around Kirishima, but eyebags and icy hot are good enough for you? Izuku sighed, shook his head. He thought about it for a moment, then shrugged. Well, Shinso and Todoroki haven't asked anything of me. I don't know. Treated me like a person. Kirishima definitely didn't do that. Or Ida, even Uraraka to an extent. They all asked something of me, in their own way, even though I didn't owe them anything. He smiled, a little smug at Katsuki. You know, you asked a lot of me, too, at the beginning. The Alpha's jaw set, but Izuku could tell it was an introspective motion, an outward manifestation of some inner turmoil. He seemed to mull over the words, then suddenly move the box toward Izuku. This is for you. Although not particularly surprised to know the box was for him, Izuku did ask, didn't you just give me a courting gift? He held up his arm, black band still in place, with its little orange X pressed against his wrist. The Alpha shrugged. How many times do I have to tell you I'm going to spoil you rotten before you believe me? As many as it takes, I guess. Katsuki grunted, maybe unamused, maybe very amused. It was still strong to tell sometimes. Well, go ahead and open it. Izuku turned the box over, smiled. He hadn't been anticipating Katsuki giving him another gift so quickly. He hadn't really had time to think about how he was going to present his own gift to the Alpha. He'd thought it would be nice to surprise him some morning, maybe after he'd gone for a workout and returned with breakfast as Izuku knew he often did. He hadn't even had time to wrap the gift. But this somehow felt right. A sudden and surprising gift exchange for them both. A mark of thought and caring. A promise. That's what he wanted it to be. A promise to Katsuki. That just as he was trying, Izuku wanted to try as well. It was with this in mind that he stood, startling Katsuki. Wait here. He darted from the garden before the Alpha could say anything else. He didn't stop for anyone or anything, rushing past a bewildered Ida and a confused group of betas, only pausing briefly to smile at Kazue, who paused in playing with Fumiko to chirp worriedly upon seeing his mom running through the house. In his dresser, Izuku found the bag from the mall, tucked away for future plans, and took it back out to the garden. Katsuki was standing at the fire pit, a curious tilt of his chin the only indication he'd been worried. That worry swept away as Izuku moved the bag into his hands. Here, he was breathless. Maybe from running. Maybe from nervousness. Or maybe from excitement. I want you to have this. He released the bag, where it settled in Katsuki's arms, the alpha completely still. His expression was unreadable, but it was most certainly locked onto Izuku, red eyes sharp and narrow, searching him. What is this? His voice was controlled. It was almost unnerving how calm he seemed. Izuku smiled, took his calm as a disguise for the alpha's surprise. It's a gift. I wanted you to have something just as you've been giving me gifts. Still, the alpha did not move. So much so that Izuku waited, and he felt his smile fading. And still, Katsuki didn't move. The only change Izuku saw, a slight tightening in his jaw. He glanced around, though what he was looking for he didn't know, until his eyes landed on the box Katsuki had given him, sitting in his empty seat. Oh, he took it. We can open our gifts together. He pulled at the bow slowly, trying to watch for the alpha to reach in and take out his gift, but saw the stubborn stillness remained. Something bit at his nerves. Something that tasted bitter, sour. Sorry it's not wrapped as nicely as this or anything. I wasn't expecting to. Izuku, is this a joke to you? The words stilled Izuku's own hand. Had him meeting the alpha's eyes, finally recognizing that something was burning in them. Anger? No, fury? Was he really that mad? He didn't really know what to say, so what came out instead was, what? Do you think I'm joking? That this is just fun and games? Katsuki opened his arms. The bag dropped to the ground and settled at his feet. I thought this was serious to you. At first, Izuku didn't really know what to say. So, he didn't, watching as the alpha's fists clenched, as his lips pulled back in a snarl, as his eyes burned. What are you trying to tell me? Trying to tell you? Izuku repeated the words, as if saying them would help them make more sense. What are you talking about? No. What are you telling me? He gestured to the bag. I told you I was serious. I've been telling you that for weeks now. I told you it was okay if you didn't want this. All you had to do was tell me. He scoffed, kicked the bag, a rise of heat, of bafflement and indignation, reaching Izuku's face. I'd expect you'd just tell me yourself if this wasn't what you wanted. Not like this. A frustrated twitch came to Izuku's face. Just a little flinch of his cheek. He set the box, half unwrapped, down. On what? It didn't matter. But at least he didn't throw it on the FING ground. What? He growled. Are you talking about? What are you doing this for? As a courting gift, Katsuki. It's a courting gift. He drew out the last two words, unable to stop the bitterness in his stomach from leaking out. Why? Katsuki snapped his jaws, a sign of his aggression, his discontent. In response, Izuku set his teeth, though the alpha didn't seem to notice. I'm the alpha in this courtship. It's my role to provide for you. You think I'm not doing a good enough job or something? You think I need help? You are thinking way too much about this. I wanted to show my appreciation, so I got you a gift to exchange. This isn't an exchange, Izuku. Is this what you were getting the other day? You went out to do this? What if it was? You put yourself in danger for this? I didn't. What the F is your problem? I try to do something nice and you jump down my throat for it? Izuku, I don't need this from you. Oh, need? You think this is about need? Do I need your DMN gifts, Katsuki? Do you think I need you? Katsuki opened his mouth, but before he could speak, Izuku closed the distance between them, hissed right in his face, the alpha growling lowly in warning. He ignored that warning, stomped right over it. Be very careful how you answer that, Katsuki Bakugo. Should have been warning. Enough. If Katsuki was thinking at all, maybe he would have paused and considered his words. Instead, he snapped his jaws again, pressed even closer to Izuku, until their noses were nearly touching, until all Izuku could see was the burning in his eyes. I'm the Alpha. You're the Omega. I take care of you. I make sure you're provided for. That's my role. That's my job. Izuku felt his own jaw pressing his teeth together until they began to hurt. Through them, he hissed, and what do you think that leaves me? What's my duty to you as your little Omega? What's my job? You just, all at once, Katsuki drew back. In a flash, realization dawned in him, though what realization Izuku couldn't tell. And honestly, he didn't want to know. Damage done, he turned away. I thought you'd figured out how to handle that pride of yours. But you really just can't help yourself, can you? Izuku, he grabbed Izuku's arm, only to be shrugged off. Don't touch me. He hissed. Listen, I listened, Katsuki. I listened to everything you said. Heard you, loud and clear. No, wait, just stop. Quit following me. Izuku, please. It's too late, Bakugo. The name raked over his tongue, tasting sharp, painful. He knew it affected Katsuki because the Alpha finally went silent, finally stopped following him. But the name settled through Izuku equally so. He'd meant to say it. He'd made the decision. Had known it would hurt Katsuki and had done it anyway. And now that he'd said it, he felt a strange rise in his stomach, like he might be sick, like he might start spewing more words he didn't mean, even if he wanted to say them in this moment. He hurt. Part of him wanted to make Katsuki hurt too. Another part of him was already crying at the hurt he'd just inflicted. He couldn't stand it. Couldn't stay there and face the Alpha. Or anyone else, for that matter. He wanted to take his hurt far away, where it couldn't infect anyone else. So he ran. Around the side of the house. To the front gate. Out onto the sidewalk. And beyond. Behind him, he heard no signs of pursuit. It felt wrong to open the bag without Izuku there. But he was hungry for something of the Omega in his absence, so he snatched up the bag, nearly tore it apart to reveal what was inside. He drew out a long, thin jewelry box, and a receipt. Izuku had forgotten to take it out. Katsuki skimmed over the price, knowing the Omega had purchased it with his own money. Knowing his spending habits, it was well beyond what Katsuki would have ever expected the Omega to buy. He opened the box to reveal an obsidian-colored chain. The shimmering black metal instantly reminded Katsuki of the band still wrapped around Izuku's wrist. The heavy clasps on either end of the chain and its length suggested a multipurpose use. It could be worn around his neck or clipped to his belt loops to keep out of the way. Its heaviness spoke to its sturdiness, to the fact that he could probably take it and wear it on his hero costume with minimal worry of it breaking easily. It was very clear at one glance what this gift was supposed to have been. A nod to the fact that Izuku knew him well enough to give him something discreet. Something to match the gift he'd accepted not so long ago. A sign of partnership, of togetherness. And he'd thrown it on the ground. While at first, Katsuki felt a flutter of panic at realizing Izuku hadn't come inside after running away from him, that he'd gone out onto the streets, Katsuki told himself to be patient. Izuku needed some time to himself. A moment to calm down. Without Katsuki breathing down his neck. He'd be okay. And he'd come back when he was ready. Kazuo was there after all. He wouldn't leave the pup for long. Just enough to cool off. That was it. Still, there came an uneasy energy to the pack house once people caught on that the two had had a fight and Izuku had gone off on his own. Katsuki swore he even overheard Ida reassuring Uraraka that he'd told everyone at the agency to keep an eye out for him. The pack would look out for him. In the meantime, all Katsuki could do was wait. He set a chair near the front door. Wrapped the chain around his fist. Pressed the cold metal to his lips as if in prayer. And he waited. And he waited. And he waited. Until he knew he couldn't wait any longer. It had been hours. Kazuo was starting to get cranky. The pack house was practically vibrating. A low murmur had overtaken everything, Izuku's name whispered carefully behind palms. But Katsuki didn't know what to do. Where to even start. And he didn't, until Kaminari stumbled down the stairs. It was the first time the beta had emerged since Shinso's heat had ended, and he still had that bleary, not quite all there look about him. He glanced around the pack, didn't seem to pick up on the tension zinging between everyone, and instead wrinkled his brow. "Where's Hitoshi?" he asked. Katsuki swept the room. He'd noticed Shinso earlier. Much earlier. And he hadn't noticed the Omega sneaking out. But now he wasn't there. He sniffed the air and found he couldn't pick up the Omega's scent either, which meant it had been a while since he'd been in that room. And if he wasn't with Kaminari... Without saying anything, Katsuki stood. He clipped the chain to his belt loop, tucked it into his pocket. Knew everyone was staring as he stepped out the door, and started down the road. Only a few feet from the pack house, he slipped his phone out of his pocket, searched his contacts, placed a call. The phone rang, then redialed and rang again. When it picked up, Katsuki spoke first. "I know you went to find him. Where is he?" It was cold. And Izuku hadn't really planned on being out for long, so he wasn't wearing the right clothing. Which just meant he was freezing on top of being generally miserable. Nobody around him seemed to notice his plight. The few people who walked the streets with him kept their business to their own, only ever sparing him a curious look when he sniffled or shivered. He tried to tell himself the sniffling was only related to the cold. How long had it been since he'd left the pack house? Too long. He'd hopped the first train and gotten off at whatever station sounded familiar and found himself walking through a district close to his old school. It was familiar in a way that was comforting, even though he hadn't attended many classes in person, taking as many online classes as possible. The people here were mostly young and stressed and either trying their hardest or not trying at all, and it was easy to pick out which was which from a glance. The coffee shops were crammed with late-night studiers, poring over textbooks and laptops, the bars filled with noise and bodies. He hadn't been in this part of town so late in the evening, so there was a sense of distinct difference to what he knew. In the daytime, the bars were quiet and the coffee shops ringed with lines, people trying to get another cup in before their next class. The quiet seriousness of the cafes juxtaposed with the brash, over-the-top nature of the overflowing bars, gave Izuku something to pay attention, as opposed to what had happened in the gardens. His heart still hurt from what had happened. From what he had said. From what Katsuki had done. He felt betrayed, he'd decided. Betrayed by the Alpha, and by himself. It wasn't like him to intentionally try to hurt people. Especially people he cared about. When had that changed? Why had he spat those words so uncaringly? Why had he purposefully used the Alpha's own name as a weapon? Why did he feel a little happy to know the Alpha was hurting, maybe a little like he was? He walked, shivered from the cold, blew into his hands in some vague attempt to stay the chill. Better get home, he muttered to nobody. When he looked up, the streets didn't look familiar, but a quick glance of the signs told him exactly where he needed to go. Hopefully the trains were still running. He had only gone a couple of steps when someone shouted behind him. It was a sharp noise, perhaps from one of the bars. Shouts punctuated the evening as he passed by them, so he paid it no mind, until there was another shout, and he realized it was someone calling his name. Izuku! Izuku, wait! He turned, was more than just a little shocked to see Katsuki racing down the sidewalk toward him. Somewhere, he felt a flutter of pride, of joy, at seeing the Alpha running toward him, of knowing he'd come to find him in the middle of nowhere. Mostly though, he realized he was still hurting, and seeing the Alpha, knowing he'd come to find him, hadn't trusted him enough to just let him alone, made him turn back around and walk a little faster away from him. "Hey! I know you saw me. Izuku!" For as quickly as Izuku tried to walk away, the Alpha did eventually catch up. He caught up and caught Izuku's wrist, the unbroken one, the one that was still covered by the band he'd been gifted. Perhaps it wasn't a very nice or rational thing to do. But as soon as the Alpha's grip closed around him, Izuku spun, hissed, snapped at the Alpha, who backed quickly away, startled. Izuku hissed again, bore his teeth, stood his ground as Katsuki stared at him, blinking in shock. When he hissed for a third time, he saw a little shiver up the Alpha's shoulders, the need to rise up against the challenge, to put him in his place. That was his job as the Alpha, after all. Except he didn't. In fact, when Izuku took a step closer, hissed and snarled and otherwise told him exactly what he thought about seeing the Alpha again, Katsuki didn't step back, but he did curl inward slightly, he did tilt his head to the side, he did show his neck in SBM's end to the Omega. And Izuku didn't really know what to do with that. So he hissed again, met with a low sound from the alpha, not quite a whimper or a whine, but something soft and appeasing, something to tell him he understood, that he accepted the Omega's warnings. A short chuckle shocked Izuku, had him snapping toward a man standing nearby. A quick sniff of the air told him the man was a beta, the smirk on his face plainly saying he was enjoying watching the show. In fact, Izuku realized that they'd drawn a bit of a crowd, watching curiously as an alpha allowed an Omega to basically dominate him in a public space. If Katsuki noticed, and if Izuku was being serious, he knew Katsuki noticed, then he didn't react, focused only on Izuku. His whole attention, his whole being, was in the moment. Trying to tell the Omega that he was there and he understood he was angry and he accepted that and whatever that anger brought. Alphas didn't just submit to anyone. Especially not Omegas. Especially not in public. Izuku knew that. He knew it very well. And when he took a moment to look at the alpha, to really look at him, he spotted something. Something so dark that he almost couldn't notice it, until a light flickered from a nearby bar and glanced off of something at Katsuki's belt. A black chain. Tucked into his pocket. Hooked in place with a large clasp. He knew that chain. He knew exactly what that was, where it had come from. So he stood, ran his tongue over his teeth, feeling the sting of cold from the air. Then he turned away, started walking, heard as Katsuki followed him. Izuku. What? Are you okay? He was quiet. For a long moment. Katsuki didn't speak again. I don't know what you mean by that. I just mean, are you hurt? He scoffed. No, Katsuki. I'm physically fine. Good. I'm glad. Yeah, I'm sure you are. Wouldn't be fulfilling your alpha duties if you let me get hurt on your watch. It was Katsuki's turn to be quiet. But eventually, he braved that quiet. Izuku, I'm sorry. You were right. I was being prideful. I let myself get in the way again. And I didn't mean what I said. What I wanted to say was that I want to provide for you. I want to make it so you never have to worry about anything ever again. He actually had the gall to chuckle, well, I want to spoil you rotten. Izuku shoved his hands in his pockets. Suppressed the shiver that overcame him. Yeah, and I just wanted to do something nice for you. Wanted to show you that I was committed. Somehow, you took that to mean the opposite? Yeah, well, like I said, I can get in my own way pretty easily. Not that it's an excuse. No, it's not. Izuku glanced at a nearby clock. It was pretty late. He worried at his lip. Do you think the train is still running? Probably. Think we can make the last one? Station's a little ways away. We'll be fine. Izuku stared up the street, knew they had quite a ways to walk still. He glanced up as Katsuki strode to be alongside him. The alpha tried to watch him, but he also kept glancing out over the street, as if searching for something. Izuku knew he could have asked, but he didn't. Instead, he growled, "Why are you here? How did you even find me? I called in favor. And I was worried. You'd been gone for a while. Didn't cross your mind that I needed to get away from you at all?" Katsuki snorted, shook his head. "I understand completely that you needed some time. But..." He trailed off, eyes wandering up and down the street again. "Anyway, I wanted to come apologize and make sure you got home safe. I owe you that at least. Fulfilling your job as alpha?" Izuku hissed, and Katsuki actually flinched. He seemed to think over his words, then took in breath and said, "It isn't a job to me. It's so much more. I hope you know that. You're more than just an obligation." Izuku paused, feeling words of his own swirling in his head. More than just your power-hungry wear? The hell, Izuku? You really think anyone with half a mind believes that? Lot of people out there without half their minds. Who gives a shit about them? Do you really think that I think that? Izuku glared forward. Caught a glimmer of the black chain at his waist out of the corner of his eye. He bit his lip again. "I don't know what to think right now. You essentially stomped on my gift, told me I'm just an omega to you, that it's your job to take care of me. Like you're just clocking into work every day you bring me breakfast. And now you're here, having stalked me in the middle of the city, telling me you're sorry, that you didn't mean it. What am I supposed to think? That I'm a dumb alpha? Like you've said before." His glare narrowed, but he didn't look at Katsuki. Hearing his own words parroted back to him didn't sound as sweet as he thought it might. Sorry about the stalking thing, by the way. I know that might be crossing a line. But, he trailed off again, swallowed something down. Izuku finally turned his glare to the alpha, watched as he went silent. Scoffed. If you're being so candid at the moment, then why are you still holding something back? The alpha stopped in the middle of the road. Izuku considered going on without him, but eventually paused as well. You keep saying, but as if it means something, as if you really want to say something. Say it. You have something to say, now's probably a really good time to get everything on the table. See. Spoke, Katsuki wouldn't look at him. His red eyes searched the ground, inspecting the dirt for answers it didn't have. His hand traveled to his pocket, to roll the chain between his fingers. The soft clinking it made kept Izuku in place, if only as a reminder that the alpha had accepted the gift, and that did mean something, he knew. Then, something flashed in Katsuki's eyes. Something that smoldered with embers that had been burning for a long time. Something deep and present. He turned that look to Izuku, kept walking. Come on. I'll tell you on the way. Izuku didn't follow him at first, but Katsuki turned over his shoulder, waiting, so he begrudgingly scuffed his feet on the sidewalk and walked with him. They'd only gone a few steps when Katsuki spoke again, and his words made Izuku stumble. The police think Yokoyama had a partner. As soon as he stumbled, the alpha's hand came up, caught his arm, held him upright. That burning in his eyes, the coals of anger and determination, a look he should have recognized so clearly, didn't soften as Izuku caught his feet again, as he kept walking, feeling a shiver crawl up his spine. "Ill partner?" Katsuki nodded. Someone who was working with him. Though we don't know for certain. He cast a wary glance around. This is confidential, Izuku, but I think you should know. But Yokoyama was murdered. And Tsukachi thinks his partner is the one who did it. Izuku breathed out. He was surprised his legs were still working. I don't remember there being a partner. I don't remember anyone else being there. Katsuki nodded. We think they hadn't shown up yet. If they had, we think they would have taken Kazu. The revelation shook everything in Izuku. His bones, his veins, his heart, his lungs, his memories and thoughts. It was a wonder he could keep walking, could keep listening to Katsuki, as the alpha paused to take another deep, slow breath before continuing on. I'm sorry to tell you this now, but Katsuki set his teeth, clicked his tongue behind them. The muffled noise sounded strained, a thread pulled too tight, on the verge of snapping. I suppose it's an excuse for my behavior. I hadn't wanted you going out in public by yourself, especially since that woman confronted you. I didn't get what you were trying to do with that gift. I thought it was a rejection of my role, that you didn't think I was being a good alpha to you, that you didn't want to keep up the courtship, I don't know. But mostly, I was upset that you'd put yourself in danger for me. That I was the reason you'd gone out and risked yourself. He clicked his tongue again, growled. I don't like the idea of you putting yourself in harm's way for me. That's my job. Or, I guess, I don't want you to think you have to do that for me. Katsuki talked, and Izuku listened, but only absorbed half of what he said. Because upon mentioning the woman at the sweet shop again, upon hearing that Yokoyama had a partner, Izuku thought he was going to be sick. He felt sweaty and shaky and he just wanted to be home already. He let out a breath, felt it hitch in his throat, felt as Katsuki noticed as he turned toward him. He couldn't meet the alpha's gaze. Katsuki, he muttered, ashamed his voice quivered, about that woman. There's something you should know. Katsuki took Izuku's hand and didn't let the Omega leave an inch from his side the entire way home. The train ride was torturous. Izuku was exhausted and cold and shaken up, and even if the train cars were practically empty, there was still a feeling of looming danger. Of an unknown threat. Because Izuku had met that woman before. That their confrontation hadn't been so random. He sent a message to Tsukachi with the information and got a quick reply back that just said he'd look into it some more. It was something. And maybe it would turn out to be nothing. Katsuki hoped beyond hope that it was nothing. That it was just coincidence. But he didn't believe for 1 second that it was. By the time they got back to the pack house, Izuku was nearly plastered to his side, shivering with cold and fear, Katsuki trying his best to keep him warm and make him feel just a bit safer. If he was there, then the Omega had nothing to worry about. Nothing at all. And he tried to convey that, but he didn't know if Izuku was paying attention. When they entered the house, everyone looked up, and a sigh was shared throughout the pack. Katsuki spotted Shinso, sitting at the dining room table with Kaminari, inclined his head slightly, though the Omega didn't reciprocate. And besides, what he cared about more was the shriek of joy and the little pup that rushed across the room to leap to Izuku. "Mommy, mommy." Kazuo crawled up the Omegas as he'd been lifted into Izuku's arms, rubbing against his scent gland. "Where did you go?" "I missed you, mommy." "I'm sorry, Firecracker." "I'm sorry." He didn't seem to have anything else to say. Even with Izuku back and safe, there remained that uneasy feeling to the pack. As if they could sense something had changed but couldn't quite put their finger on it. The fact that Katsuki pulled Ida aside to tell him to keep an eye on Izuku and Kazuo didn't help the situation any, but it did help to settle his own fraying nerves. Izuku was still in danger. He'd potentially come very close to facing that danger head-on, alone, with Kazuo at his side. And that was simply unacceptable. There was nothing he could do about Yokoyama, or about his partner, or about this woman. Not now, at least. The police would look into her again, track her down, do whatever they had to make sure she wasn't a threat to Izuku and Kazuo, to make sure she had no connections to Yokoyama. Until they finished that investigation, there was nothing left for Katsuki to do. Nothing except to the Izuku upstairs, to stay at his side, to wait until Kazuo wandered away to get something from their room, to wrap an arm around his waist and pull him closer, to apologize, again, and to press an embrace to his forehead. Izuku accepted his touch, but Katsuki could tell he wasn't altogether in the moment with him. He did rub against the alpha, seeking some sort of semblance of protection, some reassurance that he was safe there. Katsuki was all too happy to remind him that he was. They only parted ways once, Izuku saying he wanted to take a shower before coming to bed. Katsuki nodded, sat on his bed with the door open so he could hear the water running and see the bathroom door. It was there, sitting on his bed, that he noticed something laid on the empty corner of his nightstand. A phone, wrapped in a blue RBB case. Izuku's phone. Maybe he was crossing a line. Maybe he was too used to crossing lines like this. Maybe Izuku had already gotten mad at him for doing things just like this. But he couldn't help himself. He grabbed Izuku's phone, guessed his way through his passcode, Kazuo's birthday, and pulled out his own phone. There was a feature on the phone that allowed it to be linked to other phones, a way to locate it should it get lost. Katsuki connected their two phones, set Izuku's back down. Stared at his own phone, the little dot that showed Izuku was right there, with him, pinging on his screen every time he commanded. When the Omega emerged, he didn't say anything. He simply glanced to make sure Kazuo was there, the pup already curled up asleep in Katsuki's bed, and came into the room to join them. The only word spoken was a soft, "I'm sorry," from Katsuki, Izuku's only response to curl up next to him. Maybe not completely forgive him, but to accept him and his faults and to be okay being with him. Just for the moment. Izuku couldn't sleep. Even Katsuki didn't find sleep for a long while, his breath remaining sharp and pointed, until he finally drifted off, settling deeply into the bed. But Izuku could do no such thing. He stayed awake, Kazuo curl in his arms, Katsuki at his side, thinking on what the alpha had told him. Thinking about that woman. Thinking about Yokoyama. His thoughts spiraled far out of his control, always worming back to Kazuo and Katsuki, always returning to the things he feared most of all. If Yokoyama had a partner, then they would certainly know about Katsuki. They would know he wasn't just Izuku's rescuer. They would know he meant more to Izuku than anything other than Kazuo. They would know, and they would see him as a potential threat. As another target. He shivered, snuck a little closer to Katsuki. Took great heart at the sound of his steady breathing. He was here and he was okay. He wanted it to stay that way. Wanted Katsuki to remain here with him, strong and powerful and sometimes really moronic, but all himself. He didn't want to think about what Yokoyama's partner might do to him, to get to Izuku. What they might think had to be done to get at him again. He didn't want to think about that woman with her pointed grin. He didn't want to think about her hurting Katsuki, just to get to him. But he did think about it. He thought about it a lot. And he thought about it until he found uneasy sleep, where he dreamed about it, dreamed of Katsuki screaming in pain, of finding the alpha bloody and torn apart and very much dead, of hearing that it was his fault, that he was the cause of all of this. And when he woke, it was to something wet on his face, to Katsuki shaking him slightly, to Katsuki hushing him and pulling him closer. And it still didn't make him feel any better. The screen flickered to life and a video rolled, boring, typical, a shop with customers loitering around. Katsuki was only interested when a pup raced into view, blonde hair bobbing slightly with the movement, another person following in the pup's wake. He knew Kazu and Izuku from a glance, even from the not-so-perfect feed of the sweet shop's security system. The camera was far too simple to catch every detail, but Katsuki knew he could see the sparkle in Kazue's eyes as he pressed his face to the glass, peering into the display case at the shop's counter. Someone else entered the frame and Tsukachi stopped the footage. This, he circled the figure, slight, a little shorter than Izuku, dark hair straight and neat, is Hina Sugawara, Quirk, sweet pheromones. She can copy the scent and pheromones of other people, so much so that when alphas and betas look at her, as long as they've gotten a good dose of her scent, she looks like the person whose scent she is copying. The effect doesn't work on omegas, since their sense of smell is so much stronger. However, there is a residual effect of her scent that they can be swayed by. The camera doesn't have a sense of smell, so we see a woman with dark hair. Most of the people we tracked down in the shop that day said this person was a male alpha with blonde hair. Midoriya, he pointed out the omega on the screen, as if anyone needed to be shown that he was in the frame, said he saw her as a woman with dark hair, but that he felt strangely attracted to her, despite her not being his preferred partner type. So we know that, to a degree, even he was being affected by her scent. Katsuki felt his jaw shift, the tendons pulled and locked into place by the pang of anger and jealousy that spiked through him. He remembered Tsukachi calling Izuku, remembered the Omega's face draining, how he'd practically shoved Kazu at him and raced out of the room with the phone pressed to his ear. He hadn't heard the contents of their conversation, hadn't pried once Izuku had told him he didn't want to talk about it. Hearing it now, he understood why the Omega wouldn't have wanted to admit such a thing to him. Tsukachi pressed play and the tape rolled, showing the woman pausing to observe the Omega and pup at the counter, then to step very close as Izuku rose from speaking to Kazu, knocking against his shoulder, sending him stumbling. Rage had Katsuki's teeth grinding as Izuku faced Sugawara, at first seeming put off, though that quickly fell away. What was more interesting was the sudden shift in Kazu, the way he watched the two interacting, very still, very quiet. Then, as Sugawara's and Izuku's conversation intensified, Izuku moved to leave, and she grabbed his arm. Explosions popped in Katsuki's hands. He ignored the disapproving look he got from Tsukachi, staring resolutely at the screen. Sugawara was leaned in very close to Izuku, saying something to him, Izuku frozen, as if locked into place, not knowing what to do. Then, the conversation was cut abruptly short as Kazu suddenly leaped between the Omegas. After a breath's pause, Izuku grabbed his pup and hurried out of the shop. Sugawara paused as well, noticed people watching her, and casually strolled after him. The camera changed to an outside view, showing a glimpse of Izuku hurrying away. Sugawara exited the shop, watched his receding form, and turned to walk the other direction. It was something good to see her purposefully walking away from Izuku. Her pursuing him might have signaled that she was absolutely resolved to catching him, for whatever reason. Her walking away suggested a limited interest in the Omega, which was also a slightly confusing idea. Who is she? Was she Yokoyama's partner? Or just a disgruntled fan? Her being unwilling to chase after Izuku suggested the latter. But it didn't rule out the former. Katsuki chanced a glance around the room, saw that a slightly befuddled but serious look was shared by most in attendance. In particular, Ito looked wholly unsatisfied by what he had just witnessed, working his jaw as if chewing on his tongue. Tsukachi turned the screen off. As of right now, Sugawara is considered a person of interest. We can't know for certain her involvement with Yokoyama, but we do need to talk to her. Ito will pass around what information we have, but I'm sorry to say it's not much. The nearly blank paper Ito gave to Katsuki mirrored the inspector's words. It showed a clearer picture of Sugawara, her last known address, which was 12 years old and probably inaccurate, and her employment status, unemployed. There was little else. It seems Sugawara may be living as a provider to an alpha partner or something similar, as she's not registered as having worked for any company for the last 15 years, doesn't own any property or bank accounts, and has very little records outside of some basic citizen identification forms. Just like Yokoyama. It wasn't a strong leap to make. Like the alpha, she seemed to be living entirely underground. It could be explained that she had a controlling partner and that she, as the omega, was completely subservient to them. But she didn't have a proper mate registered, nor did she have any records of being married. If she had a partner taking care of her, it was all out of the eyes of the government. Besides, Katsuki had serious doubts that an omega brazen enough to confront someone in public as she had to Izuku would settle for being completely subservient to anyone. Not without good reason. However, none of that proved anything. It was all speculation. I want everyone to be on high alert. We don't think she's dangerous to the general public, but if she feels cornered, we don't know how she could react. Tsukachi frowned across the table, held Katsuki's eyes for a heartbeat longer than the others. Be careful. And keep an eye out. We need to find her and talk to her sooner rather than later. Sir. A chorus rang out amongst the officers. Katsuki did not join in. He took a moment to seek at his canines thoughtfully before realizing the room was quickly emptying. Ito had left already, without coming to bother him for once, and Tsukachi was speaking with several officers. Katsuki found he didn't really want to speak to any of them or the inspector. He wanted to get to patrol, to not let the new information marinate for too long. Because it was hardly any information at all. It wouldn't do him much good to sulk over a face, a name, and a quirk. Plus, this situation lined up far too well with his previous situation with Yokoyama, so much so that it would be hilarious if it didn't make his BLD boil. Much like with the alpha, all he had was a name and an uneasy sense of danger, and that was about it. He snapped his jaw, trying to relieve some of the tension in his skull, and stomped outside. Once out of the police station, he put in a call to Izuku's phone. The Omega picked up and Katsuki felt a little more of that tension unwind at the sound of his voice. Hey, the name Hina Sugawara mean anything to you? Izuku paused, then said, No. I don't think so. It wasn't surprising, but the alpha was still displeased by the news. Surely Tsukachi would have asked Sono about Sugawara already, though the fact she could change appearances to betas and alphas probably meant neither Sono nor Jean would recognize her photo. If she used a fake name, then even what information they did have was essentially useless. And it wasn't like people very often specifically talked about the details of how someone both parties knew looked. If she'd been using her quirk, even if any Omegas in and around the daycare had seen her true face, Sono wouldn't necessarily realize what she saw wasn't the truth. Or, it could be she had nothing to do with any of this. That Izuku was simply traumatized and transposing people's faces onto one another, trying to line up a reality that fit with the pain and fear he'd been living with. It was a possibility Katsuki didn't like to think about, but one he acknowledged nonetheless. Well, if that name comes up anywhere, stay far away, all right? Something wrong? A note of unease didn't creep into Izuku's voice so much as explode into a nervous mess. Is everything okay? Everything's fine. Just hero work stuff? Katsuki didn't like lying to him. But he figured it wasn't quite lying. Anyway, you getting ready for this evening? Yeah, the nervousness remained, but it shifted slightly, the fear replaced with apprehension. Are you really sure you want to do this? What? Spend the night relaxing without any pups or packmates to get in the way, just the two of us? Yes, Izuku. I want that very much. They had both decided that, after recent events, they should take some time for each other. Katsuki was eager to continue giving Izuku everything he'd been denied before, while Izuku seemed relieved for the opportunity to get out of the packhouse. Katsuki could tell he was feeling trapped, that for as big as the four walls of the packhouse were, for as lush and appealing as Tsu's gardens could be, after weeks of being stuck there, it could resemble something of a prison quite quickly. Plus, he wanted to take Izuku out, to show him the world was safe, even if there was some uncertainty out there. As long as he was there, he'd keep Izuku safe and he wanted him to know that. So, needless to say, they were both excited for the evening alone. Initially, there had been some question about who would watch Kazu. As much as Izuku was tired of the pack house, Kazu was becoming equally restless. He could only be contained for so long before he'd feel the need to act out as well. To remedy this, Sono had agreed to watch the pup for them. Her daycare ran until fairly late in the evening, which meant Kazu would be able to meet and play with new pups in an environment that was different but not unfamiliar. Izuku felt secure in having Kazu with someone he trusted, even if he was going to be away from the pup for an extended period of time, and Katsuki felt good knowing that Sono had revealed she didn't have any current extra help, that it was only her and Jean at the moment. He trusted them with Kazu, but nobody else. She'd potentially been fooled once. Katsuki couldn't find it in himself to trust her again. But on their own, she and Jean were fine. Izuku trusted them, and he knew the Omega wouldn't give that trust away so easily after everything that had happened. Plus, Sono had practically begged for them to let her watch Kazu for him, as a token to her promise of helping them take a little vacation. This was hardly a vacation, but the meaning was still there. From the other side of the phone, Izuku laughed. Alright, yeah, I'll admit it does sound nice. Where are we going to go? That's for me to know and for you to be surprised by. But I think you'll like it. Actually, he was kind of expecting Izuku to fall off his feet in amazement. He'd secured them tickets to go see the upcoming expo on classic hero evolution, from the very first heroes when quirks hadn't been the norm, up to modern-day heroes. The expo wouldn't open until the weekend, but it was hosting a special event that evening for honored guests only. As a top-ranking hero, it hadn't taken much more than just an offhanded statement of interest for Katsuki to get a ticket and +1 for the event. After the event, it would be dinner, someplace nice, though he hadn't quite narrowed down exactly where he wanted to go. He'd read the mood after the expo and see what was around before deciding, or maybe Izuku would have an idea on what he wanted. Something to consider later. Anyway, just got out of my meeting. I'll be on patrol for another hour or two, then I'll be home. Have just enough time to shower and change before we have to go, so make sure you're ready to go before I'm done. But I should be home in time for that. Katsuki stopped in the middle of the street. Had he just said he'd be home in time for that? As in he wasn't currently planning to already be home? You what? Listen, Izuku sounded a little nervous again. I wanted to drop Kazu off at Sano's, as you know, and Shiro and Shoji were walking with me, but something came up. Some sort of villain thing. Anyway, they had to go. You're alone. I'm fine, Katsuki. Wearing your hat and sunglasses. Nobody's recognized me yet. There was something extremely grating about knowing Izuku was out, on the street, alone, again, especially after their whole talk only a couple of days previously. Yes, it was light out, yes, the streets going to and from the pack house and Sano's seemed fairly busy, and yes, he had said he was wearing a disguise of some sort. But seriously, what the hell was he going to have to do to keep Izuku from running off and doing something potentially dangerous? Well, that was the question he supposed. If Izuku stayed at home, cowering away from the world, he might not have been as helplessly attracted to the Omega. Izuku had always had that defiant streak. When he set his mind to something, it was almost impossible to sway him otherwise. So maybe he shouldn't have been surprised. Or upset. But he still was. Katsuki let out a sigh, pinched the bridge of his nose. Villain attack, huh? They say anything about it? No. Just that it seemed big. Katsuki pulled out his phone, checked his alerts. Yeah, there was something going on downtown, but there were no more active alerts for hero requests. Seems whatever it was, they had it under control for now. He tucked his phone away, felt his hand brush over the chain in his pocket, caressed each link for a long moment. Anyway, I'll be okay. I'm staying safe. So don't worry about me. I'm almost at Sano's. Think I'll hang out there for a bit, then I'll catch the 2:40 train back to the pack house. Sound okay? Yeah, whatever. Katsuki checked his patrol route, growled. I'll be in the area if something happens. You know how to get a hold of me if it does. Yes, I know, Katsuki. He paused, didn't want to hang up. I'm thinking about you. Izuku laughed, but it wasn't a mean sound. It was light and joyful, happy. Nothing's going to happen to me, Katsuki. Don't worry. But I'll be thinking of you too, okay? All right. He supposed it was all he could ask for. Be safe, all right? Be safe. Izuku. He trailed off, words feeling sticky in his mouth. He swallowed, but couldn't quite seem to choke them down. The Omega let the pause linger, but only for so long. Yeah. You do know what I mean when I say I'm thinking of you, right? Another pause. This time, Katsuki let it go for as long as necessary, until the Omega lowered his voice and mumbled, "Why? Yeah, I do, Katsuki." He didn't say anything else. So maybe he did understand. Or maybe he didn't. Either way, he grunted. "All right. I'll see you soon. See you tonight. I'm looking forward to it. You better." He hung up the phone before letting the conversation linger any longer, before he was tempted to let the words he couldn't quite swallow down leap off his tongue. Instead, he pressed a finger to his comms device. "Oi, dunce head. You hear me? Got you loud and clear, ground zero. Also, that's charge bolt over comms, thank you very much. I need you to establish patrol routes with me." "What? But I'm supposed to be patrolling where Psyche's patrolling. Your mate's practically an underground hero. He only uses our agency as a place to store his sheet. You really think he's going to give two Fs about whatever patrol route or schedule Four Eyes gave him? And if you think he's patrolling right now, at FING1 in the afternoon, you're even more of an idiot than I first thought." "Well, if you put it so nicely." Halfway through a sentence, Izuku looked up, caught what time it was on a clock on the wall, and stood up so quickly he knocked his tea over and nearly spilled it all over the rug. "It's late. I have to go. Like right now." Sono blinked, a rare moment of silence falling over her as Izuku rushed to grab his jacket. "Well, calm down. Kazu, come say bye to your mom." The soft murmur of play from the pups was interrupted sharply by Kazu letting out an alarmed cry, tumbling over the others to intercept Izuku at the door. Mommy, take me with you." "No, firecracker. Stay here and have fun with Ms. Sono and the pups. I'll come get you later." "Mommy, please." He tugged at Izuku's arm, trying to stop him from opening the door. "No, Kazu. Stay here." "Mommy." The whine pulled at Izuku's heart. Kazue's hands were practically shaking. He didn't want Izuku to go. He didn't want to be alone. And the Omega understood that. He really did understand that. He crouched down, stroked the pup's nose as he always did, pulled Kazue's fingers free from his breathes. "Listen, firecracker. It's okay. Stay with Miss Sono and the pups just like you used to. You remember that, right? You have a lot of fun here without me. And in no time at all, I'll be back to pick you up. We'll go back to the pack house with Katsuki and the others, and in the morning, you can play with Fumiko and Takahiro." Kazu growled, lifting his lip to show off his canines, the little alpha in him trying to dominate Izuku, to make him do what he wanted. It was to be expected, he supposed, but Izuku immediately withdrew his comforting touch at the show of aggression. "Lip down, Kazu. You don't growl at people. You don't want to be mean like Katsuki, do you? Kaken gets you to do what he says. Like stay and don't leave. That's about as far from the truth as you could get." He almost laughed at the pup's words, instead shaking his head. "Katsuki doesn't tell me what to do and he doesn't make me do anything, alpha or not. If I do something he says, it's because I want to do it, and no amount of growling will change that. So no growling, it's not going to change anything, and none of the pups will want to play with you if you're growling at them." Realizing this tactic was in fact not going to work, Kazu hid his teeth behind his lip, which he stuck out in a pout, his eyes shimmering. "Mommy, please," he begged, nearly whimpering. This effect was a bit more devastating for Izuku, though he took a breath to keep himself focused. "Kazu, I'm going to go out for a little while. You're going to stay here. And everything will be okay. Okay?" Kazu bit his lip, peered up at his Omega. For a moment, Izuku wondered if he was going to have to employ Sano's help to get his pup to leave him alone, but then, in the smallest voice, Kazu said, "Promise?" It was more than just him begging. It was more than just him asking. He was so uncertain. Still so scared. He didn't want to leave Izuku's side because he was afraid. Even if his fear couldn't be pinpointed, even if he was too young to truly understand the uneasy feeling in his stomach, Izuku knew he felt it, and he knew it could not be a pleasant feeling. He drew Kazue closer, rubbed his scent gland along the pup's head. Kazue, it'll be okay. You're going to have a lot of fun with Sono and the pups, and I'll come pick you up later. Okay? You don't have to worry about me. Even as he spoke, low and soothing, Kazue did not seem moved. He twiddled his thumbs, looked Izuku up and down. Then he nodded. Okay, mommy. Izuku purred, ran his finger along the pup's nose one more time. I love you, firecracker. And I'll see you soon. I love you, mommy. Kazue kept hold of his hand for as long as he could, leaning as far over the house's threshold as he could before his grip slipped and Izuku drew his hand away. He watched the Omega from the door, Sono behind him, her hand on the door. He waved at her, then at Kazue, tried not to think about how much the pup might be hurting in that moment. He would be okay. Besides, he needed to learn some independence again. He used to be maybe too independent. Now, Izuku could hardly take a step in any direction without the pup at his heels. It had been nice at first when he, himself, had been uncertain of the world, but now that things had settled down, he was looking forward to Kazue entertaining himself again. Still, he did feel the cold a bit more walking the streets alone, even as the crowds jostled around him. The train station closest to Sono's house wasn't all that far away. It was less than a 10-minute walk, but sometimes the platform got really crowded and it could be a pain to get on the train if he didn't get there early enough. A check of his watch told him he was running behind as it was, so he hurried his steps, slipping past some of the slow walkers as gently as he could. He spied the station's hanging sign when his phone rang. He considered the underground station where he wouldn't have a signal, then checked the caller ID, saw it was Katsuki. Happily, he accepted the call, chirped out, "Hello. I'm just about to get on the train. Don't have a lot of time to chat." Oh, well, that's ironic. Someone else doesn't have too much time either. The voice slowed Izuku's steps. Had him questioning himself. It had been Katsuki's name he'd seen on the phone, right? He hadn't seen a different name? That wasn't right. It hadn't been anyone else's name. Because that voice was not Katsuki's. It wasn't a voice he knew at all. All he knew was he didn't like this voice, not at all. Who is this? Izuku tried not to shudder. Is Katsuki there? He'd considered saying Bakugo, even Ground Zero. Somehow, he knew it wouldn't have mattered. First name, huh? Yeah, he's here, but he's a little tied up at the moment. Izuku could tell whoever it was on the other side of the line was laughing at him. He didn't like his tone of voice, nor the words he used. You're Izuku Midoriya, right? Who's asking? He found the bite in his voice was easier to summon at the sound of his name from a voice he did not know, a voice he intrinsically didn't like. My name's not too important right now. I'm just the messenger after all. Still playing with him. Izuku checked his watch. He was going to miss his train. Yes, he was going to miss the train. He needed to get on that train. To get on the train and get to the pack house and meet Katsuki there for their night out together. That was what was going to happen. That was the sequence of events to come. And still, he found himself speaking, "Put Katsuki on the line or I'm hanging up." Oh, don't want to play, huh? You're no fun. I'm hanging up. He drew the phone from his ear, but even then, he couldn't have missed the sudden, sharp crack and the howl and the snarl and the hiss of fury that followed. They were all sounds he knew. Even if he hadn't collectively heard them, or even consciously heard them, before. Somehow, he knew the crack of a bone, the snap of something that was not meant to break, and he knew the sounds of pain that followed. He'd only ever heard that hiss once. Once, when Katsuki had been burned by Kazu. And he could recognize the Alpha's voice in the howl and the snarl and the hiss. He would have recognized it in pain, in joy, in fear, anytime. That had been Katsuki. His voice had been muffled slightly, crackling through the phone, oppressed by something more than just the distance between them. But he knew that had to be Katsuki. A quiet laugh followed, enjoying the moment, reveling in the hissing that trailed off, in the silence from the other side of the phone. Do I have your attention now? Izuku didn't know what to think. He thought about Katsuki, the number 4 hero in the country. He thought about Katsuki, the snarling, prideful, sometimes foolish alpha. He thought about Kaken, the father of his pup. A light in his life, like a star in his sky. Hello? You still there? Don't tell me you actually hung up. The fun's just getting started and you're going to miss it at this rate. It was the question that consumed Izuku's thoughts first. The question that kept his tongue still, his voice silenced. How had they gotten Katsuki? How had the hero fallen? Was it even possible? But yes, of course it was possible. Anyone could fall. Katsuki had his faults. He had his weaknesses. His back came to mind. Even with the new brace, it was still a limitation. One exacerbated only recently by Kazue's explosion. Plus, Katsuki was a well-known hero, with plenty of footage and analysis out there of his fighting style and quirk. If one knew they were going against him, then they could plan for all his typical attacks, find ways to counteract his quirk. His explosions were affected by the cold. Maybe that was how it had happened. Maybe that was the explanation. Or maybe it wasn't Katsuki. Maybe he was being fooled. Maybe Katsuki was fine, on patrol, getting ready to go home. Maybe everything was fine. Maybe nothing was wrong. Maybe. Do I need to break more bones? Might try a leg this time. No. Izuku shuddered, the sound of bone breaking, the sound of Katsuki in pain, playing in his head, over and over and over and over. No, just, what do you want? Ah, now we're getting somewhere. The voice was low and sly, maybe like how a fox would sound if one could laugh. Finally getting through your head what's going on here? Just, don't hurt Katsuki. Just, tell me what you want. Oh, I think you know what I want. He did. Or, he was so afraid that he knew. Let's say this. You know a very special alleyway where you met a bit of a weird alpha? Bit snarly, had a penchant for biting, but had a striking smile, all things considered. Izuku curled inward. Wanted to be sick. Nearly was. Didn't have time for that. Instead, a shiver, drawn from the smallest part of his core, a scream from muscles and sinew and tendons, rattled his body, had him seeing double. He closed his eyes, focused, as much as he could, on breathing, on the voice that trickled through the phone. Anyway, you know the place, I think. Come meet us there. We'll give you an hour before I start the fun again without you. Oh, and Izuku, the Omega felt unclean, his name a curse from the other's tongue. Your big hero over here has nifty devices that keep track of all the hero and police communications in the city. So don't tell anyone if you want to see him alive again. Got it? Of course. Katsuki was a top hero. He'd have ways to keep abreast of everything going on in the city, civilian, hero, and police. He'd have access to it all. And, in turn, whoever this person was would have all that too. If that really was Katsuki, it was Katsuki. Stop fooling yourself. It is Katsuki. Got it? The voice pressed. Izuku listened, trying to glimmer something from it, tried to think if he'd heard it anywhere else before. It was a man. A young, arrogant man. The voice of someone toasting their victory. But not a voice Izuku had ever heard before. I understand. He swallowed. Just, please, don't hurt him. A laugh. 1 hour. Then we'll see what happens. The line went dead. Izuku kept the phone pressed to his ear, hoping somehow the voice would come back. No, that Katsuki would say something, tell him it was just a joke. He didn't even think he'd be mad. He just wanted to hear Katsuki's voice. To hear him laugh. To hear him speak. To hear him say anything. Anything to get the howl and the snarl and the hiss of pain from his head. Izuku knew Katsuki had held back his pain for the Omega's benefit. Had tried to keep himself from crying out to not alarm him. And if he could have called out to him, he would have, if only to reassure him, to tell him not to listen, to not come. Which meant the villain must have found a way to keep him subdued, somehow. And maybe he wouldn't be able to fight his way out on his own. And maybe the villain would kill him if Izuku didn't do as he said. And he didn't fool himself for 1 second on who the voice was. Yokoyama's partner. Come to finish the job. The thought had Izuku's entire being shaking. But he couldn't just abandon Katsuki, couldn't leave him to be murdered. But what could he do? If the villain had captured Katsuki, then what chance did he have? He wasn't a hero. He didn't even have a quirk. And he would be a fool to say he wasn't scared out of his mind at the thought of having to confront the villain. But he couldn't just leave Katsuki. Not like this. When he needed him. Not when the Alpha had been there, time and time again, when he'd needed him. He just simply couldn't. Izuku dashed into the station, checked the times for the train into the shopping district he'd been in with Kazuo that day, had to run to catch the right one, collapsing through the door as they slid closed. Then, the train was gliding forward, toward a place he'd never wanted to see again. He was still shaking, his entire being, body, mind, and soul, rebelling against what he was doing. And yet he didn't have a choice. Katsuki needed him and he would do anything he had to do to save him. Truth be told though, showing up without a plan was suicide. It wouldn't help him or Katsuki to just run screaming into the alleyway without a thought spent toward what he was going to do when he got there. He needed to think of something, anything, to help him save Katsuki. If he could distract the villain and free Katsuki, maybe that was all it would take. He was a hero after all. Even if he was injured, he would fight if he could. So maybe all he needed to do was focus on getting Katsuki able to fight the villain off himself. Or maybe he'd have to do this all on his own. Either way, he needed to start coming up with ideas. He entertained the thought of trying to reach out to someone, anyone. One wrong move though and Katsuki would be killed. Could he really risk that? He'd have to do this alone. Unless he ran into someone on the way. But he didn't know the agency's patrol patterns and routes. It wasn't something anyone in the pack talked frequently about save for to complain about them in passing. So running into someone would be pure luck and he couldn't count on luck, not this time. He'd have to just figure out how to do this. And he could. He had to. For Katsuki's sake and his own. Izuku took in a deep breath, let it out slow and steady. He was terrified. Completely and utterly. But he had a goal. A purpose. And somehow, that steadied his nerves enough to let him think. Katsuki needed him. Izuku bit down on the tremble in his jaw, took another breath. Thought of Kazuo. Whispered his name to steady his heart. He would return to his pup. He would return Katsuki to his pup. He'd return the family back together. All he needed was a plan. The train sped through the city and as it did, he thought and he plotted and he planned and he felt assured, if only in that he was doing something. That he would do this. That everything would come to an end that day. One way or the other. This is taking way too long. Katsuki checked the time on a clock nearby and snarled. He was going to be late getting home. Call Izuku Midoriya. His comms device rang, then redialed and rang again. It only rang once before going straight to voicemail. This concerned him, but only momentarily. Izuku had said he was going to take the train home. If he was on the train or in the underground station, he wouldn't have signal. Katsuki didn't bother to bite down on the growl and the grumble that hissed through his teeth, instead putting a hand on his hip and counting out the wasted seconds with a furious tap of his finger. Switching routes with Kaminari had backfired. Big time. While it had put him in the general area Izuku was supposed to be in, it had also put him on a collision course with a whiny purse snatcher. And after grinding said purse snatcher into the dirt, he was now caught up in paperwork hell as the schmuck tried to complain about Katsuki being too forceful. There were rules about such things. Flimsy rules. Hero work was built on the ideas of those heroes having the highest of morals, a giving and fair disposition. He was hardly the first hero to make sure villain scum knew their place. In the end, it was all a waste of time. The idiot would eventually go to jail and at worst, Katsuki would get a stiff talking to by Ida and Suzuki. So all this a-hole was doing was keeping him from getting to the pack house and to Izuku in time for the expo. And it was just pissing him off more. No matter how much he growled, snarled, and otherwise kicked up a fuss, it didn't make the paperwork go any faster, nor did it endear him any to the officers who had responded to the incident, both throwing sidelong glances when he started pacing and hissing under his breath. Eventually, they packed the crooked into a car, handed Katsuki his copy of the complaint. He tore off the essential information and stuffed that slip of paper into his pocket, then burned the rest. After that, the officers released him from the scene and he was officially off duty. He checked his watch. At this point, if he didn't go straight to the pack house, they were going to be late to the expo. Luckily, he knew Ida was on patrol, so there wouldn't be anyone to beach about costumes at the pack house when he arrived. He launched into the air, pressed a finger to his comms. Call Izuku Midoriya. The call dialed, redialed, then rang. And rang. And rang. Voicemail picked up, but Katsuki didn't bother to leave a message, figuring at this point, the Omega was probably in the shower or otherwise away from his phone. Instead, he patched a call to Kirishima, who he knew had the day off. The beta picked up almost immediately. Yo, Bakugo. Everything all right, man? Fine. I'm just running late. Called Izuku, but he didn't pick up. Guess he's in the shower or something. Anyway, let him know I'm running behind, but I'll be there soon. Got held up by this dumbass. Midoriya? Kirishima sometimes sounded about as intelligent as a pile of brick, this being one of those times. Who else? Just tell him for me. I'm on my way to the house now. I haven't seen Midoriya since he left to drop off Kazu. Somehow, the words were simple. They didn't really mean anything. Katsuki still felt his stomach drop out from his toes. Well, go check. He said he was taking the 2:40 train home. He should be there by now. Right? That was right, wasn't it? Katsuki checked the time, 3:30, and yes, barring the train exploding, he should have made it to the pack house long before now. I'll go check, but I've been here and I haven't seen him. The beta was just being stupid. That's what this was. Katsuki angled himself a little lower, a little faster. Everything was okay. Everything was okay. Everything was... The phone jostled, and Kirishima said, "Nah, man. He's not here." The world stopped moving. Or, if Katsuki could, he'd make it stop moving. Because if the world wasn't moving, he'd have a moment to breath, a moment to think. A moment to figure out where the F Izuku could be. Everything okay there, Kats? The use of the nickname told him that Kirishima knew that everything was, in fact, not okay. He didn't bother to answer him, landed on a roof, whatever FING roof he could, and dug out his phone. Hey, Kats? Kats! It took only a few moments to pull up the finding feature, to ping Izuku's phone. It showed up in a stopping district. Across town. Not super far from his apartment. Was Izuku going out to get another secret gift? To get something for his apartment? Was there a simple explanation for this? He wrestled for one, until the really took in what part of town the shopping district was in, realized he knew it, could paint it out in a maze of lines and pops of random color and detail. That was so near to the place Izuku and Kazu had been attacked. And Katsuki knew, he knew, Izuku wouldn't go back there, not now, not when things were still too fresh, still too painful, still too scary. He wouldn't go back there. Wouldn't. Willingly. Katsuki, talk to me. What's going on? Kirishima's voice pulled him through the shock. Even as his body reacted before his mind, turning him toward that ill-fated alleyway. He heard Kirishima's voice, and swallowed. I need backup. The villain called his phone again. Twice. When Izuku saw the first missed call from Katsuki after getting off the train, he felt like being sick. The second time his phone rang and it was Katsuki's name on the screen, he was already only 2 blocks from the alleyway. He dashed across the road without waiting for the lights, dodging a taxi and receiving a stern horn honk for his actions. He hardly heard it. His mind was still racing, still processing everything that was happening, everything that he had planned, everything he could think to do. The train ride had been agonizingly long, though also long enough for him to come up with contingency plans for multiple scenarios. If Katsuki was able to fight, if he wasn't, if Katsuki was even there at all. He prayed silently for the last option, that this was just a trap for him, that the hero hadn't fallen. He wanted so badly to believe that Katsuki wouldn't be fooled and caught like this. But he also knew he couldn't leave that to chance. He had to see for himself. Had to make sure the Alpha was okay. Along the way, he'd picked up a couple of things that could help him with his plan, though his resources were scant to be sure. He'd considered several times picking up his phone and trying to contact someone, but fear and uncertainty had stayed his hand. The truth was he couldn't be sure someone wasn't following him. The villain had Katsuki's phone and he had noticed, almost offhandedly, that at some point, Katsuki had linked their phones together, meaning they could track each other with a simple swipe of a finger. At first, he had to admit he'd been a little upset, mostly at the fact that Katsuki hadn't told him. But he also understood why he'd done it. Katsuki had always been protective, even before all of this had happened. maybe he shouldn't have been so surprised. So, he'd let it go, figured there would probably come a good time to bring it up eventually. He'd also figured that was how the Alpha had found him the night he'd run away from the packhouse. And now, the villain could be using that to keep an eye on him, to track him down and make sure he was going to where he was supposed to be, that he wasn't trying to do anything funny. Or that they'd used that feature to send someone to keep an eye on him. Several times, he glanced over his shoulder, convinced someone was following him. Nobody ever met his eyes for more than just a fleeting or startled glance. Nobody seemed to be following him. But he couldn't be sure. So he kept his phone in his hand, but didn't try to call anyway. He did check frequently for any signs of any heroes he might be able to discreetly flag down, especially anyone from the pack. The streets were empty of anyone who might be able to help him, there just barely being any people wandering around at this time either. He might be able to reach out for help from one of the passers-by, but what if they were part of everything too? Katsuki had kept his secrets on the case, hoarded them on the basis of it being confidential information and to the fact he didn't want to scare Izuku. Well, now he didn't know if there was anything more he should know, more information he was missing. He was going into this practically blind with no way to tell whether he was at all prepared. An absurd thought, really. Even if he'd had all the information, how could anyone prepare for this? A short, hysterical laugh choked up his throat as he cut across the last road and spotted the alley. How could it look so normal? How was it not dripping in malice and BLD? How could it look like any other side street he had passed? It was so normal he nearly thought he had the wrong alleyway. But just as he couldn't quite believe the alley wasn't seeping with evil intent, he also knew he would never mistake it for anything else. Mostly, his attention was drawn to a half-ripped poster, still left up farther down the narrow strip, advertising some sort of natural soap. It was a haunting reminder, but he stared strong at it. For as much as he hated seeing that DMN poster, it was also a marker. A way out. He'd gotten lost trying to escape Yokoyama last time. He didn't intend to let that happen again. So he stared strong at the poster, tightened his grip on his jacket, clinging to it like a lifeline. It had long stopped smelling like Katsuki. Enough time had passed since their last scenting that Izuku couldn't quite pick him up when he breathed in, couldn't quite taste the remnants of a dying fire. His mouth practically salivated at the thought. He wanted Katsuki. He wanted to see him, to smell him, to be near him, to know he was okay. It was all he wanted. But as he stood at the mount of that alleyway, all he wanted to do was run away. Taking in a deep breath, he closed his eyes, thought of Katsuki, of that demon smirk that made his stomach do flips every time he saw it, thought of Kazuo, his pup's beaming grin, the fact that he was waiting to be with them again, expecting to have his parents at his side. As much as Izuku wanted to save Katsuki for himself, he knew Kazuo needed him too, that losing Katsuki would devastate the pup. After everything he had been through, Izuku couldn't let him lose his father now. Slowly, he let out that breath, checked to see if anyone was watching him. Nobody was. A small trickle of people passing by on the other side of the street, one person slipping past without even glancing toward him on their side. He watched that person, readjusted his grip on his phone, pressed his other hand into his pocket, and stepped into the alleyway. The first few steps, he was still brave. After that, each one brought him closer and closer to a physical place of despair. At first, he thought that place was the actual spot he'd been attacked. As he moved farther into the alley, he realized the physical space was inside himself, a locked-off portion of his thoughts, emotions, and memories that he'd refused to acknowledge, hadn't given the space to breathe. Mai had told him again and again that he wasn't allowing himself to feel the full grief of all that had happened to him, and how many times had he laughed her off, told her of course he had. But that wasn't the truth. It had been simple to hide this aching, burning fear and shame behind frustrations with Katsuki and the pack, his existential fear of Yokoyama coming back to kill him, his worry over Kazuo. Walking into that alleyway, he was facing the realization that yes, he had been attacked and that yes, he had nearly been killed, and yes, he had never allowed himself to actually consider that. That he'd faced death so up close, had heard his name from its lips, and yet had been called back by what? Chance? Fate? And maybe this time, nobody would be there to call him back. Maybe this time, Death was going to be as absolute as he'd always imagined it to be. He took another step, swayed. He was breathing. Why was it so strong to breathe? So strong to think? Think about Kazue. About Katsuki. Katsuki needed him. Needed him. Izuku swallowed, grit his teeth. Katsuki? Farther down the alleyway, he heard something. The rustle of fabric, the sound of motion. He paused, trying to decipher more from it, but couldn't. As much as he didn't want to walk any farther, he did, glancing once at the half-ripped poster, committing to memory the way out of the maze as he turned the first corner. Katsuki? Katsuki, I'm here. He thought he heard something. A hiss, a growl, a snarl. Whatever it was, it sounded too much like the alpha. In some way, it was a magnetic sound. A sound of pain designed to draw him in, both his omega crying out to him to comfort the clearly upset alpha, his heart pulled in to save him, to restore him to his rightful place. And so, he ran the last few steps, skidding to a stop around a corner, facing a dead end, tall walls of bricks, built out like a labyrinth, and a dumpster pushed into the corner. All in all, it was a small space. A corner tucked into the alleyway, a single door very clearly rusted and bolted shut the only witness to the otherwise confined space. Somehow, it felt vast and empty, ruinous, a place where there was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Katsuki? He took a couple more steps forward, but there was no sign of the alpha, no sign of anyone. A short wind shifted through the alleyway and stopped him, Izuku catching the scent of a beta nearby and whipping over his shoulder. Perched on the dumpster, a young man sat. Izuku took him in with an initial glance to look for any weapons, average height and build, a little on the lanky side, a hoodie pulled up to shadow his face, his hands shoved into the pocket at his front, though he had no visible weapons. Once Izuku realized that there were no immediate threats from a knife or gun or other suitable weapon, he took a moment to really look at the man, and the man him. From his second glance, he saw the man had a scruff of black hair on his chin, bushy eyebrows, the shadows from his hood extenuating long, shallow pockets in his face, places where his cheeks were sunken into his jaw. His eyes were dark with a gleaming sinister light at their core, coals burning far into a starless night. It was almost comical to see that he, too, was grinning, a familiar grin now. Arrogant and hungry. He knew that grin. He knew it from Yokoyama and that woman in the sweets shop. He just never knew people could share such a primal, ravenous look before. His scent was oddly metallic, not quite like any other betas he would have expected, though he could tell, almost instinctually, what his secondary gender was. There you are. The beta checked his watch, then pulled his sleeve over it. You were running up on time. Train arrived late or something? Izuku looked again, though he knew the alleyway was empty. Eventually, he decided that if Katsuki was there, he had to be in the dumpster. Dumpsters were noisy though. If the alpha was in there, he was probably unconscious, otherwise he would be fighting, making quite a ruckus. The only other option was he was behind that door, but Izuku guessed from the amount of rust and lack of scraps on the concrete that the door hadn't been opened in months. So, dumpster. And Katsuki was unconscious. Which meant he was doing this alone. Somehow, it was a comfort to know now what he had to do. Because either Katsuki was there, in the dumpster, unable to help, or he wasn't there at all and that didn't change what he had to do now. Either way, he was backed up against the three walls of the alleyway behind him. Either way, the beta was blocking his only way out. Either way, he was fighting this out on his own. He took in a breath. Where's Katsuki? Oh, your hero in shining green gauntlets? The man pulled a phone out of his pocket, pressed something on it. The alpha's voice rang from the phone, that same pattern of snarling, growling, hissing that had first drawn Izuku to this place. A recording. His stomach turned over. Katsuki was okay. He wasn't there. He wasn't hurt. Izuku could almost cry from sheer joy knowing that. You know, it's amazing what soundbites you can find online. Everyone's recording heroes nowadays, uploading their footage, taking out the parts they like and putting them into clip shows just for themselves. You can find just about any sort of sound from the top heroes, especially ones who are so vocal. He pocketed the phone, grinned widely, reveled in having revealed his trickery. Easy to change my number to match someone else's, 2. It came up under his number, right? Wasn't all that strong to do any of this. Wasn't all that strong to bring you here. He pushed himself off the dumpster, strode forward, claiming the space, pressing back against Izuku's, forcing the Omega to retreat. It's almost as if you wanted to come back here. Shut up. The words spewed forth, a snarl he couldn't contain. Who are you? You think I'm going to waste my time with introductions? The man pulled something else from his pocket. It took Izuku a moment to realize what they were, but a soft clinking confirmed what his eyes were seeing. HNDCFFS. Don't struggle, all right? If this gets too messy, I'll have to get violent. And you don't really want that, do you? He took another step toward Izuku, who bared his teeth and hissed, "Stay back." Another step, and Izuku matched it, aware of the wall looming at his back. Behind the beta, the alleyway twisted out in either direction. He kept repeating which way to go in his head, knowing if he got the chance to run, he'd have to be quick and he'd have to be sure. Ending up trapped at a dead end wasn't an option. He'd slip past the beta, take the correct turn, and make it back out onto the street. Then he'd call Katsuki, he'd call the police, hell he'd even call Ida if it meant someone would come to help him, come to keep the beta from getting him. The HNDCFFS glinted with the same sinister light that burned in the beta's eyes. He flipped one open and it hung in his hands like a maw ready to clasp down on unassuming prey. "Come here and I won't have to hurt you." Izuku set his teeth, gripped his phone. "Get out of my way. Let me leave." "You really think that's going to happen?" The beta took another step forward, then another, until he was simply walking up to Izuku. Izuku backed away as much as he could, until his heel scuffed the wall behind him. Then he braced his foot on that wall, tensed. Readied for what he knew was coming. The beta kept approaching, didn't seem to realize Izuku was preparing himself. "It's weird, you know. You don't look all that special. Wouldn't have picked you out from any other person on the street. Don't know what such a big shot hero like Ground Zero would see in you. Hell, don't know what Rio saw in you, and yet, here you are and here I am. Weird world, right? What do you want from me?" Izuku wanted to keep him talking, keep him distracted. He was only a few feet away now. A tremble developed in his hand and he couldn't tell if it was because of nerves or because he was holding the phone too tightly, but he was too afraid to loosen his grip any. The beta reached for him. "It's not me who wants anything, little Omega. Mother's requested to see you. So you're going to go meet with her. Mother only ever sends me when she really needs something done. You should be honored. She usually doesn't give a shit about meeting Omegas like yourself." He grinned. His fingers were only inches away. "You see, she likes to see Omega like Yuda." Izuku moved his hand from his pocket, flinging with it the open salt shaker he'd snatched from a cafe he'd passed. The salt sprayed across the beta's face, burning into his eyes, the beta letting out a horrendous snarl of pain as he dropped the HNDCFFS and backed away, swiping blindly at the air. "You beach." It tried to open. His eyes must have seen as Izuku tried to run past him. He grabbed out, managed to catch the sleeve of Izuku's jacket. "You're not going any." An elbow to the face quickly shut him up, the beta howling, stumbling back. Again Izuku tried to slip away, managed to reach the corner, reminding himself, left, left, go left, go left. And again, the beta caught up to him, snarling and growling in fury and pain, sounding so much like an alpha that Izuku wondered, but only for a moment. He turned to face the beta, clenched his phone, and threw a punch. It was just as he'd been practicing with Katsuki. Katsuki had taught him how to fight, how to protect himself. And no, he didn't know everything, and no, he wasn't all that good at it, but a punch was still a punch, and Izuku had kept his phone braced behind his knuckles for extra weight, meaning even he could see the stars that flashed in the beta's mind as the fist connected with his face, slamming him back against the dumpster. For a moment he thought the beta might have passed out. But he didn't stick around to see. He ran as fast as he could around the corner, toward the half-ripped poster. On reaching it, he raced around another corner, saw the light of the street ahead of him, even saw a person slip past the alleyway. He let out a cry that was meant to be a scream but was choked off in relief and fear and desperation, a short sob as he clawed to freedom. Then, the smell of BLD roared through the alley, a powerful scent that nearly knocked him off his feet. An arm wound around his neck and jerked him back so strong he choked, his vision dancing with black spots. He opened his mouth to scream, but found no air to make a sound. When he looked, he saw the end of the alleyway so close, so close. Then, someone was standing in front of him, pushing him back, even as he struggled, even as he dug his heels in and fought to move forward. Go, go! The voice was sharp, short, clipped, and was responded to with only a growl. Izuku snarled, twisted, tried to bite into the arm holding him, couldn't quite reach. He's trying to bite us. Another growl in response to those panic words. Then he was yanked back around the corner, and it was just the brick of the alleyway around him. He wanted to scream, or rage, or bite and fight. Instead, he felt tears leak from his eyes, felt himself going a little numb. He did manage to kick out and land a glancing blow to the person in front of them, eliciting a sharp yelp, knocking their hood back. The face revealed was, wait, it was Beta's face. But when he looked he saw that this man was smaller than the Beta, that he had a sweeter smell, like silver, and was clearly an Omega. And the BLD scent, the Alpha, that was holding him, when he looked up, he saw again the Beta's face, this time deeply etched with an angry snarl. He didn't really have the brain capacity at the moment to wonder what the hell was going on. He was too busy panicking, too busy trying to gasp for air, quickly feeling himself slip into unconsciousness. We can't kill him. The Omega hissed and the Alpha growled, loosening his grip on Izuku's neck just enough to let him take in a huge, heaving gasp, then another and another. Let me. He tried to scream, tried to fight. He hardly had the air in his lungs to do so. The Alpha and Omega pulled him back around another corner, halting only when he was in front of the Beta, who was holding onto the dumpster, swaying slightly, clearly still dizzy from the punch. When he saw Izuku, he growled, swiped a hand toward him, though was stopped when the Omega pressed between them. Mother said not to hurt him. We can't hurt him. The Beta hissed and shook his head, then swayed again, grabbing onto the dumpster. Making me use my quirk like this. Now I've got a splitting headache, you beach. He snapped his teeth, sighed. Let me go. Izuku gasped, then took in a gulp of air. Help me. Some. The Alpha pressed a hand over his mouth, cramming his words back onto his tongue. In response, Izuku bit strong into his flesh, satisfied by the rush of BLD that squished between his teeth, by the growl of the Alpha. Again, the Beta snarled. Stop biting us. Rio said you were a handful. I should have known, damn it. Izuku didn't let go. He kept biting down until the Alpha finally recoiled. Then, he opened his mouth to scream, startled and choked when the Omega fit cloth into his mouth instead. He thrashed, tried to shake his head loose, to spit the cloth out, but the Omega patiently held him still, raising his hand to show a roll of duct tape on his wrist. He pulled a strip off, using his teeth to break it from the roll, and smoothed it over Izuku's lips, despite his struggles, despite his protests. The tape molded itself to his mouth, kept the cloth securely between his teeth, kept his screams rattling uselessly around his own skull. Nobody was going to hear him. He wasn't going to be able to bite at any of them. He tried to pull the tape off, but the Alpha shifted his grip to his hands, pulling them behind his back and holding him still when he tried to elbow him or pull away. There, the Omega turned to the Beta. He can't bite us anymore. The Beta snarled at the Omega, who backed away. He pressed a hand to his forehead, stomped over to where the HFs had fallen and tossed them to the Omega. We have to get going. We have to get going, the Omega repeated blandly, turning to Izuku with the HNDCFFS. This was it. If they got those on him, he wasn't sure he was going to be able to fight them. 3-on-1 his odds weren't good. But the Beta was basically out of commission, the punch having rattled his brain and the use of his quirk, whatever kind of quirk this was supposed to be, making him even less able to put up much of a physical fight. The Omega seemed placid, taking orders and keeping out of the scuffle. Izuku doubted he would take much part in any fight. His real problem was the Alpha, who had an iron grip and an unflinching demeanor, as if he felt nothing all, could feel nothing at all. All he really had to do was get the Alpha off of him, to incapacitate him for a moment, then he might be able to outrun the Omega, and he doubted the Beta would be able to grab him if he was fast enough. All he had to do was get out of the Alpha's hands before the Omega put those HNDCFFS on him. One last chance at this. He dug his heels into the ground and instead of trying to pull away from the Alpha, he shoved toward him. The Alpha clearly wasn't expecting that, put suddenly off balance by the shifting of weight, crashing against the wall with a tremendous thud. His hands loosened and Izuku jerked himself free, slipping out of his grip. Very suddenly, a hand clasped around his arm, followed by steel clamping around his wrist. He turned, saw the Omega, quick and nimble, lock the cuff around his wrist, grab for him. He managed to get Izuku by the jacket, Izuku elbowing him away as he had the Beta, but the momentarily distraction was all the Alpha had needed to recover. His grip returned to Izuku's arms, pulling him back, spinning him around and nearly tripping him before smashing him against the wall and holding him there. His head spun. His body ached. His heart withered as the realization sunk in. That was it. He'd failed. He hadn't gotten away. He felt a little bit of shame as more tears dripped down his cheeks, as the GG kept a sob from reaching those beyond the alleyway. He felt the Omega grip his hands, fumble with the HNDCFFS. They won't fit on this. The cast on Izuku's arm, which was too bulky to slip the cuff around. The Beta snarled and stomped over. Here. Just use the tape. The impatient growl was followed by the tearing of the tape, by Izuku's wrists being pressed together and bound in place. Afterward, he felt the Beta messing with the handcuff, realized he'd attached the loose cuff to one of the loops of his jeans. When he tugged at the restraints, his wrists remained stubbornly stuck to each other and he couldn't move his arms more than an inch from his waist. The Alpha spun him around, Izuku caught a whirlwind of his own, his mind spinning in all different directions, panic making breathing difficult on top of the GG. He yelped when the Beta grabbed him by the chin, held him still. The coals in his eyes were burning bright, a snarl on his lips to match them. I don't know what Mother has in mind for you, but I hope you suffer, little Omega. The sincerity in his voice, the thought that he was going to present it to this Mother, the thought that he might not ever see freedom again, that he might not ever see Kazuo or Katsuki again. He didn't want to think about that. He didn't want it to be true. It couldn't. It couldn't. One more thing, the Beta pushed him back, the Alpha grabbing a fistful of his hair and pulling his head to the side, Izuku ashamed when a whimper crawled up his throat. He heard more tape tearing, opened an eye to watch as the Beta took a single strip of tape and pressed it to the side of his neck. He thrashed one more time, but it didn't make a difference, the Beta going back to his work, taking another strip of tape and plastering it to the side of neck, adding another and another until slowly but surely he covered Izuku's scent gland, the tape bending like an ill-fitted second skin against his neck and shoulder. With his scent gland covered, he wouldn't be able to put out any of his scent. Nobody would be able to track him by smell. He'd essentially be invisible. The Beta really had thought of everything, had wanted to make sure he disappeared from that alleyway that day. When the Alpha released his neck, Izuku shook his head, some vain attempt to loosen the tape, though he knew it would do nothing. Let's go. Mother is waiting, the Beta said. Izuku yelped again as the Beta grabbed him from the Alpha and shoved him forward. His feet were less resistant now. He didn't know why, nor did he know how he could possibly fight the three anymore. He didn't want to admit defeat, but he couldn't see a way out. He felt another sob catch in his throat, felt more tears wash down his cheeks and neck. Then a sound in the distance. So faint, he wasn't sure he'd heard it, nearly convinced himself it was just a mad dream. Then the sound again closer. F-, the Beta said, and Izuku knew it was true. He raised his head, tears still falling down his face, as an explosion echoed over the city, and as Japan's number 4 hero shot over the sky, blasting to a near stop before suddenly crashing into the alleyway. Katsuki landed in a crouch, hands pressed to the ground, head bowed to help absorb the impact. Slowly he rose, palms sparking, teeth bare and snarling, a mad animal chasing down helpless prey. When his eyes found Izuku's, there came a little spark of recognition, of apprehension and relief, and when they saw the three others, he let out such a deep, primal sound of fury, a howl not unlike that of a crazed wolf. Even Izuku was scared. But he wasn't scared for too long. Because he knew Katsuki was there. Katsuki was there and he was going to save him. Katsuki was his hero, after all. Katsuki was going to save him. There were few times in Katsuki's life that he could remember feeling out of control. There were fewer times in his life he could remember allowing himself to lose control. Almost all of those situations had related to Izuku in one way or another. It would have been so easy to lose control. To go completely wild and tear these three apart. But he held it back. As much as he could, he held himself back. To say it was difficult not to just let go and give these scumbags what they deserved was not just an understatement. It took everything in him not to crash across the alley and blow a hole in the beta's skull, then move on to the other two. But Izuku was helpless. The beta had a good grip on him, and he couldn't rule out that they would hurt Izuku before he could reach them. So he needed another tactic. That tactic was to sink into a low stance, to let his arms hang low, to let his palms burst in small explosions. "Hey!" he snarled, enjoying the fear that painted the beta's face when he spoke. He was all scraped up and the alpha had a deep bite in his arm. Katsuki felt a wave of pride, knowing Izuku had once again fought, had bought him enough time to reach him. He thought he would tell Izuku this again and again, tell him he was such a wonderful, strong Omega, once he was rescued, once these a-holes had been ground to ash. "I'm going to kill you. Let my Omega go and maybe I'll make it quick." The beta growled, though he only drew Izuku closer. As he did, Katsuki noticed a line of tape stuck against the Omega's neck and shoulder, covering his scent gland. It explained the muted scent from the Omega, must have meant what he could smell in that moment was just the lingering smell from before they'd covered him up. They intended to steal Izuku away and have nobody be the wiser. And there was no way in hell Katsuki was going to let that thing happen. He raised his hands. "You deaf or something?" I said. "Let him go or I'll sear off your skin an inch at a time." None of them moved. Katsuki focused on the beta, kept a careful eye on both the Alpha and Omega, but couldn't help to also notice Izuku, to see the tears in his eyes and running down his face, to see that he was terrified, to see that he watched Katsuki, practically begging for help. "I'm here," he wanted to say, though all that came out his mouth was a low, angry groan. "I'm here and I'm not going to let them hurt you." Instead of words, he conveyed it by sinking lower, by cutting off his growl with a sharp noise. "Fine, you asked for this?" He couldn't wait any longer. Izuku needed him. And he couldn't just stand idly by. He pet his hands back, felt his sweat heating, trickling together in his palms, ready to explode and propel himself forward, where he would take the F&G heads off all three of them. Then, the Alpha raced forward. The movement was sudden and quick and Katsuki honed in on it, nearly missing when the beta pulled a knife from his hoodie and pressed it to Izuku's neck. The Omega's sudden whimper called his attention, the shine of the blade reflecting Izuku's pale throat holding his body tighter than any chains ever could. The Alpha's fist fit neatly into his stomach, Katsuki retching on the air that rushed from his lungs. The force pushed him back against the wall, where he stood for a moment, gasping. Then, movement again, and he had just enough time to duck away from the Alpha's next attack. His fist smashed into the wall where Katsuki's head had been, delivering what could have been a fatal blow to the bricks instead. When Katsuki looked up, he saw the Alpha looming, and the Omega behind him, a gun raised toward the hero. 2 shots rang out, the pops echoing harshly through the alley, grating on his ears as he twisted out of the way, a little too late. He grimaced, feeling a white-hot pain brush over his arm. Just a graze. He was fine. When he looked up again, he saw the Alpha and the Omega, and behind them, the Beta and Izuku. Shock had drained all the color from Izuku's face, was quickly dulling his eyes as he noticed the BLD dripping down Katsuki's arm, when he saw Katsuki not trying to fight back. The Beta also watched Katsuki, the knife still cradled to Izuku's neck, the threat still very real. He didn't say anything. Neither of them did. Because nothing needed to be said for both of them to understand the situation. The Beta yanked at Izuku's arm, pulling him away, and the Omega spiraled quickly into panic. He fought as much he could, scrambling to keep the Beta from taking him away, crying out for help, trying desperately to search Katsuki for signs that he was going to save him. Katsuki watched, but the glint of the knife, the sudden line of red that broke along Izuku's neck when he struggled too much, held him just as helplessly. He felt hollow watching the beta dragging Izuku away, hearing the Omega screaming, knowing his cries were for him. As painful as it was, he watched, even as fresh tears slipped down Izuku's face, even as a victorious smirk played across the beta's face, even as they turned a corner and were gone. He watched until there was nothing to watch. He watched until the beta and Izuku were out of eyesight. He watched until it was just him, the Alpha and the Omega. Then, he rose up a little, heard a squeak of terror form the Omega. He held his hands up, let them spark, let them smoke, let them spell out all the things he planned to do. I'll start with you freaks. Kazu played with the pups, as Ms. Sono and his mom had told him to, but then he stopped to stare at the clock. He didn't know what the little lines on it meant, nor the sticks his mom called the hands, but he could tell they had moved and that somehow meant that time had passed. He pouted, knowing that sometimes he'd get what he wanted if he made that face, but neither his mom nor Kaken magically appeared. He growled at the useless clock and turned to survey the pups. Only 3 left, most of them having been picked up by parents at this point. Miss Sono had said he would be the last one to leave that night and that the 2 of them and Mr. Jean were going to play together after everyone else had gone home. He turned his glare to the pups, wishing they would just leave already so he could play with Miss Sono and Mr. Jean, then his mom and Kaken would come get him, too. He missed his mom. He missed Kaken. He missed the pack. Sometimes, when he was away from any one person for too long, he'd feel an itch to seek them out and even sometimes to bite them. He didn't really know why, but he had that feeling now. He wanted his mom and Kaken most. He hadn't seen Kaken much that day and he missed the Alpha. As much as he could miss any Alpha, he supposed. He whined, knowing that, too, sometimes brought what he wanted to him. The doorbell rang and Ms. Sono went to answer. Kazu watched her leave the room, then glared at the pups, considering joining in the play again, if only for a little while. He heard Ms. Sono in the other room, along with another voice, but knew it was probably one of the pups' parents, come to pick them up. Miss Sono would soon call one of them away and there'd only be 2 left to get rid of before his mom came back to get him. He trudged over to the pups, intending to play, but stopped when a scent wafted into the room. He knew that scent. Chirping, he raced into the next room, stopping when he saw who Miss Sono was talking to in the doorway. His mom spotted him, blinked, then smiled, brightly. As much as Izuku kept telling himself not to panic, he knew he was panicking and he no longer knew how to stop it. Despite the situation he faced, seeing Katsuki had ignited a single spark of hope that fed a fire in his stomach, a fire he knew from the Alpha, a fire that couldn't so easily be quenched. So he fought. Even with the knife pressed to his neck, he fought and he fought and he fought, until the beta spat out a curse and shoved the knife away, grabbing Izuku around the waist and hauling him off his feet. Unable to reach the ground, Izuku kicked wildly, the beta struggling to navigate the alley while carrying him, though he kept a somewhat steady pace moving away from Katsuki. As the beta hurried away, the sound of an explosion bounced along the alley, followed by several gunshots. The beta paused to listen, cursing again and picking up his pace. The gunshots worried Izuku, but all he could do was hope. Katsuki would be okay. He wasn't the number 4 hero for nothing, right? He was strong and capable and smart. He'd be okay. He had to be okay. Izuku hadn't gone through all of this for Katsuki to die from a gunshot like some ordinary citizen on the street. Katsuki would be fine and would eventually come to help him. All he had to do was hold the beta up long enough for the hero to catch up. That was all. That was all he had to do. He could do this. He could do it. He had to. But it felt like only a few heartbeats since being taken away from Katsuki that the beta rushed out of the alley and to a car parked just so to block the exit and whoever may spring from the side street. Izuku's heart leaped when he pulled out a key fob and the trunk clicked open. When the beta set him on the ground next to the trunk, he dug his heels in, preparing to fight, to resist, to not make this at all easy for the beta to do, but with his hands behind his back, he was precariously unbalanced and one well-placed shove had him tumbling toward the trunk. On his way, the back of his head smacked against the rim of the car, stars briefly dancing in his eyes, clouding his vision and thoughts until they slowly faded back to clarity. Izuku blinked just in time to see the beta quickly taping his ankles together, and with one final push, he found himself fully laying in the car and the trunk lid slammed shut over him, and that was it. Just like that, it was over. The trunk clicked. The driver door opened shut. The car grumbled to life and sped onward. But it wasn't over, it wasn't over. Izuku refused to accept defeat. No matter what, he wasn't going to give up yet. He had to escape. Get back to Katsuki. Get back to Kazu. Oh gods. He couldn't die. He couldn't leave Kazue. He needed to see his pup again. One more time, one more time. He'd give anything to see Kazue one more time. To tell him he loved him. To tell him he'd always be there, always right behind him, no matter what happened. It wasn't the time for crying. But tears still stung his eyes as Izuku twisted against the tape wrapped around his limbs. It gave in certain places, but only to bunch into tight, unbreakable bands. If he could get out of them, it would take time. Time he perhaps didn't have. He took a breath, closed his eyes, even though it was already dark in the trunk. What did he know? He knew he'd been kidnapped at the request of a mother, someone connected to Yokoyama. The beta had even mentioned him, though it had taken him a moment to remember the alpha's full name, Ryo Yokoyama. Additionally, it seemed Mother didn't want him hurt for now. Something he could potentially use to his advantage, though he doubted that would last for very long. Still, while the beta had him, he wasn't to be hurt, beyond being shoved into a trunk. What else? Katsuki was there. Judging from the sounds coming from the alley, the alpha was facing the other alpha and the omega, freed from his hesitation once Izuku and the beta had fled. It wouldn't take him very long to beat those two. Even if one of them had a gun, then he'd turn to tracking down where the beta had taken Izuku. This was where he hit a snag. Normally, he would expect the alpha to be able to track him, if only for a little while, by scent alone. With his neck covered, not much of his scent was getting released. So chances were, Katsuki wasn't going to be able to track them. Nevertheless, he would still come looking for them. All Izuku had to do was give the alpha something to follow. He opened his eyes and glanced around the darkness, though nothing immediately stood out. The trunk was bare save for the roll of duct tape and a spare pair of H&CFFs. He looked to see if maybe there was a key sliding around, but didn't see anything metallic sliding around. He also looked to see if there was a handle somewhere in the trunk. He knew some cars were fitted with safety handles that could be pulled from the inside to release the trunk lock. Something put it to help if children found themselves playing in dangerous places and locked in them. And, he supposed, for when people kidnap someone. But there was no latch, no handle, nothing to use to unlock the trunk from the inside. The only other thing that caught his eyes was a bit of plastic in the corner, facing the door. He glared at it for a moment, trying to figure out what it could be. A compartment? Access panel maybe? Then, he jolted with realization. The taillight. Most cars had an additional safety feature installed just for people in his situation. The taillights could be kicked out. If he kicked out a light, it might rouse enough suspicion for someone to call the authorities, especially if they noticed someone in the trunk. If the police were notified, Katsuki would get the alert and he'd realize what it was. This was it. His way out. It took a lot of finagling with his ankles tied and the car moving, causing him to slide back and forth, but Izuku aimed carefully and managed a kick that struck right at the plastic covering. It rattled with the impact, but stayed in place. Both cursing and pleading in the same thought, he tried again and again, both times to no avail. His hope had not started to fade quite yet when the light shot forward with his fourth kick and thundered out of its socket, trailing from a strong tangle of wires still attached to the car. What the? Shut up back there! The beta screamed, Izuku still, horrified he may realize what had happened. But he kept driving and he ignored the continued smacking sound of the taillight hitting the car's bumper. Knowing he had little time left, Izuku tried to maneuver closer to the hole, trying to stick his feet out. He closed his eyes one more time and he clung to the beating heart of hope that bashed wildly against his ear, praying Katsuki would find him. At the same time, he kept wiggling his wrists, ever searching for a way out on his own. These a-holes were chumps and Katsuki knew it and they knew it too. The further away the beta got, the more they started to lose their form. In only a couple of minutes, The alpha had morphed from a fit, strong fighter into a gelatinous mountain of fat, as if he'd gained 30 pounds in the space of only a few heartbeats. The reality was, Katsuki could see that his flesh was melting against itself, losing its integrity as the beta got farther away. The Omega was much the same, slumping to the ground, hardly able to move save for its arm, which it waved around, shooting the gun at random. Katsuki knew they must be from the beta's quirk. It explained why they each looked identical and why they were so affected from being apart from the beta. Or maybe they simply had a time limit to their life. Either way, they were running out of that time and Katsuki was getting annoyed they were wasting so much of his. The scattered gunshots from the Omega were more dangerous than the aimed ones, Katsuki knew, just as he knew the mountain of an alpha was less dangerous than the fully formed and thinking person. They evened each other out, even as they continued to fall apart. Even so, he didn't think about those things. Not for long, at least. Instead, he breathed heavily, mouth hanging open, dragging as much scent over his tongue as he could. He couldn't taste honey anymore, the small, lingering snatches of Izuku used up in that space. The Omega was gone and there was nothing left to signal he had ever been in that alleyway. As his foes disintegrated, growing more and less dangerous with each passing moment, the beta was taking Izuku farther and farther away, leaving Katsuki with more and more of a possibility he would never see the Omega again. That couldn't happen. The image seared into his mind, the Omega terrified and crying and begging for his help, couldn't be the last thing he saw of Izuku. It couldn't, and it wouldn't be. He refused that fate. With a well-timed explosion, he blasted the remnants of the Omega back against the wall. It struck the bricks with tremendous force, losing all integrity in its body and melting into a puddle before reconstructing itself momentarily, looking like a real person. It glared strong at Katsuki, but didn't have the chance to do anything more before it reduced back to the puddle and faded away, as if evaporating, leaving the gun to clatter to the concrete floor. The Alpha was similarly dispatched, smeared against the nearby wall, though Katsuki didn't stick around to see if it melted as the Omega had. He raced down the alley and skidded around the corner he'd last seen the Beta and Izuku disappear behind, but found himself facing only another branching path. He breathed again, seeking Izuku's scent, but only picking up the Beta's faintly metallic one, the smell turning his stomach. Still, even without the Omega's scent, he knew to follow the Beta's, racing through the alley until it ended onto a street, the smell of exhaust carrying the Beta's scent away. He paused to spit out a curse before he snarled over the comms, "This is ground zero. Where's my backup?" "I hear you." Of all the voices Katsuki had been prepared to hear, Shinso's was not one of them, though he welcomed it anyway. Kaminari called. "Said you traded patrol routes with him?" "No time for that. They got away with Izuku. We have to find them now." "Care to elaborate on who they are?" Katsuki growled, blasted his way to the nearest roof, peering out over the street as if he'd spot the Beta simply strolling down the avenue. He gave Shinso a brief description, told him he'd gotten away in a car. "I don't have any more information than that." "Well, yes, that's very helpful, isn't it? A Beta with a hoodie on driving a car. Shut the hell up and start looking." He flew to another roof, looked out over another street. He was breathing again, but not from exertion. The radio was silent for a moment. Then Shinso said, "We'll save him, Bakugo. Just breathe. You're no use to anyone if you start panicking." He was right, of course, though Katsuki would never admit it. But he did pause to take a deep breath, to shut his eyes, to hold it, just as he'd seen Kazu and Izuku do. Kazu. He couldn't let the pup be separated from his Omega. Not again. Not like this. "If you're a little more in control of yourself, by the way," Shinso interrupted, though Katsuki continued to hold his breath, "it might interest you to know there's a strange car 4 blocks down from you. Taillight's been kicked out." The breath whooshed from Katsuki's lungs just as he flung himself into the air. He could hear Shinso laughing, and smug, anticipating the fight to come. "I don't have a clean way of stopping the car without it slowing down itself. Care to take the point on this one? Just don't kill him." Katsuki didn't respond, knowing he wouldn't have to. He didn't know where the other hero was, nor did he particularly care. Because, having launched himself high into the air and with a general idea of where to look, He'd spotted a black sedan with one of the backlights dangling from a rope of cords. Something flashed from the hole its absence had created, but he was too far away to see if it was a foot or a hand or something else. And honestly, it didn't matter. Either way, he angled himself downward. His aim was careful. His intention clear. He crashed into the street in front of the car, only a few yards rapidly closing between them, the scream of a horn and the screech of tires approaching. Knowing he couldn't let the car jostle around too much, Katsuki leaped again, landing this time on the hood. Through the windshield, he saw the beta cowering and he enjoyed the fear crashing along his face for only a heartbeat before he jammed his hand through the glass with an expertly timed explosion. His fingers found the wheel and he jerked it to the side, his other hand yanking the emergency brake on, the car sliding off the road, shrieking along the quickly abandoned sidewalk until it hit a bench that knocked it sideways, skidding a final, smoking stop at the side of the road. The beta had a chance to blink in shock before Katsuki grasped his neck and pulled him through the shattered glass. He yelped as Katsuki flung him, landing in a sprawl several feet away. Before he could get back to his feet, Shinso appeared, driving a knee into the beta's chin, knocking him out in one clean blow. The Omega paused to take in the scene, but Katsuki didn't have time with the beta taken care of. He scrambled to the trunk, digging into the lock with smoking fingers and prying it open with a soft, short explosion. He was drawn to watery green eyes, pulled forward by a muffled sound of relief and fear and exhaustion. "Izuku!" he whispered, reaching for the Omega, feeling his heart shuddering back into place now that they'd been reunited. His first order of business was to free the Omega. He leaned into the trunk, frowning at the tape plastered over Izuku's mouth. "This is going to hurt," he warned, but gave Izuku no time to contemplate it before he ripped the tape off his face. A sound caught in Izuku's throat, a yelp, a scream, the pain shocking him enough that Katsuki had to help pull the wadded cloth from behind his teeth. As soon as his voice was freed, fresh tears rushed down Izuku's face and he took a deep, desperate breath, as if he'd been starved for air. Katsuki. The name tripped almost disbelievingly off Izuku's tongue, as if the Omega was fully expecting to watch him morph into some hideous monster, perhaps a terrible rendition of the beta who had taken him. At the same time, it was a plea, a prayer, a cry for help that Katsuki hushed, turning his attention to the rest of the bindings. He gripped the short chain of the HNDCFFS, too impatient to look for a key, and a small explosion separated the two cuffs, one still clamped onto Izuku's wrist. He let his palms sizzle and smoke with heat, so when he grabbed the tape spooled around Izuku's wrists, it melted, giving him an easier time tearing it apart and yanking it off. With his hands freed, Izuku flung himself forward, burying his face into Katsuki's neck. Katsuki felt the Omega's teeth graze his scent gland, but he knew it was only because the Omega was trying to take in as much of his scent as he could, both an instinctual and an emotional need to confirm to himself that he was now safe with the Alpha. It only bothered Katsuki that he couldn't taste the Omega's scent in return, not with the tape on his neck. He repeated the process to the tape on Izuku's legs and carefully shifted his hands under the Omega's knees and shoulders, picking him up out of the trunk and carrying him to the sidewalk, where he carefully crouched down and sat Izuku on the pavement, though the Omega refused to let go of him. By then, a crowd of people had stopped to see what was going on, several with their phones out, no doubt recording the whole thing. It bugged him that Shinso hadn't tried to stop them yet. He typically didn't like to be recorded at all. When Katsuki looked though, the Omega was busy searching the beta's pockets, a phone, a pack of cigarettes, and a few business cards lined onto the pavement next to him. Katsuki considered growling at the growing crowd, but was distracted when Izuku whimpered, an involuntary sound of maybe to try to get his attention. "It's all right. I'm here now." He ran a hand over the Omega's back, stopping when his fingers brushed over more tape. He thought about starting the process of tearing it off, but he knew it would be selfish of him to do so. He wanted Izuku to be free of any reminders of his imprisonment, but he wouldn't be able to get the HNDCFFS off him until Shinso hopefully located the key, and the tape on his neck wasn't actually hurting him, just preventing the Alpha from taking in the Omega's scent, which he was increasingly growing anxious to do. However, the skin on Izuku's scent gland was extremely sensitive, so tearing the tape off would hurt a lot more than when he'd ripped it off his mouth. The police, who were almost certainly on their way by now, had a solvent that could painlessly wash away the adhesive. So he'd have to wait on that as much as it annoyed every part of him. Instead, he turned to searching Izuku for any injuries, though with the Omega pressed so close to him, he couldn't quite see all of his body. When he tried to pull away a little, just enough to see if Izuku was bleeding anywhere, the Omega whimpered again and dug his fingers into Katsuki's back, holding him in place. He knew if he hadn't been wearing his costume, with its extra strong layer of insulation, Izuku's nails would have drawn BLD from him. The desperation in his grip and the pain and fear in his voice kept Katsuki from trying again, though he did run a hand over the Omega's body, feeling for BLD or cuts in his clothes or skin, finding nothing of note, nothing of alarm, save for a few scratches, maybe from the beta, maybe from the car wreck. "Hey," Shinso called, Katsuki looking up just in time to see a flash as the Omega lobbed a small key toward him. Katsuki caught it and said, "Here, Izuku, give me your hand." Again, the Omega whimpered and tightened his grip on Katsuki, teeth brushing over his scent gland as he began gasping. Katsuki wondered if maybe the inability to be properly scented and comforted was making Izuku even more anxious, but didn't allow himself to dwell on that thought for long. He unlocked the cuff still attached to the Omega's breathes and threw it to the side, drawing him closer once that was done, resolving to wait for the police before trying anything else. Shinso had finally pushed the crowds back and threatened most of the would-be cameramen with property destruction if they didn't delete what they'd filmed and put their phones away. Katsuki kept himself aware of all this, but mostly he whispered right into Izuku's ear, "It's all right, you're all right. I'm here and you're safe. You're safe and you were so strong. So good. My strong, handsome Omega." He wondered if the use of possessive terms might jolt Izuku out of his shock, but the Omega hardly reacted, relaxing only enough to begin shivering violently. He also didn't say anything, which was honestly more alarming to Katsuki than anything else. He rubbed his head along Izuku's neck, hoping the motion alone might help to soothe him, though the Omega gave no immediate outward reaction. He did, however, tense when Shinso drew near, obviously hearing or smelling his approach. If the other Omega noticed, he didn't give any indication of it. "You hearing ingenium?" Shinso asked, then frowned. "Guessing not. What happened to your ear?" "His ear?" Katsuki drew a hand up, felt liquid between his fingers, saw them tipped with BLD. He wondered when that could have happened, thought it was probably during the car crash. He didn't know if he'd been injured anywhere else, though when he paid attention, he didn't feel any pain anywhere save for the graze on his arm, which was starting to burn. From what he could feel, there was a bit of his ear missing and his comms piece had been knocked from where it usually rested right in his ear. Not life-threatening and not important at the moment. He wiped the BLD off his fingers. What does he want? He's on his way. Wants to help establish a perimeter. Also said he's contacted Tsukachi. He assumes this is connected to the Yokoyama case. The mention of the Alpha had another whimper drawn from Izuku's throat, though this time, he took in a deep breath and held it, the stillness of his body and the absence of his breath momentarily alarming before the Omega let air hiss between his teeth and he slumped a little more easily against Katsuki's. "Don't know. I assume so." He paused when Izuku tilted his head toward him, pressed his forehead into his chin. Katsuki pressed a embrace to the crown of his head. "Just tell the police to bring some adhesive solvent." Shinso blinked at him, until Katsuki nodded toward Izuku's neck, with the silvery tape still stuck to it. His expression tightened, darkened, and he turned away without another word. Once he was gone, Katsuki shifted his arms around Izuku. "You all right?" "No," the Omega breathed. "Are you hurt?" "No." "All right," Katsuki sighed, tried to think of what to do next, though he paused when Izuku shifted again. "Take me home." "What?" "Take me home. I want my pup and I want to go home." Katsuki paused, thinking carefully. "You want to go back to your apartment?" Izuku whimpered, shivered. He might have shaken his head, but Katsuki was distracted by the familiar revving of an engine, wind cutting down the street as Ida suddenly appeared before them, skidding to a halt beside the car. The Pack Alpha spotted Katsuki and Izuku and hurried over to them, each step producing a cloud of smoke from the engines on his legs. "Are you two all right?" Before Katsuki could respond, Ida grabbed his chin and tilted his head, ignoring the immediate snarl from the alpha as he leaned in close to examine his bleeding ear. You're going to need stitches to fix that up. And your arm? Is that all? And Midoriya? Are you hurt anywhere? Ida put a hand on Izuku's back and Katsuki half expected the Omega to panic again, readied himself to hiss and growl at the pack alpha, but Izuku didn't react. He even lifted his head slightly to look at Ida, to search him, though for what, Katsuki wasn't sure. He sniffed, shook his head. I want to go home, he repeated. Ida nodded. I understand. We'll work to get you back home as soon as possible. Now. Ida's hand traveled to the line of tape still along his neck. Even with his helmet on, Katsuki knew the pack alpha was frowning. Soon, Midoriya. The police will want to talk with you. No. I want Kazuo. I want to be home. He buried himself back into Katsuki's shoulder, muttering something, though Katsuki only heard the word, nightmare. I know you're anxious. But rest assured, it's over now. The villains cannot hurt you with the three of us here. And if nothing else, the police will have the proper equipment to help rid you of that despicable tape. I'm afraid it would be quite painful for us to remove it otherwise. Just try to breathe until then. Telling him to breathe isn't going to help. Shinso talked as if he'd been a part of the conversation the entire time. Both alphas looked at him, but he didn't meet their gaze, staring off toward the blue lights quickly approaching. They covered his scent gland like that because it's disorientation. Omegas have a higher scent sensitivity. We can smell ourselves, though most never realize it. Without that scent, our entire world smells different. He shrugged. I've seen it used by human trafficking rings as a way to keep Omegas subdued. They're less likely to fight back while trying to reorient themselves in a world without their scent. He wants to go home with his pup because he's scared and was nearly taken away from them, but also because his scent will be there. It's an instinctual urge. Katsuki blinked, again when Ida shifted, both obviously surprised. Shinso, however, having told them all the pieces they'd been missing, ignored them and went to meet the police as the first car rolled to a stop next to the wreck. The new knowledge tumbled around Katsuki's head and he found himself fighting the urge to rip the tape off Izuku's neck immediately. Ida raised a finger to his head as if to adjust his glasses, then lowered it. For now, it's best if you stay there, ground zero. No doubt the police will want to get pictures before they remove the tape, so I will speed that process along. Katsuki grunted, watched as Ida joined Shinso with the police, who looked more than a little bewildered by the scene. He embraced Izuku again, shifted him closer so the Omega could take in as much of his scent as possible. Even if he couldn't have his own scent, he knew the familiar alpha scent was the best he could get in the circumstance. As Ida predicted, the police wanted to take photos of Izuku, specifically of the marks from the bindings and the handcuffs still attached to his wrist. At first, Izuku refused to be moved, though slowly, reluctantly, he shifted away from Katsuki for the first time, swaying drunkenly without the alpha's stability. The police were taking photos when Tsukachi arrived. The inspector stepped from his vehicle almost without turning it off, hurrying to meet Katsuki and Izuku. Behind him, his passenger door opened and Ito stepped out as well, more cautious, with his lips drawn tight. Instead of going to Katsuki and Izuku, he wandered over to where the beta was still laying on the ground, unconscious and handcuffed by the responding police. Are you all right? Tsukachi asked. Katsuki could tell that question was going to get old really quickly. Fine. Just need a couple stitches. He gestured mildly to his ear, which the inspector frowned at. Mostly just need a solvent to get this off Izuku. Tsukachi glared strong at the tape, nodded once. The ambulance crew will have some. They should be able to get you stitched up as well, ground zero. Katsuki grunted, but before he could say anything, Izuku muttered, I want my pup. Where's your pup? Tsukachi asked at once. A daycare we use, Katsuki responded so Izuku wouldn't have to. Run by Sono. Tsukachi frowned at the name, being familiar with it no doubt. Don't worry about that. Once I get stitched up, I'll go get him. No, Izuku muttered, stumbling closer to the alpha. Katsuki wrapped an arm around his waist, but didn't bother to respond to his outburst. As much as he wanted to stay with Izuku and comfort him, he had his own rising instinctual need. His pup at his side. Izuku was safe now, with the police, with the pack, more of whom were starting to arrive, in ones and twos, to help control the crowd. But Kazuo had no idea what was happening, and Katsuki didn't want the police to pick him up and scare him. No, he could go and get the pup and bring him back to the Omega, as he had done before. As if it were any other day. The inspector glanced between the two, then turned over his shoulder. "Detective, what do you have?" Ito didn't startle at Tsukachi's voice, still peering down at the beta. "Transmitter Quirk. He can create 2 clones of himself, 1 alpha, 1 omega. Unclear at the moment whether those are different identities of himself or if his true self is the beta. Clones, huh?" Tsukachi sighed. Nothing like Yokoyama or Sugawara. He didn't stop speaking when Izuku swayed at the alpha's name, though he did watch the omega closely. Izuku shuddered again. "Yokoyama," he whispered. "I mentioned him. He called him Ryo. Said Ryo had told him I was a handful. And he mentioned," he swallowed, breathed, swayed again. Katsuki took his arm to steady him. "He said there was a mother who had requested to see me. That mother only sends him when she's serious about something." Katsuki stared forward, knowing if he caught anyone's eyes, they'd be able to see the fury and the murderous urge in him. He wanted so badly to rip them all apart. To show them what happened when they messed with Izuku. But now, it was starting to spiral out of control. Now there was Yokoyama, and a beta who could turn into an omega and an alpha, and potentially another omega who could look like someone else, and a mother who was seeking to capture Izuku. It was all getting far out of hand, very quickly. The inspector, however, took the information in stride, immediately pulling out a notebook that he scribbled in. "This is good information, even if it's not the news we wanted to hear. Don't worry, Midoriya. This will help us catch them, okay?" Izuku said nothing, just leaned to be closer to Katsuki, who rubbed against him again. Tsukachi wandered away to speak with the others, spending several minutes going through the photos taken by the other officers. Ida and Shinso spoke between the police and the other heroes on scene, but nobody else came to speak with Izuku or Katsuki until the paramedics arrived. They had Izuku sit down and covered his neck and shoulder in soaking rags that smelled like vinegar. While the tape soaked, Katsuki allowed the paramedics to stitch his ear, though they insisted he go to the hospital to get it checked up and he refused, at least for the time being. In only a few minutes, the paramedics wiped the rags away, the tape sloughing off his skin. A burst of scent, stale and sour and so potent Katsuki was almost sick, sprung from Izuku's neck, though the Omega almost immediately took in a deep breath, settling much easier than he had before. "I want my pup. I want to go home," he repeated his request numbly, unable to meet anyone's eyes. Katsuki embraced the knuckles on his hand, the ones he'd seen were bruised and bloodied, probably from throwing a good punch, then he embraced the Omega's forehead. "The pack will take you home, all right? I'll go get Kazuo and bring him to you." Izuku shivered. "Don't leave me," he whispered. "I'm not. I'll see you soon. I'll bring your pup to you and everything will be okay." "All right, Izuku?" He waited, but when the Omega didn't react, he drew Izuku closer, pressed to embrace this time to his scent gland, enjoyed the stillness that washed over the Omega at the contact. His skin tasted like glue and vinegar and something sweet and savory and so wonderful, and it made him want to bite something and throw up. "I promise you. I'll bring Kazuo back to you. Everything will be okay now."